Welcome to After Effects. This is what you're going to see once you log into After Effects for your first time. Now, to start, let's go over and click on New Project and we will find this interface. Meanwhile, you might find it a bit overwhelming at first. Don't worry, by the end of this course, you will have figured out all of the basics. The first thing that I want to do before even going in depth in what we're going to do in this course and this lesson is optimizing After Effects. Because After Effects is a heavy program and it takes a lot of computing power for it to work. It uses a lot of RAM and CPU. Therefore, what we're going to do right now is go on Edit, Preferences, and we're going to go first in Media and Disk Cache. Here, you're going to take this, enable this cache if you haven't already, and then you're going to select the maximum size that you can as your disk cache. Now, this number can go up to infinity. Usually, normal computers have up to 1000 gigabytes of maximum storage. And then you're going to go on Choose Folder and you're going to create a new folder, which I have called After Effects Cache. And in this folder, all of the cache are going to be stored. If you find yourself lagging in After Effects, come right here, go on Empty Disk Cache, and you're going to see that After Effects is going to clean. Right now, I had 375 gigabytes, so just clear it. It's going to take a bit, and then you're going to run way smoother afterwards. I usually do this once every 2-3 days because it makes everything smoother. Then I'll go Memory and Performance, and here you have your installed RAM and how much RAM is reserved for everything but After Effects and all of the other Adobe products. So as you can see here, I have the RAM available for After Effects, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, all of this stuff. It's 25. I can reduce it or increase it by reducing this number, which is reserved for the other applications. If you have 16 or even worse, 8 gigabytes of RAM, you want to pull this to the lowest possible that you can. Since I have 32, I can leave this to 5 or 6, so that also my other applications can run smoothly. However, I repeat it once again. If you have below 16 gigabytes, and you can see your number right here, you should reduce this to the minimum, so that After Effects can use as much of your RAM as possible. So now you click OK, so that all the changes apply. And we are right now in After Effects. So the first thing that you should do is go ahead and click on New Composition, and you're going to be greeted with a lot of settings. Now, the main thing that you should look for is if you want a 9:16 aspect ratio, which is a portrait, vertical, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels format, or if you want a 16:9, which means long form YouTube content, or maybe you want a 1:1 aspect ratio, which is Instagram Square aspect ratio. To do that, you can go right here in the preset column, and as you can see right here, this one, for example, is HD 16:9, and then you can also find social media HD, which is 9:16, and there are a lot of custom presets that you can have. For example, there is social media square, I was saying, 1:1, and then you can also choose the frame rate that you want. You can raise this up by 60 if you want. It honestly depends on what you're doing. I usually leave it on 30. And for the aspect ratio, we are going to go on a normal HD 1920 by 1080, 16:9 horizontal format. So now we have this, we have our frame rate, and now here we can choose the resolution. This doesn't matter, we can change it later. And then we have another important part, which is the duration. Let's go with 10 seconds for now. Just remember, all of these settings can be modified later, so there is no need to worry about it. I'll name this After Effects course, and for the background, I'll keep it black. So I'll go and click OK, and now we have our composition. So let's start by talking about the panels that we can see. The first one is the project panel. Here you can find all of your footage and your composition. As you can see, there is this yellow tag to distinguish it from other footage that you will import. And if you want, you can go ahead and right-click, composition settings, and modify all of the stuff that you had before. So if you want to, for example, change the aspect ratio, boom, now you can. I'll go ahead and click Ctrl-Z so that the changes are undone. And now let's go ahead and import some footage. So There are two ways to go about this. The first one is right here, left click twice, and then double click on your footage. And as you can see, you will have your footage, which has a different color, as you can see, because that's footage that you have imported. Now that you have your footage in the project panel, you can import into your timeline. So you can either import it right here, which is going to import it. For example, if I import it right here, it's going to import at the 2-second mark, as you can see. Meanwhile, if I want to import it at the start, I can simply drag it onto the left side and it's going to import from the start. As you can see, it has shown up right here in the project panel. Let's not go over all of these functions because they are a lot, and I will teach you slowly as I go over them. So let's now go over our player panel. As you can see, it's really zoomed out and we can't really focus well on the rectangle where our video is playing. So to focus properly, what we can do is go right here and go on fit so that we can see now everything in the player panel, which is perfect. And now that we can see everything in the player panel, let's go ahead and start playing with our first timeline features. So if I click on this drop-down menu, I'm going to find two effects. This one is about audio, if I want to make the audio lower or louder. And I can also check the waveform of the audio. So as you can see here, there is a pause, there is another pause, etc. I'll close the audio because I don't want to touch on it yet. And I'll go on the transform button. And as you can see here, I have a bunch of properties. These properties are almost the same for every editing software. As you can see, there is the scale function, there is the position, the rotation, the opacity, as you can see, and then the anchor point. I'll explain the anchor point later as I go over basic animations. For now, let's just reposition our clip so that we can see the face of our subject. So it's like this, and then I'll scale it a bit down to something like this. So now we have Conor McGregor in the middle of the screen. Now I'll go ahead and close these properties, and let's quickly look at this side of the interface, which is the last side that we are missing. So here we have a bunch of tools. We have the info tool, we have the effects, we have the audio, we have characters, all of this kind of stuff. These effects might be a bit different for you, and there might be some that I don't have, and you might not have some that I do have. To enable or disable them, all that you need to do is you go right here on Window, and let's say you want the Paint tool, you're going to click it, and it's going to appear right here. And if you want to drag it, you can simply drag it here, and then close the panel. That's how easy it is to drag effects. So I'll show it once again. Let's say you want the Tracker tool, you create it, and it's going to appear right here. If you want, you can move it here on this side, and you can move it backwards, you can move it upwards, you can drag it to the top, you can organize this as much as you want, however you prefer. Just remember that if during this course I use a panel that you do not have, like effects and presets, which you're going to use really often, just go right here on Window and you search for effect and preset. Regarding the interface, there are another couple of things to talk about. The first one is that you can drag panels as much as you'd like this, to expand them, reduce them, whatever you like. Then, if you're playing a clip and you see that it's slow and it's framey and it's lagging, keep in mind that you can reduce the resolution by clicking right here on quarter. And as you can see, it's going to be more pixelated and it's going to be quicker to render your frame. Sometimes it happens when you have multiple layers that After Effects on full resolution is a bit slow at playing what you have created. So just remember that and make sure to go on half or third, whatever works for you and your PC, so that it's going to be a bit more pixelated when you play it, but when you export it, it's going to be completely fine. Now let's go over how to save a file in After Effects. This is not how you export a file. We are going to export a file and I'll show you how in the last lesson. Right now I want to show you how to save a file, because right now you might have 30 minutes to start a project, but you might not be able to finish it, so you want to save your project. To do that, you go on Save, and then you can save it, for example, on your desktop, and you can name it After Effects. And Once you hit save, you're going to find it in your desktop. So as you can see, I right now have it in my desktop right here. And if I close this, I can now open it. And as you can see, I'm going to find myself back where I was. If you want to share a file with someone else, you can, but you have to go through a different workflow. So you go right here, you click on dependencies, you click on collect files. And as you can see, you're going to find these settings. You just leave everything as it is. You only want to tick these if you haven't, because it's going to reveal the project once it's done. You collect, and now you can choose where to save it. So I'll name it After Effects folder, saving it in my desktop. I will hit save. And as you can see right now, I have two things in my desktop. I have the project file that I have right here open, and this one, which is another After Effects project. These ones are two different projects, which means if you modify this project, let's say you add a clip or a transition, you are not going to find it here, and vice versa. However, collecting files, as I showed right now, by clicking on dependencies and collect files, is the only way to share your files with someone else. Because when you do this, After Effects is going to collect all the footage that was used in your project, as you can see in the footage folder, and then you're going to have the timeline and this report, which is just a bunch of code that After Effects uses to put everything together. And these can be shared online. And in fact, I am going to share some of the timelines that we will create in this course, and you can find them in the assets of this course. And I also suggest you to go there and take my list of shortcuts that I will use in this course. They are 10 to 15, and they are the most important ones that you should absolutely know, and you're going to learn them with me while I use them. And there is a detailed description for each of them. So to use a simple example, let's say I use P and I open the position, as you can see, and maybe you forget about this. The next time I use P and you don't remember what does that shortcut do, you can check on the Google Doc and you're going to see that P controls the position, and that's what I'm doing with P. I don't want to overwhelm you, but shortcuts are going to be extremely useful, especially if you have to open every time your effects, transform, position, close, open another layer, and do the same thing over and over. That's why I will teach you shortcuts to become faster and better. So now that we've gone over everything, I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about basic keyframe animations. So I'll teach you how to use keyframes, how to move stuff, all that sort of basic stuff. So I'll see you there. Let's go over the animation that we're going to recreate with keyframes. So the first thing that we will do is drag the clip. You can find this in the assets pack of this course. So I'll go ahead and remove the audio and click right here on fit so that we can see the whole screen. As you can see in this clip, there is Ali Abdal talking, and at a certain point, 6 squares come in, his image crops, and in this rounded rectangle square, and then it goes back to normal. And I actually need to make the composition a bit longer because I am cutting the clip. So I'll go at around 15 seconds, and let's go even a bit more actually. And let's do 20, which should be enough. As you can see, this is where it ends. So we're going to recreate this animation, but we're not going to create the squares from scratch. I have actually taken his squares, went ahead and cut them. As you can see, it's literally in the same place of his, and I've just cut them with Photoshop so that we can use them in our animation. We will not do it right here where he has already done this, but I will do it right here. So we'll cut from here, and I will use this part right here to create the animation. We'll do this without audio because there is music in the background, and I don't know if it's copyrighted, but it doesn't matter anyway. We're interested in the video effect. So we're going to drag this to the start. To make it snap to the start, you just need to hold Shift, and you can make it snap to basically everything, as you can see. And to cut the clip, which is what I've done a second ago, the shortcut I've used is Ctrl, Shift, and D. As you can see, you can cut it as many times as you want, and it's going to create a new layer. So let's go ahead and bring it to the start, and let's bring the second part forward so that we can actually see the effect. So we have the cropping that happens, and then there are the squares that come in, and they come in different orders, and their animation is smooth. So what I'll do is first, I have imported a background right here. So if we look at this, it's pretty similar to what he has. As you can see, it might actually be the same image as well. So I'll drag this all the way here so that it's behind our screen, so that once we reduce our scale and all of the properties, we are going to have this in the background. So before going actually over how to do this, I want to quickly touch on these 4 icons that I've been using while explaining you what we are going to do. And the first one is as an eye, because when you toggle it, you can see it or not see it. As you can see, it's pretty self-explanatory. And then you have the audio, which allows you to toggle or untoggle the audio of the clip. And then there is solo, which allows you to only have this clip showing in the entire timeline. You can solo multiple layers. And then you have the lock. And the lock basically doesn't allow you to, as you can see, do any modifications. I cannot drag this. As you can see, there is this black thing that happens when you lock layers. To start this animation, the first thing that we want to do is go ahead and create this cropping effect. As you can see, Ali's environment becomes smaller, and this allows all of the other icons to pop in. And to do this, what you're going to do is go on Effects and Preset. And once again, if you don't see it, go right here. Effects and Presets, and we're going to search for the crop tool. The crop tool is going to allow us to crop our footage and recreate a similar effect to Ali. As you can see, there is the crop top, crop bottom, crop left, and crop right. Although these effects do not work, as you can see, they are red. What I will do now is remove these crop edges, and After Effects is going to say that you have 8 errors in your project. Don't worry. All that you need to do is by holding Alt, click on the stopwatches of all of the red icons, and as you can see, all of the problems are going to disappear. And now I can simply drag this back, and as you can see, we'll have my image back. So right now we have a crop effect that works, and now I can, as you can see, crop certain parts of the image. So I'll repeat this really quickly. All that I needed to do was hold Alt and click on the stopwatch. You click on all of the stopwatches, and now you have this effect that works. So now that we have our crop effect ready to work, let's bring our original Ali's video right here on top, and let's see when the effect starts. So it starts around here. I will put a keyframe on the first stopwatch of each crop right here, and then I'll check where they end. And the effect ends exactly here, the cropping effect. So I will go into the effects panel. I will click it on each cropping effect. So as you can see, I now have crop keyframes at the start and at the end of my animation, which is perfect. Once again, to create keyframes on After Effects, you just need to click the stopwatch. So what we're going to do now is go at the last keyframe, and then I am going to put down the opacity of the clip that we are using for reference. So as you can see, here is where the edges are, and I will go on the clip that I'm actually using now, and I will reduce the top so that it stops at around here. So let's look at this. I will drag this, and it's really hard to be precise. So what I will do is I will hold Control so that I can have more control over my effect, and I will stop here. And then I will go onto the bottom, and I will do around the same. So I will crop around here, okay? And then I will do it from the left so that it stops right there, and on the right. And as you can see, we will now have our square. So let's put the opacity back to normal. Let's disable this view, and let's look if the effect is actually working. So we have Ali talking, and then everything crops. However, we have a problem on the bottom because as you can see, it's already cropped, and that's because the starting keyframe must be 0. So now we have the movement. All right, let's look at it one more time. Perfect, we have our movement. It's not smooth. We will change all of the animations and make them smoother later. Now we have to get our icons popping in. So to do that, I will go ahead and go in the project section where I have all of my footage. If you cannot find it because maybe the effect control is too big, what you can do is go right here on this double dash and click on project. Now I will drag all of my icons. I will go forward right here, and you cannot see the icons. The reason for that is because they are below the background, which is this 3.png. So I'll drag them over, and as you can see now, we can see them. Now, what I want to do is start to have movement from my icons as soon as the cropping effects start to happen. So what I will do is I will enable the Ali Abdal's video, and I will check when they start moving. So we have the first icons that pop up right here. So we'll go on the top left and top right. I will highlight them both by holding Ctrl, and then I will go on the transform features and click a keyframe on position. It will place the keyframe on both, as you can see. And then I will go forward and they stop moving right here. So I will hit another keyframe right here, and it automatically places on the layer below as well. Now I will do the same thing when it comes to the center icons. So I will move one frame forward by holding Ctrl and clicking the right arrow key. So they both appear right here. So I will select center right and center left, which are these ones. Hit P for position and click the stopwatch. Then I will go forward some frames with my arrow key until they are fully placed, which is here. And I will place another keyframe. And I will do the same right here. So I will highlight them both, hit P for position, go backwards. They appear right here. So I will click on position, and then I will go forward, and they stop right here. So I will click another keyframe on position. So I will go right here and move the left icon to the left until around here. And I will do the same with the right one. So I will move it around here. Then I will go on the center ones and I will do the same. So I'll make sure that they pop up a little bit, but not too much. And I will move this one once again. There we go. A quick thing, you can also use the on-screen commands to move. However, you risk changing the Y, and the animation that you'll get is something like this, where the icon goes also down, and you do not want that. You want it to be straight as these ones above. So what I will do is click on 540 and move this in a little bit, and then I will go right here, and we should be good now. So let's look at this animation once again. So we have the cropping effect and the icons popping in, which is amazing. Before animating them, what we can actually do is something that also Ali has done. It's really smooth and almost unnoticeable, but it makes a lot of difference. So as you can see right here, for example, if I look at this A-roll, as you can see, there is a bit of a drop shadow, which allows his face cam to stand out from the background. Meanwhile, we do not have it, and it feels 2D. So what I will do is go on Effects and Preset and search for drop shadow. I will find it right here, and I will add this to my webcam, as you can see. And then I will go ahead and reduce the distance to 0, increase the softness, and as you can see, I'm creating this shadow, which is black. Now, I don't want it to be that big, so I'll go with 50 maybe. And as you can see, it already looks better with than without the drop shadow. So I will leave it on. And then I will copy this shadow by clicking Ctrl-C, and I will paste it on all of my icons right here so that they will stand out as well from the background. And as you can see, this is what we have now. It's not bad. However, as you can see, there are the icons that are waiting right there, and it's clearly noticeable. So to avoid the icons waiting, what I will do is go on the first keyframe of each icon, and I will put the position so that they are out of the frame completely. I will do it for this one as well, and for all of these other ones as well. So I will move this out, and I will do the same right here. And then I will also do the same on these other two keyframes so that the icons aren't noticeable before they start coming into the frame. And now this is what we have. As you can see, the icons are going to pop up perfectly. So now we have our animation, as you can see. What we want to do is go ahead and make everything smoother. And to do that, I will go ahead and by holding Control, I will highlight all of the squares that I have. I will click P on position, and I will go ahead and highlight all of the keyframes that I have right here. Then what I will do is right click on them, click Keyframe Assistant and click Easy Ease. If you want, you can also do that by clicking F9 on your keyboard, and it's going to be way faster. And this is going to allow your squares to basically move slower at the start and then faster and then slow down at the end. But what I want to do is go ahead and further customize this keyframe animation by highlighting two of the keyframes and going onto the graph editor. What you want to do is right click on the graph editor and click on speed graph, and you're going to see something similar to this. Ignore the red and green lines. What we are interested in is the white one. So what you're going to do is click on the start or the end, whatever you prefer, and you're going to pull this in, and then you're going to do the same by clicking on this handle and pulling this in. So that, as you can see, it goes slow here, and then it goes fast, and then it goes slow again. This is the speed at which the animation goes. So here it moves at 400 pixels per second. Meanwhile, here it moves at 3000 pixels per second. And here it moves once again at 400 pixels per second. So this is how it looks like in the end. It's this one right here. And as you can see, it goes fast and slows down. And we are going to go ahead and copy this graph for basically all of them. So I go on the top left here. I remove the speed graph, highlight the keyframes, go back in the speed graph, zoom in. I will drag this handle closer and this handle closer. I check that the top speed is around the same as it was before, and then I check how it looks, and as you can see, it goes fast. And as you can see, this is what we're trying to aim for. It goes fast at the start and slows down later. I'll show it once again, fast and slow. So now that we are achieving this look, I will remove the graph editor once again, go on the center right, highlight, graph, I will zoom in, and then I will do the same thing again. I will make sure that the top speed once again is around the same for each animation that I'm doing, and I'll do the same here. So we now have this layer, graph editor, I move this like so, and I move this like so. And top speed is still around 3K. So we go onto the bottom right, highlight the keyframes like this, graph editor, zoom in. Okay, we zoom in, drag this. I think I dragged it too much. No, never mind. Should be good. And then I will do the same on the bottom left. Highlight both, bring this in, this, and yep, we should have this. So let's look at this from the start. As you can see, it's fast. So the icons are moving at the pace that we want. However, the crop tool is not moving at the pace that we want. So I will highlight all of this and click on P so that I close the position, as you can see. And now open the Ali snippet and now open the crop effect. To do that, I'll click here, and then to open all of the keyframes that I have, I am going to click U on my keyboard. And now, as you can see, I have my keyframes of the crop effect happening. So what I will do, once again, highlight them all and either click F9 or right-click, Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease, and then you go on the graph. And as you can see, you have all of these cropping effects. So to avoid this, you want to go back and only highlight two of them, and then go back into the editor so that you can do them one at a time. So what you want to do is drag this closer and drag this like this, so that most of the effect happens at the start of the effect and then it slows down. And this is for the top, and then I will do it for the bottom as well. So we'll go right here and drag everything close to the start, like so. And then I will do the same with the crop left. So I will highlight all of this, go in the keyframe animation, drag this closer to the start as well. And then last but not least, the crop right effect. So highlight the keyframes and go at the start like this. And this is how our crop effect looks like now. As you can see, it happens a lot at the start and then it slows down so that it allows our icons to come in, as you can see. So let's go ahead and replay it in full speed. I will make sure to click on Fit right here so that we can see the whole screen. And that's perfect. So as you can see, this is what happens. And for a final touch, to make the icons more realistic, what we want to do is go ahead and click on motion blur so that, as you can see, it's a bit blurry while it's moving, which creates a really realistic effect. Let's go ahead and toggle motion blur for all of these icons, and let's look at it from the start. And this once again makes everything look way more smoother and way more realistic. So I'll end this lesson by showing you before what Ali Abdallah has made and what we have made, and I'll let you judge which one is better. Regardless, it's really, really similar. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we will talk about text. All right, we are in a new composition now. We have created the Ali Abdallah style animation. Now what we want to do is expand on After Effects text. So right here we have a composition, it's around 20 seconds long. We are now going to create an entire video. However, I'm going to import a bunch of videos. As you can see, I have 5. I have downloaded them from Instagram, and I will now bring them in. I will mute them all, and we will now start to recreate some subtitles. And we will start from the easiest one to the most difficult one. So let's go ahead and recreate this one first. This one is a short from Alex Hormozi. And as you can see, there is a text layer. Talking about text, I just want to clarify that to zoom in and zoom out, both on your timeline and in your player panel, you just need to hold Alt and use your scroll wheel. Just a quick thing that I've been doing the whole time, and I don't think I have specified. So what we need to do is recreate this text. So what we are going to do is get a text layer and create it and type one of my. Now, as you can see, the text has disappeared. So to fix this, I will go ahead and highlight everything, make everything smaller, everything larger. And now I'll make everything the same size. So 130 looks pretty good. The font is different. It's not Montserrat. It's a more close font. It might be Helvetica, actually. If I go on Helvetica, okay, I think we got a decent result by reducing how far or close the characters are. So I'll leave it like this, and then I'll make everything caps, and I will drag it something like this. It doesn't need to be perfect. You can customize your own font as you want. Now, as you can see in the properties panel, you're going to find all of this stuff that I was modifying. So the font, bold, size, how much the lines are spaced. In this case, it doesn't matter because there is only one line. And then there is how much the characters are distant, how much the text is stretched, and all of that stuff. And then you can also decide how much you want to offset it and how much you want to put everything close together. In order to center this text, what you want to do is go ahead and click right here. And then to make sure that it's in the exact center of the screen, you're going to close the properties panel, go into the align panel, which again, if you cannot find, you go right here, a window, and you search for it, it's align. And then you click right here. Just make sure that here it says composition, and you click align horizontally and vertically, and this is the exact center of the screen. Now what we are going to do is click composition and then move this a bit down so that we can have it at the same height that Hormozi had it. And the reason for that is because subtitles should stay a bit lower than the middle point of the screen in Reels, and they should be right below the chin usually. So what we're going to do now is customize the text even further so that we can get something similar to Hormozi. So if we analyze Hormozi's text, first thing we notice is that the text is yellow. Let's go on properties, color, and choose the yellow that Hormozi is using, which is this one. And then what we want to do is add a shadow. As you can see, there is this black shadow behind. And to add the shadow, we simply go on effects and we search for drop shadow as we have done before. Click on shadow, and then we reduce the distance to 0 so that it's right on text. and then we increase the smoothness to something like this. Let's move this below to see if this works. Okay, there is a bit of distance here, so I will recreate it in my text, maybe 5, which is the default one. Let's look at it now. It looks better, but I think it's even more distant, so I'll go with 10. Move it down, and yes, I think this is the distance that we are looking for, 10. And then we're going to go with the glow. So we look for the glow, and we apply it on our text. And for the color, we can do 2 things. Either leave original color, which is going to basically make your glow yellow, which is the color of the text. Or you can click A and B colors, and then choose some colors here to have the internal glow and the external glow. What I will do is I will leave it on original colors. I will increase the radius so that we get something like Hormozy style. And actually, I think the yellow from the text was a bit darker. It has more of an orange vibe. So I'll do something like this, maybe even a bit more. And let's see how this looks. I think it's better now. So now we have this. It's still a bit bright. So what I will do is go even a bit more below. I'll do that again. I'm almost getting to orange here. Okay, this one looks way more like his. The shadow is a bit too much. So what I will do is actually reduce this to like 7. I think this is better now. And make it a bit more soft. So around 18. And now we have a really similar text. The only thing that is different is the font. I don't really know which one he's using. So now that we've created this, I will hide both of them. And now it's time for this nothing. For this nothing, I'll go ahead and go onto the text again, create another text, call it nothing. The font is the same that was used before, so it's going to be a bit different. It's fine. I'll go on align and make it centered horizontally. I'll go on properties and reduce the size maybe to 120. And there is a white fill, and then we have a glow which is red. So I'll go here, glow, bam, dragging on top, and I actually want to change this to A and B colors, and then change the A and B colors to red. And this looks already more similar to the Hormozy's one. I'll actually drag this a bit below. So what I want is this to be increased again. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Now I want to make this darker. I will copy the color right here by hitting Ctrl+C. Then I will go right here and paste it. All right, I think we can make it even more dark. So I'll click on the right text, make it darker. I think this works pretty well. I'll copy this and put it right here as well. And now we have the same glow. The only different thing is the font, which is perfect. So now let's go over the next title, which is still from the same guy, but the guy that edited it is a different guy. And as you can see, there is this really cool effect on the text. And I want to show you how to do that because it's extremely cool. In the video, he actually moves it, as you can see, and I'll show you how to do that. So I'll show it once again. As you can see, the light beam is moving. So to recreate this text, I'll go on text, add a text, and I'll type secret, 80 of size and 0 of distance. We'll recreate the same text, as you can see. So the effect he is using is called the light sweep. And if I drag it on top, as you can see, we have this effect. I can change the angle of this to this angle. It's not quite this one. I'll change the angle to something like this. As you can see, the direction looks like it's this one. And then I'll move it with this handle right here. So as you can see right now, it's in the end. And to move this throughout the video, what I want to do is drag it at the start, and then I'll put a keyframe. I'll go forward, and then I will put it at the end, so that as you can see, if I now scrub through, it's moving. So as you can see, the effect looks like this now. The light is sweeping through the text. And to add a final touch to this text, we are going to use a glow, as we have done on the previous text. So you just add a glow like this. And now we can play with the light sweep. So we reduce the width, we reduce the intensity, we reduce the width again. And as you can see, this is what we have now. This light sweep right here, which is really similar to what the other editor has used. As you can see, although he has used a completely white light sweep instead of an aqua one. And now we have this effect from a motivational page. As you can see, there is the red and there is a bit of white on the bottom. And you can find it right here as well with this pink and white. And if you go down, you can see there is aqua and white and green and white and all of this stuff. So let's recreate the red one, but this concept applies to all of these colors. So let's go ahead and create a new text layer. Let's put it below and let's type negative thing. Now I'll make it smaller. Let's see, it's around 30. I'll make it bigger, 60 maybe. I'll make it in 2 lines. I'll align it to the center. And it's actually a bit less than 60. It might be 55. I think it's exactly 55. And it's Helvetica now, which is perfect, but it might be black, and so it's a bit smaller. It's not actually Helvetica now, but the font is really, really similar, so I'll use this one. As you can see, there is this bit on the G, which tells me that this is not Helvetica now. But it's fine. We can still use this font. The concept is still the same. So I'll go ahead and make this white, first things first. And then I'll go ahead and add a glow. So I'll go right here on the effects, glow, drag it on. And we are already looking at some good stats. I'll make the glow a bit more expanded. And I think we're looking good now. To create this effect, I'll go on gradient ramp. As you can see, it's right here. I'll drag it on. And then I will go right here and I will click on red and white, which is perfect. So as you can see, I can modify my ramp by modifying some of the controls. What I'll do is go right here and click on start of the ramp. And on the end, I will click it here. And as you can see, we have this effect. Now, the way it's used here is way smoother. And to do that, you want to move the end of the ramp a bit lower. If you move it to the right, you're going to have this effect, as you can see, left, right. Instead, if you move it lower, you're going to have this prevalently red effect. So I'll move this lower, I'll move this a bit higher. And as you can see, we are now looking at something similar, but I think it's even smoother. So I'll do something like this, and then I'll move this a bit upwards. And I think that now we have it. It's actually a bit smoother. So I'll move this upwards even more. And now we have this effect. The only thing that we are missing is the glow to be of the same red as the gradient ramp. To do that, the first thing that I'll do is zoom in this text and mask out a section. I will go more in depth in masking in the next lessons. However, I'll quickly explain how this works. You click the pen tool and then you drag a mask on your layer, and this is the part that is going to show you. The other part that is outside of the mask is not going to show. That's how simple masking is. And if you want, you can go on the masks right here, mask, and click on invert, and it's going to show only what's outside of the mask. And the reason we're going to use this is because I'm now going to copy and paste this text, and here I will invert the mask so that I now have the text which is basically separated. I have negative and I have thing, just by using a simple mask. And I will go on the thing, which is this one, and I will remove the gradient ramp because I want it to be completely white. Now I want to make sure that the glow is red, so I will drag it below the gradient ramp, and then I will click on A and B colors. I will click on top, and then I will increase the intensity, and as you can see, we are starting to have this glow. I'll improve the radius, reduce the intensity because it's too much, to something like this, and I will actually make it a bit lighter. Copy this and paste it here, and I will actually reduce the intensity even a bit more. And as you can see now, we have this glow, which is basically the same. And this is perfect. And now we have the text that we have created and the text that we have taken as a reference, which are basically the same. To change the color, for example, to green, all that you need to do is just go right here, and then you paste it on color B, reduce the intensity to something like 0.5. And once again, as you can see, we have the glow and the gradient ramp, which is perfect. And the last effect that I want to show you is in none of these videos, but it's actually an effect that I know about and I just want to share it with you. So I'll go on text, add it, and say example. I'll make it a bit bigger, and the effect is called bevel. So I'll search for bevel and I will drag it on, and as you can see, it creates this sort of light slash shadow. I don't know how to say it properly, but as you can see, it creates this kind of 3D effect. So let's make this bigger and this bigger as well. Let's zoom in, and as you can see, we have with the white here, if I remove it, you can see it looks 2D. Meanwhile, with this effect, it looks almost 3D. And that's a really cool add-on after the gradient ramp and the glow and the drop shadows and all of that cool stuff. And the last thing before ending this lesson is that all of these effects can be used on objects, the ones I have already shown you. So glows, drop shadows, all of them work really well in your objects. And we're going to use some in the next lesson where I'm going to talk about shapes and I'll show you how to do some cool stuff. So I'll see you there and I wish you a good learning. I will now show you how to use shapes. I've gone back to a 16:9 aspect ratio and I've imported these 10 seconds of footage from a YouTube video where they show how to make pizza. And we're going to improve the whole editing that they have done. So as you can see, the way they describe the ingredients is by showing them on the top left. As you can see, there is not even shadow on the text and they're not really noticeable. They're not easy to spot. They might get confused with the background. And to highlight them more, what we're going to do is create a shape and put all of the ingredients in there. So how do we go about this? Well, the way you can do it is you go here in the rectangle tool and you can hold the left click and you're going to get a bunch of tools that you can use. We're going to go with the rounded rectangle tool. Just keep in mind that even if you use this one, you will be able to round the corners later. So I'll use this rounded rectangle and I'll put it like this because the cup is going to stand still for the whole duration of the videos. And as you can see, it has created a shape layer right here. And this is where our rectangle is contained. Keep in mind, if I were now to create another rectangle, it would be placed in this shape layer. And usually you want each shape layer to have one shape only. That's going to allow you to animate your clips way better. So I'll go ahead and click Ctrl Z. And if I were to create another shape, I can just click off and now create another shape and it's going to create another shape layer. I could also go right here, right click, click on new, and there is the shape layer right here. I click it and then I can create whatever shape I want in this shape layer. Now, going back to this rectangle right here, I don't like how its corners are not rounded enough. So what I will do is go right here in the rectangle, click on rectangle path and increase the roundness of the corners. I will go with 38 and let's see how this looks. I think it's pretty good. And now that I have my rectangle, I want to customize it. So I will go into it and I will go right here on top on the fill and choose an aqua color and then go onto the stroke and make it a bit darker. Then I will also increase the stroke to around 2. Actually, let's make it a bit more, even more. I'd say let's go with a 10. I think it's looking good now. For the fill, actually, I'll try and use a linear gradient with 2 grays so that I think it's going to look cool. And let's try something like this. I think it's blending really, really well. And I really like how this shape is looking. So now we have our thing. Let's go ahead and click on effects. Let's search for a drop shadow and let's add it on top. Let's reduce the distance, increase the softness, increase the opacity to 100 and increase this to 30, maybe even more 50. Yeah, I really like this. So now this is what it looks like. I will also go at the end right here of the clip here. I will go 1 frame forward so that the clip below ends, and I will cut the shape layer so that right now they end at the same time. As you can see, you can go 1 frame forward once again by clicking Ctrl and arrow key. And now we have the square, which is showing for the whole time. And now we need to add some text inside the square to show which ingredients are being put because we are currently covering them. So what I will do is actually go on the original clip, hit S on my keyboard and scale it up and move it below until something like this, and then move it a bit to the side. And the reason for this is because I want to make the rectangle actually a bit bigger. So I will unlink the size here and make it a bit bigger like so. And then click on P, which stands for position once again. And I will go below a bit, which is perfect now. So now we have our rectangle and we can put all of our ingredients. So let's start with the first one, warm water, 2.5 cups. So I'll go on the text. I will add it like so and then type warm water. I actually need to make this bigger and then you want to make everything smaller. Warm water, 2.5 cups. Now that we have this, I will go ahead and add it right here. And then I will customize this text. So I will go ahead and reduce these and these to the size of the square so that I can better control the alignment of the text, as you can see. And what I will do is now customize the text. So I'll add a bit of a drop shadow. I'll make it way softer and I'll eliminate the distance. So as you can see, it stands out more. Let's see if a white shadow, nah, it doesn't look that good. I'll go back to black. After adding the drop shadow, what I want to do is make this a bit bigger and I want to make it white. And this is how it's looking. Let's try and add a bevel effect and let's see how this works. So I'll add it on top of my text. And I think it looks better actually. I could increase this, but it doesn't look as subtle as it was before. So I'll reduce it to 0.5 once again. And I think it's good. So now what I want to do is position it a bit to the right so that I have a bit more space right here. And then I'll copy and paste it and I will use it for the second text, which is sugar 1 teaspoon. So I'll re-enable the square and I'll type sugar 1 teaspoon. I will space this and then I will check what's the last thing that is needed to make a pizza, dried yeast. So I'll copy paste dried yeast 2 teaspoons. And then I'll re-enable this and move this lower. Actually, I want to move it lower just by using this. And now I will add this, add a space, add this. And it's now looking pretty good. I want to space this stuff a bit better. So I'll move this a bit below. I'll do the same here. And then I can actually make everything 45. So I'll do that. And then what I'll do is I will put the amount of stuff needed in the end of the square. To do that, I will do a simple mask as I have done before. So you take the pen tool while having highlighted one of the text and you do a simple mask like this, just like so. And then you copy and paste your text and you invert the mask. So then now you have, as you can see, a text which is divided into 2 parts. And now I'll just hit P on this one and move it to the right until I'm satisfied with it. And I'll do the same with this sugar one. So I'll create a simple mask like so. It doesn't need to be precise at all. I'll copy and paste. I will click on mask, invert, and then I will click on position and move the one that is masked out on the right. And then I just Control C, Control V. So I have 2 of them. I invert this one and I'll use this one to move to the right. And as you can see, we now have this stuff. I actually want to move the sugar and the teaspoon a bit higher. To do that, I'll go on the sugar. I'll click on the other sugar by holding Control. And then I'll click on P for position and I'll move everything a bit higher. And now this looks really balanced and really professional. The only thing that I want to do is actually click on all of the left parts of the text, which are these ones, and then click on P and move them a bit to the right once again. And I think now it's perfect. I could also go ahead and make the quantities yellow. Let's see if that looks better. If I click OK, I have 2.5 gaps. I actually like this more. So go ahead and highlight this. And I actually want to use the same yellow. So I'll go right here, copy the code of the color, Control C, and then go in the text below right here and Control V. And then I'll do the same for this text right here by going right here, Control V. And now we have our text with the quantities highlighted. And the only thing that we are missing is, if I let only this one play, as you can see, there is warm water, and then there is sugar, and then there is dried yeast. So what we need to do is make them appear in order. So first, let's remove this solo so that we can see everything. Let's click the T shortcut so that we can bring up the opacity, and click on a stopwatch, click on 0, and then let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames forward and bring the opacity to 100. And then let's copy these keyframes. Let's go to the start and let's paste these keyframes on this other layer so that, as you can see, they're both going to fade in. I'll show this slowly. As you can see, they're fading in slowly. Now I will click solo once again because I want to see when the second part comes up. So it's around here. So I'll go on sugar and I will paste them here as well. So I will go ahead and paste the opacity keyframes right here and right here by clicking Ctrl V. And so now that I enable it, we should have a fade in at the start, a fade in right here, and a fade in here with the dried yeast as she's dropping it, which is perfect. Let's move everything to the right just to see how these animations look in comparison. So as you can see, we have warm water, and then we have sugar 1 teaspoon and dried yeast. As you can see, this one looks way more professional and way more clean. Now I'll bring back my shape right here, and I will show you something that you can do to animate the outline of your shape and make it even more interesting. So the first thing that you will do is go ahead and copy and paste your shape and remove the fill. So I will click on fill and none. And then I will go right here on shape layer and I will click on stroke and click none, as you can see. Then I will go onto the stroke layer and I will remove the drop shadow. So what I have now is a shape which has separated the stroke and the fill. I will rename this to stroke and this one to fill so that I can remember which one is which. And now I will use an effect on the stroke which is called Vegas. So I'll go right here, put it on the stroke. As you can see, there is this kind of outline. I will reduce the segments so that we have this united line. Then I will actually reduce the width a bit to around 15. I will probably decrease it even more later. But for now, let's stick to this. I will reduce the length to maybe 0.5, maybe something even less, 0.35. Okay, I like this. I will reduce this to 10. And then, as you can see, if I go on rotation now, I can move the Vegas effect. So what I will do now is go right here on color and choose maybe a color like this one, but a bit darker, something like this, or maybe a bit lighter. I think this does the job. And now I will put this to like 9 because I think it's better. And now I will go ahead and put my player head at the start, click at keyframe on rotation. And let's say I want it to start from here. I will leave the keyframe and then I will go forward at the end of my animation and I will move the rotation more. So something like this maybe. And let's see how this looks. We have the thing that is moving, as you can see. And if I look at it from far away, this is how it looks like. As you can see, the outline is moving, creating some animation around the square. Now we can still customize this a bit more. I can also now go ahead on effects and drag glow, which is going to make the whole thing better. So I will make the intensity at around 0.3 and I will make the radius at around 10. Actually, let's try with a lower intensity. I think something like this could work. So after all of the modifications, this is how everything looks. As you can see, there is the outline going around and there are the things appearing in the square. This is a really cool animation and a really cool way to use shapes. The last thing I'll do is go ahead and highlight all the text and cut it right here. And this is the final result that we got, as you can see. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to recreate some small animations using null objects. We're going to learn how this parent and link work, and we're also going to explore the other shapes because there is not only the rectangle, there are also the ellipse and the polygon tool, which are really, really useful. In this lesson, we are going to actually create an animation. So we are going to basically revise what you have done until now. So let's go ahead and go on new composition and create a comp, which is 1920 by 1080, 30 FPS. Let's go ahead and call it Iman animation. Duration is going to be 9 seconds, and I'll go ahead and click OK, create it. And the animation that we're going to recreate is this one from Iman Gazi. I'll go ahead and click on Fit. I'll mute the project, and let's go ahead and watch it. There is this line that creates this circle, the text, and the checkboxes. So that's what we're going to recreate. So first, let's go ahead and reduce our work areas because we're going to work here. We're not going to do this transition. This was part of an animation that he has done before in the video. We're just going to focus on this line moving and then on the circle creating and the checkboxes and the text, which is everything that we have done until now. So let's go ahead and start by creating the background. To create the background, let's go ahead and create new solid, and we'll use this color right here, and I'll click OK. Once you have created this solid, I'll go ahead and duplicate it. And this time I'll go right here on the effects and look for a grid and drag it on top. And as you can see, I will recreate this kind of grid. What I will do is make the lines closer. So I'll go ahead and look for the lines right here and make them closer. Something like this. Actually a bit more. That's kind of what we are looking at right here in Iman's animation. So I'll re-enable our background. And then I will go ahead and go on the drop-down menu and on the opacity click around 30% to make it less visible. As you can see, it's what Iman has done. Actually, Iman has made it even less visible, so I'll go on opacity and click on 20. Perfect. Now we have our background. I'll go ahead and rename this to grid, rename this to background color, and rename this to animation, just to stay organized. And then I'll go at the end of my work area and I'll click Ctrl-Shift-D to cut this layer. And I'll do the same here so that all of the layers end here. So now we need to create this line right here. To create the line, we're going to go ahead and create a new and shape layer. And here we're going to draw a line with our pen tool. As you can see, it's going to create this line. However, we want it rounded. So let's go ahead and undo all of this. Let's use Iman's animation as a reference. As you can see, this is the line that he has. So what I will do is I will first reduce the stroke of the line that I will create. And then I will zoom in a bit. And I will click my first point right here when Iman's line starts. Then I will go right here. And while holding the point down, I haven't stopped clicking yet. By still holding the left click, I will drag this so that it creates a curved line. Perfect. Then I'll click another point right here, and I am still holding, and I'll modify this like so, something like this. And then I'll click another point right here, and I will drag it just like so that I create something similar. And then I will zoom out, move, and zoom in so that I can create something similar also here. So something like this. That's perfect. And then I will finish it off with a line like this. And now, as you can see, we have a similar line to the one from Iman. I will drag this down so that you can compare them. As you can see, they're really, really similar. So we'll go ahead and drag it back where it was. I will enable my background layers to see how this looks. Looks pretty good. And now we need to create another form, which is this circle. So to create that circle, once again, right click, new shape layer, and then I will click right here, and by holding down my left click on the shape tool, I can create an ellipse. So I will go ahead and create an ellipse, and to make sure that it's a circle, I will hold shift, which as you can see instantly changes it in a circle, and I'll make it big, something like this, and then I'll click V to get back to my selection tool, and I will drag it where my line ends, which is perfect. And then I will go ahead and rename this to circle, and I will rename this to line to stay organized. I will then go back into my line and actually go on the shape and change the stroke color to Iman's color. So I'll click on stroke, click this pick whip, and choose his color, which is perfect. Then I will put it back where it was, and I will go on effects and search for a glow. And I will drag the glow on top of my line, and I will increase the radius and decrease the intensity to something like 0.1. And we should get something similar to Iman's glow. Actually, we can make it even a bit more. So let's go with 0.5 maybe, something less, 0.25. And I think this is good now. It's really subtle, like Iman's animation. If we put it on solo, as you can see, it's really subtle. That's perfect. And now what we need to do is we will need to create the checkboxes and the text. So let's go ahead and create the checkboxes first. To create the checkboxes, we need first to create the box and then to create the actual check, the tick. So let's start by creating a new shape layer, and let's call it rectangle. And by holding left click, I will select the rounded rectangle tool, and I will create a square by holding shift once again. As you can see, if I do not hold shift, I am creating a normal rectangle. Instead, if I hold shift, it's a perfect square. So I have my perfect square now, and then I will go on the rectangle here into the contents, search for stroke, and then search for rectangle path and look for the roundness and move it up to something like 30. Actually, that's too much. Let's try 15. And I think we're getting somewhere. I'll make it a bit less, like 12. Okay, I really like 12. That's perfect. I will now reduce the thickness of the stroke to around 5, maybe even something more like 7. Yep. And then I will add a glow, just like so. I will increase the radius and reduce the intensity. And this is perfect. Now that we have our checkbox, we need to create our tick or check, however you want to call it. So to do that, we need to create a shape once again. So go right here once again, right click, new shape layer, and I will rename this to check so that we know what this is. And I will click on the pen tool. I will zoom in to make sure that I'm precise. And then I will drag a point right here. And then while holding shift, I'll drag another point so that I know that my line is straight. And then I'll drag another point on something like this. Actually, lead Ctrl Z and make it a bit higher. Something like this, yep. I did not hold shift for this one because if I hold shift, it's going to move just like so on a 45 degrees angle. And I want it to be a bit higher, so I'll do something like this. This looks good, all right. I made it go on top of the box on purpose because we will need for animating purposes later. For now, I'll just select it, go on stroke, use the color picker and drop it right here. And I will make it a bit darker, and then I will click OK, close the properties, open here and drag a small glow here. I will reduce the intensity to like 0.2, and I will increase the radius a bit, actually 0.4 maybe. Yeah, I like this more. All right, I really like how this is going. Now we have our check, line, circle. Now if I disable all of the solo layers, as you can see, we have our circle, line, check. We have to modify one last thing in the check. As you can see here, it has rounded corners and ours doesn't. To fix that, I'll go right here, contents, shape, stroke, and right here I will click on round cap, which is going to create round edges. And also on the line join, I will go right here and click once again round join, so that as you can see, it's rounded. And now we have the perfect rounded stuff like Iman. And now let's quickly recap what we have. We have our line, circle, and the checkboxes. The only thing we're missing is the text and to animate everything. So let's go ahead and create the text. As you can see, we have a text which says culmination. So I'll type culmination. The font is Montserrat. It's probably extra bold. I only have Montserrat bold, so I think we'll stick with this. And I will put it around here. I will reduce the font size to around 80 so that it matches with our text right here. That's perfect. And then I will remove the solo layer so that I can see also the rest. and it also says the highest point. So I'll copy this, paste it, and this time I'll type the highest point, and this is the same font, however, it's regular. And now we'll reduce the font size to around 30, and actually it's a bit bigger. Let's go with 35. I will move it on top, and yes, I think 35 is the right font size. So now that we have everything, let's unsolo all of the layers. Let's drag the text above our background. And as you can see, we have text, text, check, the line, and the circle. So let's start animating. First, let's look at the animation of the line. As you can see, it goes from the start to the end. So it starts from around here. So I'll unsolo this so that I can see my actual animation. I'll go to the drop-down menu and I will add trim paths. I'll go right here, reduce the end to around here, and then I will click a keyframe. I will go forward and I will actually check when does the animation end from Iman. It ends exactly here, as you can see. So I'll unsolo my layer now, and as you can see, this is the line that we are animating, and I will increase this until the end. So that now, as you can see, our line is moving like so, which is perfect. Then let's animate the circle. The circle is, as you can see, moving like that. So I will go at the start of the animation of the circle, which is exactly here. I will go on the circle, ellipse. I will add trim path. I will click it, and then I will disable the animation from Iman so that I can see what I'm actually doing. I will put the end to 0. I will click end, and then I will go forward until here where the line animation ends, and I will increase it to 100. So that now, as you can see, the animation is moving like so. However, there are a couple of things to fix now. The first one being, if I look at Iman's animation, as you can see, the circle is rounded while it's animated. Meanwhile, ours is not. So to fix that, we go on stroke, line cap, and we look for round cap. And as you can see, we have fixed the first problem. The second problem is that, as you can see, Iman's animation is way smoother than ours. If you look right here at the circle animation, it goes really fast at the start and slow at the end. And we want to create something similar. As you can see, it does a lot of range at the start and then it slows down. And the same goes for the line. As you can see, it starts fast and then slows down towards the end. In order to change this animation, we are going to use what's called the graph editor. So as of right now, we have used linear keyframes, normal keyframes. What we are going to use now is more advanced keyframes. So I will highlight them both and right-click on them, Keyframe Assistant, and click Easy Ease. This will allow the movement to, as you can see, start slow, then it goes really fast in the middle, and then slows down towards the end, as you can see from the circle. I'll replay it once again by scrubbing through. As you can see, it does a lot of motion at the start, and then it slows down towards the end. We have linear keyframes. Our motion in the circle is always the same at any point. So if I zoom in, you're going to see that each frame, it does the same amount of motion. It's linear keyframe and it's always the same amount. Meanwhile, in Iman's one, if I zoom in, you're going to see that Iman's animation, the amount of movement that it does per frame at the start is a lot, and towards the end, it becomes less, less, and less. And to achieve this is our animation, by the way, I will highlight both of our keyframes, right-click, Keyframe Assistant, and Easy Ease. And as you can see now, it goes kind of slow at the start, then it speeds up right here in the middle. It does a lot of motion, and then it slows down towards the end. However, to make this even closer to Iman's animation, I will highlight both of the keyframes and go in the graph editor. Right here, you can find these values, which will allow you to further edit your speed of movement. I'll quickly explain how this works. This is the top speed. Right here, if I scrub through, as you can see, the motion of the circle is going to be a lot, as you can see right now. Meanwhile, right here, where the graph is lower, the speed is going to be less. In fact, in this amount of time, it's only going to do this much space. As you can see, it's going pretty slow. Meanwhile, if I replay right here once again, as you can see, the range of motion is a lot. And we can leverage this by dragging these handles like so that here the speed is even faster, and the range of motion is even more, and towards the end, it slows down smoothly. So I will drag this like so that at the start, the animation is faster, and then it slows down, as you just saw. I'll replay it once again. It goes fast and then slows down. If you cannot edit this graph as I have just shown you, you have to right-click and click on Edit Speed Graph. If you can't, it means that you're probably on the value graph, which means that it gives you this kind of stuff. Do not mess with this, just go on the speed graph, which is way easier to use. And now we are going to close the graph editor, go in the line animation, highlight both of the keyframes, right-click, keyframe assistant, easy ease, and once again, go in the graph editor and do the same thing. I will make sure that most of the movement happens at the start of my animation, so that later down the line, it's way slower and smoother. So if I give it a look now, as you can see, we have it going fast and then everything slows down towards the end. I'll close the graph editor, and as you can see now, we have successfully animated two of our first motion graphics, the line and the circle. Now we need to animate the check, the box, and the text. Let's start from the text because it's a bit easier. So if we look at Iman's animation, there are two text animations. Let's go ahead and zoom in. As you can see, we have this one where the text slowly fades in and the letters get closer. And then there is the one below where it simply fades normally. So I will check when does the highest point animation start, which is exactly here. I will go on my highest point form, opacity, and I will hit a keyframe on 0. Then I will check when Iman's animation ends, which is exactly here, and I will create a keyframe on 100 opacity. So now if I look at my animation, as you can see now, this text is going to fade in like so, which is perfect, exactly what we wanted. Now let's go and animate our culmination text layer. As you can see here, the text moves closer. So as you can see, all of the letters move close to each other. They start far and they finish close. So to do that, I will select my text layer. As you can see here, there's a property that allows us to change what's called tracking. However, we cannot use this property as it does not have any keyframes. To create that effect, you need to go on the drop-down menu, click on Animate and Tracking. Once you're on Tracking, you're going to go at the start of where do you want the animation, which in this case is right here, where the opacity starts to come in, and I will click a keyframe, and then I will go forward and add another keyframe. Then I will go backwards, enable the opacity quickly just to check how much I want the tracking to be. So let's say something like this. I will redisable the opacity, and let's look at our animation now. That's perfect. So if we now go back to the start of our animations, we are going to find the line moving, the circle, the text, and the other text. And now the last thing that we are missing are the checkbox and the camera movement. So for the checkbox, as you can see, we have an animation which is a zoom in, and then after the zoom in, the tick starts to appear. So let's go ahead and disable the solo layer. Let's go ahead and animate our boxes actually. So to do that, I cannot just add some keyframes because as you can see, if I add some scaling keyframes, this weird movement happens. Why is that? That happens because let's take the rectangle as an example. If I go into the rectangle, as you can see, there is this small thing right here, which is called anchor point. The anchor point is not on the rectangle, but it's on the whole shape layer. So if you remember before, we have created a new shape layer. And whenever you create a shape layer, the anchor point is in the middle of the shape layer, exactly at 0, 0. And what happened is once we have created our rectangle right here, the anchor point got placed exactly at 0, 0. However, we have later changed the position of our layer and our anchor point has moved a bit. The problem is that the anchor point must be in the center of the square. The reason is each property which is modified right here is modified in relation to the anchor point. So to keep it simple, I will drag the anchor point closer and I will show you an example with the rotation. So if I now use the rotation on this square, it's going to rotate like this around the anchor point, as you can see right now. it's rotating around the anchor point, and it's not rotating on itself as it should be. So how do we fix that? Well, there are two ways. The first one is to go and drag the anchor point so that it's centered right here. As you can see, it's kind of centered in this way, and then I'll drag it upwards so that it's kind of in the middle, something like this. Or if you go in the Google document that is linked with this course, you're going to find the link to a plugin which is going to give you this anchor point modifier. And as you can see, you can put it to the left, to the right, to the center, which is what we actually want. And to explain you how this works further, if I put it to the right, now the rotation is going to work like this. And if I put it to the bottom right, the rotation is going to look like this around that anchor point. So I will hit Ctrl Z now and go back until we are back here. And what I will do is I will click this thing, which will drag the anchor point right in the middle of the square. And also I will close this and do the same for the check, because otherwise, if I don't do that, once again, the scale is going to be completely messed up. So now I will click this, and then I will highlight them both by holding Ctrl. I will click S for scale. As you can see, they're both scaling up and down at the same time. I will go right here and type 1960 by 540, and I'll do the same here, which is going to drag both the box and the tick to the center of the screen so that they can be perfectly centered. And I'll actually go on the check, click on scale, and reduce it to something like 105 so that it fits better. Actually, even something less, maybe 100. All right, perfect. And now, as you can see, it's going to scale perfectly inside the box. So what I will do now is I will go right here at a random point. I will highlight both of them by holding Ctrl, click S on scale, click the keyframe, and go forward and click another keyframe so that they're applied for both of them. Then I will go to the first keyframe and I will drag it on 0. So that, as you can see, this is what happens. Both of them scale at the same time, as you can see. Now, what I also want to happen is something that Iman has done right here. I'll zoom in so that you can see this. As you can see, I'll go frame by frame now, but as you can see, the tick slowly appears with trim paths, and then it slowly comes back a bit. So as you can see, it goes forward, and then it goes backwards a bit. And that's what we're going to recreate exactly here. So I'll go and I will add the trim paths. Once I've created the trim paths, I will go at the start of the first animation, the scale one. I will hit a keyframe on end and put it on 0. Then I will go towards the end and I will add it on 90. So that, as you can see, it's going to slowly appear. But that's not enough. I want to do what Iman did. So I'll go 3 frames backwards and I will add this to 100. So that, as you can see, it's going to create and then come back. Now, what I want to happen is to space everything more. So I will highlight the final keyframes. I will hold Shift and highlight this keyframe as well, and then move everything by a bit. And let's see how this looks like now. We have this, and then it comes back. What I will do now is I will highlight these keyframes, then I will Shift and highlight these ones as well. I will go on Keyframe Assistant and Easy Ease. This will allow for a smoother movement, as you can see, and I will actually space this out a bit more. And now, as you can see, we have our animation done. And what we're going to do now is go ahead and reduce this. And then I'm going to highlight the rectangle. And while holding Ctrl, I'll highlight the check. I will right-click them and I will click Pre-Compose. And I will call this box with check. And this will basically create this pre-composition of the box, as you can see. And what I will do now is I will simply place it somewhere around here so that it's also aligned with the grid. And now, as you can see, the animation is going to happen like this, which is perfect. So now what I can do is highlight this layer by clicking it, copy it and paste it, and then just go on P for position and move it a bit to the right, let's say until here so that it fits with the grid. And then I will copy and paste, and then I will highlight, copy, paste, and click P for position, and then move this once again. and then copy paste and P4 position and move this once again and do the same over and over until I have as many of these layers as I want. I will do one more, and now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll copy paste and do the last one so that we have 7. So now this is what our animation looks like. As you can see, we have our boxes appearing all at the same time. If you want to make them happen at different time frames, all that I need to do is I go at the start and I choose, let's say I want to space them by 20 frames. What I will do is I will click Ctrl Shift and the right arrow key to go forward 10 frames, and I'll click that twice, and I will drag the second pre-comp exactly here. Then I will do the same, 1 and 2, so 20 frames. I will move this here, 1 and 2, 20 frames, 1 and 2, 20 frames, and I will move this one this time, 1 and 2, I will drag here, and then I will drag the last one. And as you can see, this is what we have right now. We have the line, the circle, the boxes, and the text animation. To finish this animation, we just need to touch onto the last key element that we can find in the new section. Once we right click right here and we go on new, we can find the null object. The null object is extremely useful. I will hide it for now. And as you can see right here in Iman's animation, there is a smooth zoom in, as you can see, on the whole composition. You can see this by checking the grid right here. As you can see, it slowly moves in right now, and everything follows the zoom. And to create this effect, we need to use what's called a null object. Here's how you use it. Let's go ahead and disable the slow layer for Iman so that we can actually see our animation. Right now, there is no animation whatsoever. However, if you want to implement an animation, what we need to do is highlight all of the layers that we do want to animate. So all of this, and we will use this pick whip icon to link them to the null. And now, once I go on the null properties and I modify something, as you can see, it's going to move the whole composition. And we're going to use this feature by going at the start, putting a keyframe on scale, and then going at the end and adding another keyframe at around 120. And this is going to allow us to have this smooth zoom in. As you can see right now, there is this zoom that you can see from the sides, and we are having everything animated at the same time, which is perfect. It's what is used by Iman, and this concept of a null is extremely important. It allows you to move everything in a matter of a couple of clicks. You just link everything to the null, and then you move the null. And usually to remember that this is the thing that is animating the whole scene, I usually rename it to animator and then change this icon to orange so that I can remember that this is animating the whole scene. And as you can see, we're going to have this zoom in. Also, since the scene is not completely centered, I could also go ahead and move this a bit to the left like so that right now when I play this, as you can see, everything is centered. And as you can see, there is a small problem in the background because the background is not completely covering the screen. To fix that, we can just go on the grid and increase the scale to like 105. And I will do the same with the background. I will click S for scale, 105, and then P for position, and I'll just move it a bit to the right. As you can see, we now have this animation, which is completely centered, culmination, highest point, all the takes, and motion graphics. And that's perfectly what Iman Gadzhi had done. And this was a perfect way to teach you how to use animations, pre-comps, some text animations, and just overall repeating what we have said before with lines, circle, trim paths, grids, backgrounds, and all of this stuff. This is a really simple animation, which uses really simple techniques, but it's highly effective and looks really professional, as you can see. I will see you now in the next lesson where we'll talk about transitions. You will also be able to find this animation in the project files as usual. So let's go ahead and create a new comp. I'll call it transitions, keep the aspect ratio 16:9, 30 FPS, and click OK. I will drag some footage. For the first transition, I will just use some stock footage, as you can see, and I want to blend these scenes. I got them in Pexels. It's a free stock footage. website. So what I will do is I will start by creating a blur transition. This is one of my favorite ones. To create it, you need to go right here, right click on new, and go on adjustment layer. And adjustment layers is the way that we're going to create most of our transitions. How do adjustment layers work? Well, as you can see, when you enable them, this icon is going to be clicked and you want it to be ticked. And if it's ticked, basically whatever effect you apply on this layer, it's going to be applied on layers below. So if right now I search for fast box blur and I drag it on top of my clip, as you can see, I will have my effect control right here. And if I increase it, both of my clips that are below my adjustment layers will be affected by my blur. Instead, if I go ahead and drag a clip on top, for example, this clip is not going to be affected. That's how simple adjustment layers are. We'll use the adjustment layers to color grade later in another lesson, but for now, let's focus on this transition. So I'll go at the moment where the clip ends. Right here, as you can see, there is the clip change if I go one frame backwards and forward. I will go on my adjustment layer, on effect, fast box blur, and I will put a keyframe, and let's put this blur at around 50, and then I'll go 3 frames backwards, and I'll put it on 0, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3 forward where I was, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 forward, and I'll put this on 0. And as you can see, if I now go full screen, you're going to see this transition, which is perfect. It's pretty subtle, as you can see. It can be really useful. Now, when it comes to our transitions, we will almost only use keyframes because that's the best way to do it. And let's now go over another type of transition, which is not a blur, but it's a flash. So you can use this where you want to simulate a picture being taken, a screenshot, all of that cool stuff. So to do that, let's go ahead and remove this adjustment layer. This time I'll do this with a solid, and I will choose the color to white because that's the color of which our flash is going to be. I will put our solid right here. I will go in the middle. I will go on white and click T so that I can bring the opacity control. And I will put a keyframe on 100. And then I will go 1 frame backwards. And I will put the opacity on 0. So that, as you can see, it appears from nowhere. And then I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 frames forward, and I will drag it to 0. And as you can see, this is what happens. There is this flash. However, this might not look good for you, as maybe you're trying to have a darker vibe to your edit, and having a full frame which is completely white might hurt the eyes of the viewer. So to avoid that, you can go right here on the blend mode, and instead of normal, go ahead and click on overlay. And as you can see, this is what we have now. We're going to have this flash, which is noticeable, but it's not going to be completely white. It's just going to have this kind of flash, as you can see. And you should always top this off with a sound effect of a camera shutter. You can find them on YouTube. Another transition that is commonly used is if I go on keyframes, this time we don't even need any adjustment layers. I can just do some opacity keyframes and reduce it to 0, and then go ahead and bring this from 0 to 100. This is a common transition that you find, and as you can see, it just creates this black fade. However, there is a better way to doing this that I really like more, and that is, instead of using these normal keyframes, using an effect called gradient wipe. So if I go ahead and drag this gradient wipe in After Effects, and I drag it right here and right here, I can go ahead and go on Effects, Gradient Wipe, and then I can go forward until right here, and then drag this. As you can see, this is what happens. It's going to disappear like this. I'll put it to 100%, and then I'll make it softer. And making it softer means that basically this is what happens. The light disappears slowly. I'll make it a bit longer. And then I'll go on the second clip. I will go on Effects, Gradient Wipe. I will bring this to 100, keyframe on both. Now I'll go forward, bring this to 0, and then I'll go around in the middle and check how much I want the softness to be. I'll do around 50, and this is how it looks now. As you can see, there is the gradient. As you can see, the gradient makes it disappear like this, which I like even more, and that's perfect. You can use these fundamentals of using the effects and presets to do basically any transition. You could also go ahead and create a new adjustment layer and drag on the CC lens. This is another transition that I sometimes use. So you go right here, right before the clip ends, you go on the lens and you put it back to normal. So 500. You click here, you click on effects, CC lens, and then you click a keyframe on size. You go forward, and right here where the clip ends, and you decrease this a bit to around 250, let's say. And then you go forward and you re-increase this to 500. And as you can see, this is the effect that you have. It's really subtle. If you want it to be even more visible, you can bring this down to, let's say, 150. And now this is the effect that we are going to have. It's way more visible. You can drag this even to 100 if you want, although I don't suggest to make this too noticeable like this. I usually prefer more subtle transitions. And that's how you do transitions. And one last thing that I want to talk about is how to create a color grade transition. And let's just say that I want to do a comparison between this image, which is the original, and this one, because I want to show how good I am at color grading, for example. I'll show you how to do all of this stuff later. Don't worry, right now I just want to show you that cool transition, that white transition that people do to show the before and after. And the way to do it is by right-clicking new shape layer, and then you're going to draw a line. Make sure to hold shift so that the line is straight, and then you can choose something like a black color. And then you can go right here and you click on P for position, you drag the line around here at the start of your clip on the left, and then you go on the clip that is on top. So in this case, it's the one with the orange flowers, as you can see. This is the clip that is on top. I will go ahead and click on the pen tool, and I will drag a line right here where the line that I've created is. And then I will finish this by creating a mask like so, as you can see. And now I'll go on mask and click on invert so that I can have the orange flowers on the right side of this mask and the yellow flowers on the left side. So what I will do is now I will simply go right here on mask and create keyframes on everything and create a keyframe on position of this line exactly here as well. And then I will go when I want my color grading transition to end. So let's say it's there. And I will place keyframes everywhere. And what I will do is I will drag the line over, so something like this, and then I will click on the mask and I will actually drag this over as well. And now we'll check how this looks. And as you can see, the mask is going too fast. And that's because what I want to do is I want to have this part right here, like so. So I check if now they're going at the same speed. As you can see, they are. And as you can see, they are going at the same speed. You can zoom in to check. They're going at the same speed because they've started and they will end in the same spot, and they go at the same speed. And then actually the square was too small. So I will go back to my mask here and I will click on the mask path, and then I will go right here and add a point to my mask, and then I will drag it over. And then I will add another point right here and drag it over. As you can see, we now have this transition where this black line changes the color grading, which is pretty cool. You could actually go ahead and make this reverse. So I'll actually copy my mask and then paste it here and then remove it right here. I will drag this layer below. So as you can see, what's going to happen is the exact opposite, and the orange flowers are going to be discovered right now instead of the yellow ones. Just up to preference on what you want to do. And before leaving, I'll show one last transition that it's pretty cool and I like it. So I'll remove everything. I will change my comp settings to HD social media portrait aspect ratio, so 9:16, and I'll drag in this zoom transition that I want to have between this clip and this clip right here. Now for this transition, I want it to be a zoom transition. And the way to do zoom transitions isn't to create an adjustment layer, because adjustment layers do not work with transform properties. So if I increase the scale, as you can see, the scale of this clip is not going to be affected. However, it does with null objects, which is what we have seen in the last lesson. So if I go ahead and link both of the clips to the null object, And now I go right here, right before everything happens, and I drag the scale in, and then I click a keyframe, and then I go forward in the next clip and drag the scale out, something like this. And then I go back into this clip and I increase the scale, something like this. Although I do not place any keyframes, I just want to make sure that it fits the whole screen. This is what's going to happen. As you can see, we have a zoom out transition. I'll space the keyframes and replay this. As you can see, there is the zoom out. I really like this. I will make sure that the zoom out is even stronger, so something like this. And then I will highlight them both, click on F9 so that I easy use keyframes. You can also once again go right here on keyframe assistant and easy ease. And then let's check the transition once again. It's really smooth, as you can see. I really like it. I'll highlight them both and go in the graph editor though, because I want to increase the speed in the middle. As you can see right now, the speed is minus 1000% per second. I think this is good. Let's go ahead and play this now. And yeah, I think this is really smooth. I'll play this in full screen, as you can see, and I really like this. To make it even better, we could go right here and add motion blur, and as you can see, this is what's going to be like now with the motion blur in the middle, which makes it even better. So I'll replay this once again, and as you can see, this is the final thing that we have. So we're done with this lesson with transitions. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll talk about rotoscoping and how to add stuff behind a person, which means squares, text, all of that stuff. Let's talk about rotoscoping and masking. This is one of the last videos released by Alex Hormozi, and there is this green screen which is using in the background. And as you can see throughout the whole video, the green screen changes, as you can see, and it becomes this pink and purple thing, and then it becomes green with this vignette and noise, and then it becomes purple. So I'll show you how to do all of this stuff by using rotoscoping and chroma keying. So let's start from here. As you can see, we have the green screen, and if we want, we could go ahead and go on Effects and Preset, search for a key, and we're going to find the color key. We can drag it on top, click the green screen. However, as you can see, it's not going to work properly because the green screen is not uniform. It's not really easy to select. Instead of the color key, we could add the key light, which works a bit better, as you can see. And you could basically play with these settings until you get a background removal. However, I don't really like to do this, as it's not easy when the green screen is not uniform with the same color, same lighting. So what I will do is I will go right here on this little thing, which is the rotor brush tool. I'll click it, and then I will click on my character once. And as you can see, it's going to open this rotor brush here. And before going forward, as you can see, there is a mistake. The footage has a different frame per second than my composition. So I'll go back in the project and I'll go on my composition settings and put the frame rate to 60, because that's what apparently the clip that I imported is using. As you can see now, the error disappeared. If you can no longer see your rotoscoping tool, that means that you're probably here in the composition. Just go in the layer, rotoscoping, and then drag a small circle right here. And as you can see, you're going to have this pink thing right here. So what you will do now is go ahead and start dragging lines so that you create, as you can see, a mask around your character. The rotor brush tool is going to do it on its own, and the fact that there is already a green screen makes this way easier for the rotor brush tool to recognize where does the person end. So I will go ahead and do this, and I will also actually add the whiteboard in this, because we are going to put text and change the background behind the whiteboard as well. So I'll go ahead and do this, and then I'll click right here on the leg. And now, as you can see, all of this part is selected. However, I want this green screen in the middle to be deselected. So I will go here in the middle and holding Alt. As you can see, the rotor brush is going to become red, and I will drag it here. And then I will keep going here on the leg. I will zoom in and try and modify the leg here so that it is a bit better. Perfect. And now I'll do the same right here with this leg. Remove it here. All right, looks good. And then I'll do the same here once again. And I will remove this. And that's perfect. Now I'll also add this. And now, as you can see, I have this pink mask around the legs of the whiteboard, Alex, and the whiteboard, the actual whiteboard. So now I'm going to hit play, and as you can see, the player head is going forward, and as you can see, the mask is applying to the frames. Whenever you see some mistake, so let's say around here, there is some mistake around here, as you can see, you get your roto brush tool and you increase it slightly here. You reduce this, increase this. Perfect. And now you keep going forward, and as you can see, this mask is going to keep propagating in time, as you can see. And after a bit, as you can see, the perspective changes and it keeps changing the background properly. As you can see, there is a small mistake here. So I'll take my roto brush tool and remove it, and then I'll go back and play this. I also want to make sure that the mask is closer to Alex. I'll go ahead and play this once again so that we have our roto brush going. And as you can see, it's creating a mask right around our character. Here we have a bit of a mistake, so I'll go ahead and remove this, and then remove this, and then I will add this, remove this, and then add the leg. I will make sure that it's like so. I will unite them, and then I will do the same here on the leg. Remove this, add this, and that's perfect. And now I'll go ahead and keep playing once again so that the mask can keep going. And now we have probably gotten to the end of our clip. And now let's go ahead and keep going again and again. I've completed my roto brush now, and as you can see, there is some green on the edges. So to fix that, I will go on the rotoscoping, decontaminate edges, click on, and then I will increase the radius by a bit so that there is some blur on the edges. And if you want to know what you're actually doing, you can click on view map, and this is the part that is going to be blurred, the white one. So I'll leave it like this, and then I'll go right here on new and create a new solid. And if I drag it behind, as you can see now, we have a new background. And if we look at the backgrounds that were used right here, as you can see, there is a green with a vignette and some noise. And then there is a purple with some vignette and some noise. I want to change my white solid actually. So I'll go right here, search for tint, and I will drag the tint on top of my layer. And then I will choose whatever color I want. So let's say I want this purple right here. I will copy the color and I will paste it right here on the black as well. So that now, as you can see, I have this purple. And to create the vignette effect, I'll go on effects and presets, and I will search for vignette. I will drag it on top, and as you can see, we now have our vignette. I can increase the amount to whatever I want, and then I can choose the noise to add some noise to my background. As you can see, I will add it to something like this, and I will remove color noise. Now we have created this really similar effect to Alex. And one more thing that we can use rotoscoping for is, for example, we have right here at the start, we have 20 million in profit, and it's behind Alex's head. And to do that, you can just select a random frame where you have your background and your rotoscope layer, and you can go on text and you create a text, let's say $10 million in extra profit. And then I will highlight all of this and put this to 0. And now, as you can see, I can go ahead and drag it right here, and then I can drag it below my rotoscope layer. And as you can see, it is going to create this kind of stuff. And you can use this effect like this, or you can also just remove the text and make, for example, a shape. I'll make the fill gray and remove the stroke. And I can drag it right here, drag it below my rotoscope layer. And if I click on P for position, I can place a keyframe and then go forward and place a keyframe right here and make it appear like so, for example. And as you can see, this is what happens. The shape gets out like so from the background, as you can see, and it appears right there, which is perfect. And that's how you use rotoscoping to remove backgrounds and make sure that stuff appears from behind someone. You can also use this if people do not have a green screen. That's why this technique is so powerful. In fact, I could also go ahead and rotobrush Alex in this exact position and then put anything behind him. As you can see, the rotobrush is going to recognize him from the background. And as you can see, if I now scrub through, I'm going to see that he has been removed from the background. I just need to go back to my composition. And as you can see, he's completely removed from the background. And I have my purple background that I can change to whatever color I want. which is perfect. And that's it for this part on rotor brushing. I just want to quickly touch on masks. We have already used masks in the last lesson where we were doing a color grading transition, but basically how does a mask work? Well, a mask is used with the pen tool, and I can mask out a certain area of my image, and as you can see, this is the only image that it's going to show. I can also zoom in and drag precise masks if I want, and then I can just close it as I'd like. And you can also invert masks by clicking here, so that everything that is masked is the only thing that is not going to show, which is really, really powerful. And one way of using it is by going right here, clicking on new, solid. I'll choose the color as black. I'll hit enter, and now I can create a mask like so. I have Alt Shift all the way through so that I create straight lines. And now I'll go right here on masks, and there is this property called feather. And basically by increasing the feather, I can create this kind of black fade on the bottom of my screen, which is really, really useful. And I do this in a lot of my videos, especially shorts, because it adds this kind of fade. And of course, you could do this with any color, but in my opinion, black looks the best. And then one last thing, if you go right here and you delete this, you can also, while holding the layer, you can click on the rectangle tool and you will create a mask on this layer. So if you want an actual rectangle mask, you can go right here and do it like so. And then you can go on masks and feather it properly. And you can also change the opacity of the mask. The most important part of the mask is the mask path, which allows you to keyframe the mask. So I'll click a keyframe on mask path, and then I click another one here, and I just drag it above by doing like this, and then I just click on mask path here, and I'll just drag it above, and it's going to be creating a keyframe. Actually, I'll create a white layer so that you can see it better. So right here, white, okay. I'll drag the black above, and as you can see now, the black is moving above, so that's pretty cool. And you can use this to also create a vignette effect manually. So you delete the mask by clicking backspace, then you choose the ellipse tool by holding the shape tool, and then you just double click on the ellipse tool and it's going to create this mask. And then you can just invert it and you can go on feather, and now you're going to have this vignette effect, as you can see, which is pretty cool. I usually use the vignette effect, but this is another way to do it. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll talk about color grading in After Effects. I'll see you there. In order to color grade our clip, I've gone back and re-imported the clip that we had before from Pexels, and I'll show you how to do it. So the first thing that we're going to do is create a new adjustment layer so that all the clips below the adjustment layer are going to be affected by our changes. And I will go right here in the color correction section in the effects and presets and drag some of these effects on top of my clip, on top of my adjustment layer. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll go ahead and drag a brightness and contrast, and I will use this to increase the contrast a bit so that the blacks, as you can see right now, they feel a bit faded, and right now they feel more sharp and crisp. And then I will look for a hue and saturation effect. I will go on saturation, and as you can see, I can increase it or decrease it. And what I will do is I will actually increase it slightly, not too much. And then I can increase the lightness. However, I do not want to change this. I actually want to increase the brightness a bit of the whole clip. And now we are really getting somewhere. So I'll now go ahead and search for the vibrance effect. I will drag it on top of my clip, and I will increase this value to around 70 so that the whole clip is going to be more vibrant. And then I will look for sharpen. I will drag it on top, and let's see if it fits with our clip. I do not want to use this too much, otherwise, as you can see, it's going to create this kind of grain. So I'll just leave it at around 80. Actually, maybe something less. Something like 50 should do the job. And as you can see, this is what it looks like without our adjustment layer and with our adjustment layer as of right now. As you can see, the quality and the vibrance of our clip dramatically increased, and our colors are way better. I could actually go ahead and reduce the contrast a bit to around 13 so that This is what it was before and this is what it is now. Ideally, you do not want to overdo your color correction. But as you can see, if I now highlight my adjustment layer, go on the pen tool, and I create a mask like this, you can see the difference between the left side and the right side where the color grading is not applied. This one looks way more vibrant and way more sharp, as you can see, compared to this one. And now I will go ahead and drag another clip, and as you can see, our color grading already looks like it's pretty good on this new image. Although what I want to do is actually go ahead and use also some curves. Now we don't necessarily need them. The color grading would be already pretty good, but I just want to show you how curves work. This is a bit more advanced color grading, and the way curves work is you can go ahead and drag some points on your curves, like so, and then you can drag certain points to create certain effects, as you can see. The best way to go about it is, as you can see, you can drag the brightness up or you can bring it down. As you can see, you should always go for some small changes when it comes to curves. So maybe increasing the brightness a bit or reducing it a bit. It's really useful if you want to create, for example, a scene which is in the night. You might want to reduce the brightness a bit. Meanwhile, if the scene is in the day, you might want to increase it a bit. Honestly, depends from what you're trying to accomplish. You can also go right here and instead of changing it for RGB, which means red, green, and blue, so it's the brightness, you can change it only to the red so that, as you can see, the red is going to increase. And you can once again do some smooth changes to increase or decrease these. Just remember that if you go below, the clip is going to have a greenish look because green is the opposite color of red. And if you go above, it's of course going to be red. So you want to keep this in mind and move it slightly if you want to change this. In this case, I don't want to. And then you can go on green. And if you increase it, it's going to be green. If you decrease it, it's going to be pink, as you can see. And then there is blue, which is going to be blue on the top and yellow on the bottom. Usually this is used if you want to create a cold feeling to your image, you're going to increase the blue. Meanwhile, if you want to create a warm color vibe, you want to decrease it so that it's more yellow, as you can see. Another thing to keep in mind if you want to color grade is that right here in the effects and presets, there is the tint effect, which we have already used, and it can basically allow you to change the color of your image. You can change how much does the tint affect your image. And if you want to create a duotone on your image, you can go right here. For example, we want to create a red duotone on our image. I can go on the white and then go on the red and put it to a dark red. And then if I remove everything else here, as you can see, I will get this kind of image. This kind of duotone is often used by Imangazi in his videos, where he has animations which are colored with the red color. They're usually images made by AI, and then he adds a color correction on top, which creates this kind of red duotone. So it's something to keep in mind if you want to create a duotone like this. You could also maybe want to make it aqua/blue, so you would create an aqua here and a darker blue right here. And as you can see, your image is going to become only aqua and blue, which is going to create a really cool effect. For example, I've created this AI image in ChatGPT, and if I now remove the mask from my adjustment layer, as you can see, I can create this kind of duotone in my image with an Imangazi style. I can also increase the blue and reduce this so that I create even more contrast. And if I want to recreate the actual red, I can go with something like this and then something like this, which is going to recreate the duotone that we want. So that's it for this really simple color grading lesson on After Effects. All that you need to do is use the effects and presets and drag everything on top of an adjustment layer. Although if you want to color grade everything in the same way, you should use an adjustment layer. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll talk about how to render your projects. Let's talk about export settings. Let's take, for example, the animation that we've done before, the Imangazi style animation, and we're going to now go ahead and export this thing. So the first thing that we want to do is go ahead and choose an in point and an out point. Let's say that I want to start exactly here. So I will drag my work area until all the way to the left. and then I'll go forward to the right until here, because that's where I want to end my export. So I will drag my work area around here, and I will make sure to hold shift so that it automatically snaps. What I will do now is I will play the video so that I make sure that everything is good, and it looks like it is, which is perfect. So since we have this, we can now go ahead and export. To export, you go on the render queue, and you might not have your render queue. If you do not, you go on window and you search for render queue right here. So I actually closed it, so I'll reopen it. And then you can drag your composition. In this case, mine is called comp1. Make sure that you're not exporting box with a check, because if you export box with a check, this composition, you're going to only export this box with a check. So in order to avoid that, you drag the right composition. You can also see right here that it's the right one. You drag it, and then you go right here on the output model. Now, the best export settings are this one. H.264 with the channel being RGB, depth you leave it on millions of colors, and color pre-multiplied method. Then you go below, crop, you leave it like that because your composition settings are already good. And then you can choose the audio output. I leave it on 60-bit because it's the default and I just like to keep it on default. And then you can go on stereo or mono. So what's the difference between mono and stereo? Stereo is what you should always use, because when people are going to replay your audio with a normal device like a phone, there's going to be zero difference. But if people have headphones, there are two sides from which the audio comes from, the right side and the left side, because headphones have two different sides from which the output comes from. And stereo allows you to have a better output for your headphones. Meanwhile, mono levels up the audio and makes the same audio come out from the left and the right side. And in some cases, it actually comes out only from one of the sides. So always leave it on stereo, because it's going to give a better overall experience to your audience. Once you have done this, there is also the color tab. I usually do not even touch this. I just click on OK. And now you have custom H.264, and you choose your output. So you choose a random file that you want to export to, and you name your file to animation, and you just save it. And once you have done that, there is one last thing that you need to do, which is to render. You click render, and it's going to slowly render, as you can see. And once it has slowly rendered, you're going to have your video as an MP4 file. But I want to quickly touch on something else, because you might also want to export something without the background. And you can do that in After Effects. So let's go back to our comp. Let's disable all of the layers, and let's only choose this checkbox. Let's also disable the animator. And let's say that I only want to export this stick right here with this animation, because maybe I want to use it in multiple of my projects. To do that, you make sure that you have your box as the only thing selected. You go at the start of the animation by holding shift so that it snaps right here. And then let's say that I want to export until the end. You go on render queue, you drag once again the comp that you want to export. And as you can see, you now have your comp here, and we have to change our output module right here, because if I export it as it is right now, there is going to be a black background. So I'll go right here, and instead of H.264, if I want to export without the background, I need to export as QuickTime. And here I need to click RGB plus alpha. Now I want to give you a warning. This might not be enabled. And if it's not enabled, what you need to do is go on format options and click on animation. If it's anything else but animation, as you can see, RGB plus alpha is going to be locked. So you go right here and you click on animation, you click OK, and then you go on RGB plus alpha, you click OK, and then it's going to change to period MOV instead of MP4. It's completely fine. As you can see now, it's going to export as QuickTime MOV. You're going to export it like this. You can call it checkbox template. You export it, you save, and then you render it. And then if I drag it back in, as you can see, I'll drag it on top of everything, and then I will enable all of the layers. I right now have my checkbox animation right here. If I disable all of the layers, as you can see, there is the checkbox. If I enable the background and the grid, as you can see, I will have my animation appearing right here. And that's because I have successfully exported it without the background, as you can see. And you can drag these on any editing software, and it's going to be without the background. So it could be Premiere Pro, CapCut, DaVinci Resolve, anything. If you want to open it from your file, though, you're going to have an error probably because your codec is not supported by your computer. But it's completely fine. It's going to work flawlessly in your projects. And this is how to render your project. Welcome to the first lesson of this course. In this course, I'll teach you how to create high quality short form content. The three platforms that I'll cover in this course are going to be YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, which are the main platforms for fast reach. However, keep in mind that it's possible for you to also upload on Snapchat, Facebook, X, Pinterest, whatever you can think about to get some reach. Simply what I found is that you get most of your reach on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Therefore, it's not really worth it to upload on the other three platforms. Let's get started by saying that the videos which we will recreate are going to be in bold motivation style, which means they're going to be with high quality color correction, high quality clips, high quality subtitles, high quality sound effects, high quality musics, and high quality transitions. The reason why we're recreating this specific style is because it looks very pleasing to the eye and it looks really hard to recreate so that people get scared and don't try. However, it's not that hard once you have After Effects and Premiere Pro. We will not even use any paid plugins, which makes this style affordable for anyone that has $1 a day to spend on After Effects and Premiere Pro. So without further ado, let's get started by showing my results. So let's start with the worst performing account, which is Instagram. I've gotten a reach of 3,600 accounts. This has happened in 14 days, which means 2 weeks, and a total of 25 followers, with the highest viewed video being this one, which features David Goggins, and also this one featuring Alex Hormozi and Chris Williamson. Next is TikTok, which is the second best performing social media. As you can see, I've gone over a bit of an incubation period at the start, and then I've gotten consistent 1K views, except here where I've gotten a strike on one of my videos. And then if you go on the YouTube, this is the best performing platform by far. As you can see, we have 80K views in the same 14 days. We have had spiking at around 14K views, and currently the best performing video is this one by David Goggins, which, as you can see, it's still climbing in views. After only 3 days, it's already at 17K, and it keeps going up and up. So this might actually break the 50K barrier somewhat soon. Now, a quick thing before moving forward on why you should absolutely post on YouTube is because YouTube is the platform where the reach is fastest and it has the best analytics. So as you can see here, you can see your retention graph of the video. And as you can see, this is a really good retention graph. It's super flat, and that's what you want. The only mess up that I've done is here in the hook, which I'll show you in the following lesson where we'll talk about picking the right clips. However, for the moment, just keep in mind that you should always aim for a really high retention rate and a really high views versus wiped away ratio. This ratio was at around 80%, and then the more YouTube pushes the video, the more the ratio is going to lower a bit, but I'll explain everything later in depth in the analytics lesson. For now, just keep in mind that we'll need to shoot for really high stats to go viral on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, and for that reason, we'll need top tier content. And that's why this course is going to be 90% based on content and how to produce really high quality content. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about the class project. Now, your class project is going to be to create a theme page like the one I have right here. You can create it on any social media you want. I highly suggest you to do it on all three. And once you have done that, you're going to go ahead and watch the next lesson, which is going to be on branding. There, I'll teach you how to create or source a logo from the internet, modify it so that it's yours and customized and it's not stolen from someone else, how to create a bio, and if necessary, a link in bio. And then to finish off the class project, you're going to upload one video in the style which I'll teach in the following lessons. That's your class project. To submit it, you simply submit the link of your YouTube channel or Instagram profile or TikTok, whatever you prefer, into the class project section. And you can also add a small description to tell me what the theme page is about, if it's a meme theme page, if it's a motivational theme page, the niche you have chosen to go down. I highly suggest to do podcast clips, but the niche is going to be up to you. We'll talk about that as well in the next lesson before the branding. So I'll see you there. So the thing that is separating us from uploading our content now is picking a niche / target audience that we want to target. If we pick, for example, bold motivation, as you can see, what they try to do is usually motivate people and prove to them that everything is possible. So for example, if we go under shorts, as you can see here, we have a body transformation of someone that was really fat and lost lots of weight. Here we have a Shark Tank story of someone that got rejected by all 4 of the sharks and went ahead and became a shark himself and started investing in companies as a billionaire. Here we have a fat guy that decides to dedicate himself to running, and so on and so forth. This is what the main goal of this page is in most of the videos. So what we want to do is try and go ahead and pick a niche ourselves. So the one I've picked is really similar. What I've gone ahead and do is picked a podcast which I used to watch. The podcast I'm talking about is the one from Chris Williamson. As you can see, he uploads content daily, and this allows me to never run out of content, so that I can go ahead and upload daily on my page as well. I can also take inspiration from his shorts already, so I can see which one of his recent clips are doing the best, and I can maybe take inspiration from them and recreate them myself. Ideally, you should look for a podcast as well. You can pick whatever you want as your niche. You can also stay as broad as Bolt Motivation. Bolt, as you can see, picks his clips from movies, from TV series, movies, podcast, real life transformation, gym footage, movie footage, podcast, movie. As you can see, it's a bit of a mix. In my opinion, podcasts are easier than movies to edit, because with movies you might encounter copyright strikes from the owners of the movies, and also it's not easy to find high quality footage from the movies. Meanwhile, podcasters upload their videos in 4K resolution, which is extremely useful as it allows you to create high quality content right off the bat. The only podcast I would kind of stay away from is Joe Rogan's, as there are lots of people clipping Joe Rogan's podcast. And don't get me wrong, if you make good videos, you'll manage to blow up also with Joe Rogan, but there's just so many clips that have been used so many times already that I just didn't think it's worth it. So I went with Chris, which is a podcast that I always watch anyway. Now, once you've chosen your podcast, I suggest to niche even down and choose a topic around you'll make most of your videos. Now, the main niche that I've gone around is mindset, because I like this niche a lot. And there are 3 podcasts from Alex Hormozi which had some really good quotes I could use already. There's David Goggins, there's Jordan Peterson quotes. I have tons of content around mindset, so I decided to go about this. Don't get me wrong, I still sometimes upload different kind of videos. For example, this one was dating advice for young men, which is still kind of around mindset, but it's mostly relationship advice. So you don't need to stick precisely to your niche. You can vary a bit. Just try and give your audience always the same type of content. If you have a theme page around memes, for example, like SpongeBob memes, just name a random character, when YouTube is going to feed them your videos, they're probably just going to stay for SpongeBob meme videos, and they're not going to stay for David Goggins videos, because your audience simply will not care. So try and stick to your niche as much as possible, and you should be fine. So now let's go ahead and talk about the branding of your channel. Now right here, I've gone onto the customization tab on YouTube, but you can do it from TikTok and Instagram as well. It's not going to be hard at all. So for the profile picture, you should get a logo. I've gotten my logo by simply searching it up online, Modern Wisdom logo, and I found this one, which was high resolution. So I just saved this, and then I've gone into Photoshop, and then you just drag your logo into Photoshop, and then you just remove the background if there is a background by clicking on this quick selection tool. You just go around like this, and as you can see, it's going to select your logo. You mask it, and then what you do is you click on color overlay, and now you can choose the color of your logo as you'd like, and then you just add a bit of glow, and boom, you have your logo. It's going to be super fast. That's how I did the logo. Literally took me 3 minutes. And then for the rest of the branding, you go on the basic info, you choose a name which is relevant to the podcast. For my theme page, since the name of the podcast is Modern Wisdom, I've simply called it Modern Wisdom Shorts. And then for the handle, which is the unique name of your channel, I've just chosen Chris, which is the name of the podcaster, Wisdom, which is the second name of the podcast, Shorts. Super simple. And then the description, once again, super simple. The best clips from the host of the Modern Wisdom podcast. And then the second sentence, I've simply taken it from the actual description of Chris so that it remains authentic. And then I've added his main YouTube and his freebie, which he has right here, so that if people are actually interested in some of his products, they can just purchase them. If you have your podcast, you can simply plug in your own links, of course. Anyway, this is how you brand your channel. It's super simple. I don't even have a banner. You could create a banner. Possibly your banner should be some sort of call to action to subscribe. I don't even have a banner. I'll maybe add it later on. For now, it's not really relevant because I've only gotten around 80k views on this page, so I don't need to create any insane banners yet. So now, go ahead and pick your niche for the channel, pick the podcast or wherever you're going to pick the content from, create a quick description, go ahead and create a logo, and you're going to have your theme page ready. Super simple. I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to start picking the clips and creating the content. Welcome to my clip selection sheet. Here's how and where I save all of the clips that I want to do in the future and that I have already done. So at first, I simply colored the background of these rectangles of black and made the ink white just because I prefer dark shades, but that's not important. What's important is what's inside here. So as you can see, we have a bunch of columns here. Let's go ahead and talk about what purpose do they serve. So at first, we have the file name. So this is how I name the file name on my actual computer. I have a folder where I store all of my videos. So here's how it works. I go on YouTube and I usually sort the videos by popular and I choose a podcast which I'm interested in. Let's say it's this recent podcast with Jordan Peterson. Once I click on the podcast, what I do is I scroll down and I enable transcript, and it's going to be right here. We can use this to find clips later on, but the first thing that I'll do is I'll use the chapters provided by Craze to go ahead and look for interesting questions. So I've gone ahead and scouted a bit of the chapters here, and I finally found a good quote, which I'll let you hear.
The 24 that you ended up coming up with, but there's one that you didn't use. If you have to choose, be the one who does things,
right?
Not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly, absolutely.
I love that rule.
Oh yeah, that's a great rule.
So we have this, and then Peterson finishes the response in around 5 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll start the clip from Chris speaking from here.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things,
right?
Not the one who is seen to do.
And after he stops speaking, there's a 5-minute response from Peterson. I'll add that in as well. So once I've decided my clip, what I do is I go in the transcript down below, which you can enable once again from here, show transcript, and I'll look from where the sentence starts, and it starts from here. If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen do the things. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and start highlighting this, and I'll go until the end of the chapter, which is going to be it right here, as you can see. So what I'll do is I'll highlight all of this, and then I'll go onto ChatGPT, which is where I usually go, and I'll give it a super simple prompt, which is going to be retranscribe the clip without the timestamps, and then I'll simply paste in all of the clip that I've copied right here on the transcript. And by doing that, as you can see, GPT is going to type it out all just like that. And now as you can see, it's over. So I'll simply just go ahead and highlight it all. I'll click Ctrl C, and then I'll go right here on my Google Sheet. I'll go on the next line, which is this one, for example, and I'll go ahead and select my transcript section, which is the quote/hook, and I'll type it in. And as you can see, we'll have this long transcript right here, which is perfect. Now, since this got way bigger, I don't usually like this. So I'll right click, click on resize row and specify just like so. As you can see, it's going to go back to its normal state. And then what I do is I copy the link of the podcast. I put it here. I copy the name of the podcast. I put it here. And then I go ahead and choose my speakers. So in this case, it's going to be Chris. And right here, it's going to be Jordan Peterson. Then here I add my timestamp. So I'll go right here and check when does it start. And as you can see, it starts at 1:40:10. So I'll go right here and type 1:40:10, as you can see. And this is where the clip starts. I sometimes also put the endpoint, but not usually. And here I can put my reference. So in some cases, I found a clip which interests me. For example, this one was from Bold Motivation. So I just put it in the reference, and I'll use it to take inspiration later when I'll recreate a similar video. And then here I can add some notes. So here, for example, I said mix it with a clip from Alex or Chris on another podcast. And here I said it mix it with Dana. By Dana, I meant Dana White. And I just add some general notes to remember for my editing. And then on the left side, I have video title, which I almost never use, but it would be the video title that I actually use on social media. And here it's the name of the file of the clip, which I have on my actual PC, because there are two ways to clip this podcast. So one would be simply to copy the link and then download this service called 4K Video Downloader, which is free. for 10 downloads a day. And then you click on quality HD 4K and you paste the link of the podcast. However, sometimes it doesn't work in 4K. As you can see, for example, in this case, it did not work. So what I end up using is this service called OBS, and this allows me to record my screen. So what I do is I click on my main monitor, which is this one that I'm using right now. I click on start recording, I go full screen, and I record the whole clip. And then I simply color of aqua. You can choose any color of your choice for the videos that I've already uploaded, and I put the date of the upload. Then I also have a small section here where I just put some videos which I like, which I might recreate in the future. So what I did, I simply saved it here in the reference, as you can see, column, and I just have a bunch of shorts here which I can use in the future. So I'll quickly show you how to find a clip like this one as well.
You can't expect for people to sit there and like everything you're doing. That's when I realized you got to choose your enemies wisely.
As you can see, the clip has Chris Williamson and Patrick Bet-David. And what you do is you go ahead and look for the clip by searching out the podcast, Chris Williamson, Patrick Bet-David. You go on to the full podcast. And then what you do, instead of scrolling through 2 hours of podcast to find the exact clip, you can go and show transcript. And then you click Ctrl F on your keyboard. And as you can see, this small window is going to pop up. This happens on Google Chrome, and the browser I'm using right now is Opera. You can use Chrome, it's the default browser of your computer probably. And what you're going to do is go ahead and search for some keywords that were set in video. So in this case, it's this one right here.
You can't expect for people to sit there and like everything you're doing. That's when I realized you got to choose your enemies wisely.
As you can see, that one was the exact clip used here.
People want you to do well. They just don't want you to do better than that.
Yes, yes.
And that's the full clip, as you can see. We have just found it in a couple of minutes by using this feature right here and the transcript. So now that we have talked about how to find popular content, how to find the clips in there, it's time to actually create the content. I've gone ahead and clipped that clip from Chris Williamson. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to go ahead and start editing it. In this lesson, we're going to start creating the content. Keep in mind that this is the most important part of your theme page. Content is what attracts people. If your content is garbage, no one is going to notice your theme page or podcast or whatever you're creating content for. Therefore, it's necessary for you to make extremely good, high quality content. So let's go ahead and click on New Project on Premiere Pro, and I'll click on Create. Now, this is what you'll see once you log into Premiere Pro. To get started, you can click Ctrl N. And as you can see, by the way, here on the bottom left, you can find my shortcuts. Anyway, here, as you can see, you will have the opportunity to create a sequence. What you should do is go on the settings and choose the following settings: 30 FPS, 1080 by 1920, which is going to be a vertical 9:16 aspect ratio. And then you can save it as a preset so that every time you're going to create this kind of format for social media, you will have it right here. I have named my preset HD 30 FPS short so that I always remember. Next, you can name your sequence. I'll call it short reel and click OK. And as you can see now, I have this black screen, which is the player panel. So whatever I will have in my video will be shown here. Here I have my timeline where I can add my video tracks. Here I have my project manager where I have all of my media that I've imported into Premiere Pro. And I have a bunch more features which I can toggle or untoggle with these window settings. For example, this text feature, I can untoggle it, and then I will have a bunch of more features. For example, if I want to enable the history tab, I can just go on Window, History, and as you can see, it's going to appear the history of this project. Whenever I make videos, I always use these panels which you see on screen. I'll show you what they are used for in a second. First things first, I want to drag in my clip. So this is the clip that we have found before in the podcast between Chris Williamson and Jordan Peterson. I've downloaded it in 4K, as you can see, and I can increase or reduce the scale depending how much I want it to fit. For now, I'll just leave it on 100. If your clip is HD, your clip is going to be something like this, and you just have to zoom it in. Now, in this lesson, what we're going to go ahead and do is cut the clip so that it looks like a story. Now, since we're talking about cutting, I think it's relevant to talk about the ideal length of a short, and I wanted to pull up this graph, which is a duration on the bottom versus views for popular shorts. And as you can see, there are a couple of durations which stand out. This does not mean that they are the only durations viable to create a short on. However, there is a specific reason why 13 and 59 seconds are exactly the highest performing shorts. So I've personally found out that this correlation comes back into my analytics as well, and I'll show you. Here we have a short which is 12 seconds long, with a 110% average viewed and an 80% scroll swipe ratio. Now, meanwhile, this scroll swipe ratio isn't really affected by the length. It's just your ability to convince the viewer to stay in the first 3 to 5 seconds. The retention, instead, is heavily affected by the short being short. As you can see here, at the 7-second mark, there are still 100% of people watching. The reason why is because most of the people that end up watching the short end up actually rewatching it twice, and that causes the retention of that specific viewer to be 200%. That's why short videos of around 12 to 15 seconds are performing really well, because people loop them. Instead, if someone gets told a story of 59 seconds, the likelihood of them replaying the whole video to rehear the whole story isn't really likely, because they have already heard the story and they don't have much interest in rewatching it. If I pull up another 12-second video, as you can see, we have the same pattern here. The 100% mark is exactly here, at 10 seconds, basically towards the end, because people have simply watched this twice. So just keep this in mind. If I pull another video which is 12 to 15 seconds long, in this case 14, as you can see, once again, same pattern. We have the 100% mark here towards the end, because people have rewatched the short. We have once again good swipe ratio. This one wasn't actually that good either, but as you can see, having really high retention helps YouTube to push the video a lot. Now instead, let's look at this short, the David Goggins short. So as you can see, this short is 57 seconds long, so it's almost the top length. If I show the chart again, this would be situated exactly here, but it's not too relevant. As you can see, it's in this end part of the graph. Now, the reason making long shorts is actually really good as well is because people are interested in stories. And usually if someone gets to the 10-second mark of a 60-second story, he has watched all of the setup of the story, the hook, he wants to know what's going to happen. And as you can see from the 10-second, which is 80% of people watching, to the end, there's only a 20% drop off in 40 seconds. Which is super low. And in fact, you don't get many replays. The 100% mark ends already at second 5, as you can see, which is way less than second 10 or 11, which we have seen in the past shorts, which were 12 seconds. Because as I said earlier, people are not going to replay the entire story. However, having really good retention like this ends up giving you a really high average view duration. And average view duration is what YouTube wants, because YouTube wants to keep people on their platform for as long as possible so that people can watch the ads that YouTube is putting out, so that YouTube can make money. That's the whole business model. And that's why long shorts are really good as well. Now, I don't want you to be too afraid of making the video exactly 1 minute long or exactly 13 seconds long. Just keep in mind that the best ranges of duration are from 10 to 15 seconds and from 55 onwards. You don't need to be super precise with the duration of the short. Now, after this short rant on length, let's see what we can do with this short. Ideally, I want to go for a 59-second one. However, if I can't, I'll go for a 31 and just show Chris Williamson quotes. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll cut this A. As you can see, I don't want that. So I'll go right here. I'll click C on my keyboard and cut this and then delete it. I'll delete this space.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things,
Right.
not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I love that rule.
Oh, yeah. That's a great rule.
And I want to go ahead and try and cut this audio.
Right.
And to do that, I'll simply click Alt right here and then delete this.
Does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And by doing that, I've cut Jordan Peterson saying right.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do.
Now I'll go ahead and cut this final part as well, because it's not really too interesting or adding any value.
To do things.
Exactly.
I'll cut it right here,
To do things.
Exactly.
which is perfect. And now what we want to do is go ahead and add either a quick response to make this 13 seconds, or if you can find a really good and interesting story in this part from Jordan Peterson, I'll add that and make it 59. So here there is a part which I'm really interested in.
Yeah, well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it.
So I'll go ahead and cut this, add it here, and let's listen to it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, the thing.
I want to cut yeah well because it doesn't really fit.
Well, the thing is.
I'll cut the well as well.
The thing is that you can do almost any.
And then here I want to remove this pose by clicking C and then dragging this with P.
Is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it.
Also cut this small part at the end.
For it if you don't want credit. One of the most.
And now I have a 10 seconds short. And now Peterson is about to tell a story. So let's go ahead and hear it and see if we can add some parts. Okay, I've gone ahead and listened to this whole thing. Didn't really find anything. So we'll just stick to this 12 to 15 second format. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll go at the exact start and make sure to cut precisely when the audio starts. I do not want to leave any empty audio space at the start. It's really important.
If you have to choose
here, I want to create a small cut and cut some of this pose by using C and the Ripple Edit tool.
Be the one who does things.
Here I want to create a small cut as well.
Things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that
I want to expand this a bit. I want to make this a bit smaller.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it if you don't want credit.
So that's how everything is looking like. Now we could sub B-roll, but as you can see there is a change of camera right here. So I don't think B-roll is necessary. I'll simply go ahead and apply some zoom ins later in After Effects to make the cameras move a bit more and more engaging. But I won't really go ahead and add B-roll because the short is really short. It's 10 seconds long. So now it's time to do some motion tracking because we want to make sure that their face is always in the center of the screen. So you click on your clip, you go right here in the effects control panel and you just move just like so. I'll hit a keyframe.
If you have to choose, be the one.
Actually, the keyframe is not necessary. I'll simply just go on the motion right here, click Ctrl C. Then go right here and click Ctrl V. And as you can see, it's going to paste my motion. I'll paste it right here as well. However, as you can see here, the camera switches to Peterson. So I'll hit a cut and I'll go right here and move these towards the left side, just like so. And then I'll go ahead and motion track. So as you can see, there is already a keyframe. So I'll go forward by clicking space twice. And then I'll move him in the center of the screen. I'll do that again. And now as you can see, we are in a new clip. So what I want to do is go ahead and copy this and paste it here to see if it's in the center of the screen. Perfect. I'll hit a keyframe of motion. I'll go forward and I'll go forward and again until I have motion tracked the whole clip. Here I'll copy the last position and paste it on the new clip so that it should be centered. Let's go ahead and give it a look. It almost is. I actually want it just like so on the clip on the left. And then when I go on the clip on the right, I can paste the motion once again. And now I should be able to have Jordan perfectly in the center of the screen. I'll hit another keyframe because I think it's going to move soon. Yep. So I'll just follow him. And now I should have my motion tracking down. Let's go ahead and give this a look. As you can see, the camera is going to follow him perfectly. As you can see, the camera is following both of them just like so. So now we are done for this part of just basic cutting. What length should we make our short, etc, etc. Now it's time to make the captions. Captions are extremely important. We'll go over them in the next lesson and we'll use both Premiere Pro and After Effects. I'll see you in the next lesson. Now it's time to make the captions. So to make the captions in Premiere Pro is super simple. You want to go Window and enable the text window if you haven't already. I have it here. What you do is you go on Captions here and you click on Create Captions from Transcript. Once that happens, you will have this pop-up right here. And here you want to reduce the maximum length of characters to 13 to 15. I usually put it on 14. And then you reduce the minimum duration in seconds to the minimum and you make the lines single. Once that happens, you can go ahead and click on Transcribe and create captions. And now our captions are created. So what we want to do is do a couple of customizations in the Essential Graphics panel, which you can find by going on Window and Essential Graphics. So first we want to center the captions. Then, very importantly, we want to move these to -800. If we don't do this, the captions are not going to be centered once we bring them to After Effects. Then we want to remove the drop shadow as we will add it on After Effects, and we want to change the font. I usually use Lemon Milk Bold as I really like this font. Then what we want to do is make sure that the captions are at the start and at the end of our timeline precisely. Once that's done, we're going to go here and remove the commas and the periods from our captions, just like so. And once this is done, I'll go ahead and correct the typos. Now it's time to color the captions. To do that, we want to zoom in by using Alt and the scroll wheel. Let's say, for example, I want to color have to a red color. I'll simply highlight this, go on the fill, and put it to red. Then maybe I want to change choose to an orange. So I'll go right here, go on orange. Then let's change this does to green. Let's change this not to red again. Now, as you can see, I've colored all of the captions, so it's time to animate them with a simple zoom in animation right here on Premiere, and then we're going to bring them into After Effects. So firstly, I highlight all of them, and I go ahead and click on Graphic and Titles and click on Upgrade Captions to Graphic. Once that's done, I go right here on the Effects panel, and I'm going to look for a transform effect. Once I find the transform effect, I'll drag it on top. I'll go on effect control, and as you can see, here's the transform. I'll go on scale, click on a keyframe, and then put it to around 85. And then I'll go around 6 frames forward and put this to 100. And as you can see, I'll have my zoom in on the text layer. However, what I can do is I can go right here on the graph and make it smoother, so that most of the animation and the zoom in happens at the start. So if I zoom in, now you can see that at the start it's fast and then it slows down. So I'll go ahead and copy this transform effect and paste it on all of the captions. And now, as you can see, we have this zoom in effect on all of the captions created in this video, as you can see. And once that's done, it's time to bring this into After Effects. So what you're going to do is go ahead and copy this by clicking Ctrl C. Then you're going to open After Effects, click on New Project, New Composition, and make it 1080 by 1920 with 30 FPS. Click OK, and then click Ctrl V. So with Ctrl V, you've basically pasted everything that was on Premiere right here on the After Effects composition, as you can see. So now you need to click on the first caption, and then by holding Shift, you click on the last caption. And now we'll right click and click on Pre-Compose, and we'll click OK. Now it's time to animate these captions. To do that, we'll search for the wave warp effect and we'll drag it on top of our captions. I'll modify the wave height to 2 and the wave width to 550. This is going to create, as you can see, this small wave warp effect on top of the captions. Once that's done, let's go ahead and look for the second effect, which is the pixel motion blur. Now, to add this, we first need to go ahead and pre-compose this layer once again and click on Move All Attributes into New Composition. So as you can see now, there are no effects on our composition. So we can add the pixel motion blur and we're going to modify some settings. So to show you what these settings do, I'll go when the captions change. As you can see, there is a bit of motion blur when they change from one another. So what we want to do is go ahead and increase the shutter angle so that there is more motion blur, as you can see. And then we want to increase the shutter samples so that, as you can see, everything is closer and looks smoother. Once this is done, what we'll do is go ahead and copy this, and then we'll pre-compose this once again. And then I'll paste the pixel motion blur again. And I'll do this until I have in total 5 motion blurs. So I click Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose and then Ctrl V to paste the motion blur. So now I have in total 5 pixel motion blurs. And as you can see, this is how it looks like. The transition between the two texts looks really smooth, as you can see. So now what we'll do is go ahead and add customizations such as glow, drop shadow, and bevel. So we'll start with the bevel. This effect makes the text look blocky, as you can see. So if I increase it, you can see it better. As you can see, it looks almost 3D. Now, I do not like to make this too much, so I usually leave it at around 3.5 and leave all of the other settings on default. Then I go ahead and add the drop shadow. So I'll go ahead and add it in. I'll modify the distance to 8 and I'll put the softness to around 2. Once that's done, I'll go ahead and click on it and click Ctrl D to duplicate it. Now it's time for the glow. So I'll go ahead and look for glow and I'll add the glow by After Effects. There is also a plugin called Deep Glow, which works better. However, it's paid, so I will not use that. I will just use the normal glow. To make this look more realistic, what we'll need to do is increase the glow radius to 20, so that, as you can see, there is more glow. And then I'll duplicate this effect, and this time I'll increase the radius to 100 and reduce the intensity to 0.5, just like so. And then I'll duplicate this once again, and this time it's going to be 200, and this one 0.25. And as you can see, we now have this effect, and this is how the captions are looking. You can obviously go ahead and customize them as much as you want. However, in my opinion, these are extremely high quality, and I like all of the customizations that we have made so far. In the next lesson, we'll go over transitions, zoom-ins, camera flashes, all of that stuff. I'll see you there.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
So in this lesson, we'll go over on how to make transitions. The first thing that I'll do is actually hide this pre-composed layer, which are the captions. The reason for that is because if I enable it, as you can see, the rendering is going to block really soon because it's hard for After Effects to render this part. In order to make the player panel smoother, I'll simply hide this layer and I'll enable it at the end of the project before importing it into the render queue. So let's start with the transitions. What I want to go about is creating some zoom in and zoom out transitions. So the first thing that we'll do is go ahead and pre-compose all of the layers. So as you can see here, there is still always the same camera angle and the switch is exactly here. So what I'll do is I will click this layer, and then while holding shift, I'll click this layer. Then I'll right click and click on pre-compose. This way I have all of the camera angle in the same pre-comp, and I'll do the same here. As you can see, this is always the same camera angle, so click this one, shift, click this one, and then pre-compose once again. So here is where we want to add the transition. So we go exactly where the transition happens, here, and then we click Ctrl, Shift, and the left arrow key to go 10 frames backwards. And in total, we'll go 60 frames backwards. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here, I'll go on scale, I need a keyframe, and I'll go on P for position and need a keyframe. Then I'll go back to the transition point, and now I'll click U to see all of my keyframes, and I will actually go 1 frame backwards so that I can see Chris, and I'll go 120 on scale, and I'll move the position a bit higher. Not too much, just a little bit. And as you can see now, we have our keyframes, which are a zoom in. However, as you can see, the zoom in is linear and it does not look smooth. So to make it smoother, we'll highlight them all, go on right click on them, click on Keyframe Assistant and click on Easy Ease, which you can also do by clicking F9 on your keyboard. Once you have done that, you go on the graph editor, and here we'll change the graphs. So let's start by clicking on the scale one, and we'll move the speed so that almost all of the movement happens at the end. So that, as you can see, this is what happened with the scale. It goes low at the start and fast towards the end. I'll make it even faster at the end, and I'll do the same with the position. So I'll do something like this, and then something like this. And if I now play this, as you can see, it's going to slowly zoom in at the start and then it's going to go fast at the end. And what we want to do at the end, once the transition happens, which is right here, we're going to go right here on Jordan. We'll click on S and hit a keyframe, and P and hit a keyframe. And then we'll click on U once again to show the keyframes. And here I'll go to 120 and I'll move the position a bit higher. Once I've done that, I'll go once again 60 frames forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll move the scale back to 100 and I'll move the position to 960. The reason you see this red thing is because the background of my composition is red. It's not really relevant since you should always hide it anyway. And as you can see, if I reset the position, the pre-comp is going to cover it. So now if I play the zoom in once again, it's not smooth at all. So what I'll do is I'll highlight them both, click on F9, go on the Keyframe Assistant, and I'll move everything towards the start, just like so. And now I'll click on the scale and I'll do the same here. So I'll drag it to the start and I'll drag this to the start. So that now, as you can see, this is how our transition looks like. If I now go ahead and play it, it's going to slowly zoom in and then zoom out right here, which looks really smooth. You can also increase the scale to something like 140 to show the zoom in more. So that, as you can see, it's going to be something like this and then the zoom out. That's up to your preferences. However, I want to keep this to 120 as otherwise I think Jordan is too close to the camera. So what we want to do now is go ahead and create a loop. A loop is going to be done just like so. We are going to zoom in towards the end, right here, exactly at the last frame of Jordan's face, and we're going to zoom out when Chris restarts the short. This is a really important thing because, as I told you before, if you make a short which is from 10 to 15 seconds, people tend to watch it again. However, you need to make sure that you are looping the short, because if you're not making any sort of loop, people are probably just not going to replay it. So what we're going to do is we go right here at the exact end, which is here, and I will go ahead and copy this transition right here, this transition keyframes, Control C, and then I will go 60 frame backwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I will go ahead and click Control V. And now, as you can see, it's going to zoom in just like so. Then I'll go ahead and copy this with Control C. I will go at the start and click on Control V. And now, as you can see, we have zoom out and then zoom in, zoom out, and zoom in. And the short on the people's feed is going to loop with another zoom out at the start. Now let's go ahead and make sure that our work area is exactly at the end so that there are no red frames. And then I also want to make sure to move this by 1 frame more. There we go, just like so. So if we now go ahead and play this, as you can see, we have the zoom out and then we have the zoom in with a zoom out right here and then a zoom in towards the end of the video, just like so, which, as you can see, smooths out and transitions really well with the starting zoom out. Now that we have done this, it's not done yet. As you can see here, this transition could look even smoother by using a flash effect. A flash effect is created by creating a new solid, which is either white or black. They both work really well. I'll show them both so that we can check which one looks better. So let's go ahead and create a black solid. Let's go exactly at the start and let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames backwards. And I will cut it here. And then I'll go 10 frames forward and I'll cut it here. So that in total now, our black solid is 10 frames long. What I'll do now is I will go ahead and click on T for opacity. I will go right here and put the opacity to 0. And then I will go at the middle and put the opacity at 50. And then I will go right here at the end and put the opacity at 0. So then now, as you can see, this is what happens. It becomes black just like so. However, it's slightly asymmetrical, so now it should be good. Let's go ahead and give it a look. As you can see, this is what happens, which helps the transition. Now here, if we go forward a bit, there is a transition which is not that smooth, as you can see between Jordan here and here. And that's because in our original clip, as you can see here, there is a change of the clip. So what we'll do here is add a white flash. So to do that, I'll go ahead and duplicate this black solid. I will make sure to center it, so exactly center it, and then I will go right here and look for a tint effect. I'll drag the tint on top and I'll make everything white, so that now this is basically a white solid, and this is already a white flash. However, what I want to do is go on the blend mode and put this to overlay, because I think this looks better with flashes. As you can see, it's smoother. And then later on in Premiere Pro, I'll add sound effects for all of this transition. So if we now go ahead and play this from the start, this is what we have.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
Now it's time to do the color correction. So for the color correction, what you should do is go ahead and create an adjustment layer first. You should put this below the flashes and the captions. And here is where you will add all of the adjustments that you want on your clip. The one that I usually use transforms the clip from this to this, as you can see. It looks way sharper, way brighter, all of that stuff. And I'll show you how to replicate it as well. So I usually use 5 to 6 effects. The first one is called Sharpen. So this will simply sharpen your video. I usually put, as you can see, it sharpens the edges just like so. Keep in mind, don't do it too much. Otherwise, as you can see, it becomes just low quality. I usually put this around 40, which in my opinion is a way better, which in my opinion sharpens way more than 0. As you can see, the eyes, for example, look way more sharp when there is the sharpen. Then the second effect that I add is the unsharp mask. I usually put this to a 70 on the amount and a 20 on the radius. This, as you can see, is a very noticeable effect. It makes, once again, all of the edges more sharp, as you can see, and improves the contrast of the colors, in my opinion. The next effect is called brightness and contrast. I usually drag the brightness to around 20 and the contrast to around 10. I sometimes play with this. So in this case, for example, I think less bright is better, so around 15 and 10. And then I drag in a hue and saturation. I drag the saturation to 20, which as you can see makes the color more vivid, as you can see. And then I drag in an exposure effect where I increase the exposure to 0.6. And then I usually reduce this, and then I reduce the gamma correction to 0.95. This is, as you can see, the color correction that I always use. And to increase the quality even more, I usually select all of my clips. I click Ctrl D to duplicate them, and then I pre-compose them. And then I put the blend mode on add. As you can see, it creates this bright effect. And then I simply reduce the opacity to around 10. And as you can see, it basically makes the whole clip brighter, which I like a lot. Just keep in mind to remove the audio, otherwise you'll have a double audio. And as you can see, if I now play
If you have to choose, be the one who does, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
I think this looks really, really good. However, I think that the clip from Jordan Peterson is a bit too bright. So I'll go right here, I'll click Ctrl-Shift-D and I'll delete this. So that as you can see, there is not the layer that makes everything brighter. And I'll just keep it for crease because I think here it fits way better. And here instead, I think now the lightness is way more balanced. So we now have our color correction. So now it's time for our logo animation. So if you remember, we have made a logo into Photoshop at the start of this course when talking about the branding lessons. Now, I do not want to use this one because as you can see, it has glow. And I do not want glow. So what I'll do is I'll drag in the original one, or you can also use a logo without the glow. You can choose whatever you prefer. And now what I'll do is I will go on layer and I will click auto trace. Click OK. And as you can see, we now have masks auto traced around this logo. Once I have auto traced my layer right here, I can click on M, and as you can see, I will have the masks here. So what I'll do is I'll create a new solid layer, doesn't matter the color, and I will go ahead and copy the masks on top of this black solid. Then I'll delete the original layer. Now I'll rename this to logo. Now the plugin that we'll use for the logo animation is Saber, which is a completely free plugin. To use this properly, what we'll need to do is modify some settings. So at first, here you can choose the color of which you will want the logo to be. I decided to make it white. And then we'll go on the render settings and click on transparent so that we can see everything that is below. And then we'll go on customize core and click on layer masks so that now our logo is what's being glowing. Once you have done this, we can play with some settings. I'll reduce the intensity, I'll reduce the glow spread and the glow bias. And as you can see, we now have our logo. Now what I can do is scale it down to around 50% and then move it below, just like so. And as you can see, we now have our logo. What we want to do now is go ahead and animate it. So we'll go at the start, we'll click on start offset and we'll put this to 100. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60 frames forward and we'll put this to 0. So that if I now play it, as you can see, the logo is going to appear slowly, just like so. What I want to do though is go ahead and F9 the keyframes so that they're going to be easy eased, and I want the movement to be faster towards the start, just like so. So if I now go ahead and play it, as you can see, it's going to go fast and then slow down towards the end. I'll replay this once again, as you can see. You can customize, of course, as much as you want this logo. You can reduce glow intensity. I think 20 looks better in my opinion, so I'll keep it like that. And as you can see now, you have your logo appearing just like so. I'll put it above my black transitions here, and then I'll go on the graph and just make sure that most of the movement happens towards the start, just like so. And now as you can see, it's going to shrink towards the start and it's going to end shrinking slowly. Now to make this even smoother, I'll zoom in. I want to also increase the start roundness so that as you can see, this looks way more rounded than before. If I put this on 0, for example, as you can see, it looks flat. Instead, if I put it on 2, it looks way more rounded, which I like way more. I can also do this for the end. So I'll put this to 2, and as you can see, this looks rounded as well. And now we have our logo animation. As you can see, if I now fully zoomed in, this is what happens. And then it's going to shrink towards the end after the whole video, right here, as you can see. And now that we have done this, we want to create a name similar to the one used by Bolt Motivation. So what we'll use is the name Chris Wilkes, because that's the handle of the podcaster.
I'll make this white and I'll choose a font such as Montserrat Bold because I like it. I'll add this as well. And then I want to make it appear with a linear wipe. So to create this linear wipe animation, I'll simply go to -900 here. And then I'll increase this until everything disappears. I'll add a keyframe. I'll add some feather around 17, should be good. And then I'll go forward and move this until everything appears, just like so. And then I'll check the keyframes and I'll distance them. Because as you can see, this is what's happening, which I like, but I want to distance them. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As usual, click F9 and then I'll drag this at the start right here. And for the end animation, what I'll do is I'll use an animation called Explode Out, which is what's used by Bolt Motivation. If I now click U to see my keyframes, I'll drag this like this and I'll make it shorter actually. And this is what we have. As you can see, the animation is going to be just like so. Everything is going to explode. However, I do not want it to go that far. So on the amount section, I will go at the end and instead of putting it to 100, I'll put it to 30. So that as you can see, the letters are not going to explode as far as they did before. I'll also reduce the amount right here. And as you can see now, everything stays closer. I want to also make sure that the opacity shrinks faster. What I want to do now is simply create a glow effect for this. So I'll go ahead and add in a glow just like so, and I'll increase it. I'll increase the radius a bit, and then I'll also add a quick drop shadow just like so. Put it on 8 and put this to 10, and now as you can see, this is how everything looks like. We have this, and then everything is going to explode towards the end, as you can see. Perfect. Now the last thing that I wanted is something more related to the color correction, and it's adding a bit of a black gradient on the bottom. To do that, I'll create a new solid, which is going to be black, and then I'll click on the rectangle and I'll create a mask just like this. And then I'll simply increase the feather of the mask by a lot. So let's do 200, and then I'll go on P for position and just drag it below. And actually I want the mask to be even more. So I'll increase this to 400 maybe, and I'll move it lower. I want it to be a bit higher and with a softer mask. So let's go with something like 600. And I think now it's looking really, really good. I like this. And the last thing that I'll do is I'll put it below the logo and the text here so that the logo, as you can see, can be way more visible, as you can see. And so this is what we have.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
We are now done with the After Effects part of this video. So we'll go on the render queue right here and we'll drag our composition, which in our case is called Comp1. We'll change the export setting to QuickTime, because I found that this conserves the quality the best. I'll click on OK. I'll save the output to whatever folder I want, and I'll click on render. This will take a while depending on the speed of your PC and how long your video is. Now we are back into Premiere. So we will drag on our video from After Effects, and I'll make sure that everything is trimmed at the same frame. And now as you can see, we have our video into Premiere.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. The thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
Now what we want to do is go ahead and get rid of these imperfections in the audio at the start of the clip.
The thing is,
as you can hear, to get rid of them, we'll go on Edit, Preferences, and click on Timeline. And we want to make sure that audio transition default duration is 2 frames. You can select here. Here you have also a bunch of other settings that you can tweak, but we don't need them as of right now. And now we will go ahead and highlight everything and click Ctrl-Shift-D. This will create a small constant power, as you can see, between the clips. And this will allow the audio to not have those small spikes in between the clips.
exactly. The thing is,
As you just heard. Once you have done that, let's go ahead and add another effect, which is called Studio Reverb. So I'll go ahead and add it on my first clip, and then I'll go on the effects control. What I'll do now is edit the output level to 85 and leave all of the rest on default. And what this will do is it will make the voices sound like they're in a theater.
If you have to choose, be the one.
I'll replay this once again.
If you have to choose,
And instead, with the normal one, it's
If you have to choose,
In my opinion, it sounds way better with the studio reverb,
if you have to choose,
especially as you will hear later with the music. So I'll now click on Ctrl-C to copy and paste it on top of all of the other clips.
be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly.
Perfect. Now that we've done this, I'll increase the volume just by a bit, because usually this effect drags the volume down a bit. And now it's time to add some music. So here I have a giant folder of songs, as you can see, and I'll simply pick one that I think fits good. Otherwise, you can just pick some other songs of your choice. So here I have a selection from the musics that I usually use in these videos.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do.
This one might look good. Let's go ahead and shrink it a bit though.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things. If you have to choose, be the one who does things. If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things. If you have to choose, be the one who does things. If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
I think I found the song that I like, which is Star Shopping Slowed. So I'll go ahead and zoom into here. I will go on the pen tool and I will slightly lower the volume as the beat drop happens, and then increase the overall audio gain of the song by 2 decibels. Let's go ahead and hear this.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly.
I actually want to go a bit down with the volume here before the drop, because I think it's too loud.
Things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
And I think now this is sounding really, really good.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
And that's perfect. So what I'll do now is add sound effect. To add sound effects, I have 22 of my favorite whooshes and flashes and camera shutters, which I've put for free in the project files. And we will use this to add some whooshes and some camera shutters and all of that stuff. So at the start, I think the best sound effect is this deep boom. I'll let you hear it.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who...
Actually, I don't think it fits too well because the music has some beat drops here and here and here. So what I'll do is I'll add a simple whoosh. So I'll try this one.
If you have to choose, be the one...
I think it sounds really, really good. I'll just increase the volume a bit.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly.
Here we should add another whoosh because there is a transition. So I'll go ahead and add it. Here instead we have a camera shutter because as you can see we have added the white flash. So what I'll do is I'll use one of these flash sound effects.
Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
And I think now I'll add a deep sound effect right here when Jordan Peterson says something actually deep.
Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
And that's perfect. Now I'll end this exactly when the video ends here. And I think now our sound effects are perfectly placed.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
I'll simply go ahead and increase the volume by 2 decibels and reduce the song volume by 2 decibels because I think that's going to make the voice stand out more. And now we're ready to export. So let's go ahead and talk about the export settings. So what I'll do is I will make sure that the file is H264, and then I will go on video and I will simply click on match source. You can also now go ahead and save these as a preset so that you'll always have this preset. And then you can just click on export.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
Now it's time to upload. As I told you at the start, the social media management part of the theme page was going to be just a minor portion of this course. However, I feel like it's important for me to give you at least some guidance towards how to upload your videos what kind of titles to use and all of that kind of stuff. So firstly, I usually go on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram all at the same time. I click the create and upload buttons on all of the socials at the same time, and then I just drag my video on all the socials.
If you have to choose, be the one who does things, not the one who is seen to do things.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that you can do almost anything you want if you're willing to take responsibility for it, if you don't want credit.
Once you have uploaded to all your socials, you're going to click 9:16 ratio on Instagram. And as you can see here, you can see your video and choose a thumbnail. I usually never create real covers. I sometimes just put a frame from the video which is a colored caption. In this case, I can even leave it to the first one. If you have, creates a bit of curiosity, but it's not too necessary because 99% of your traffic is going to come from the reel feed, which is where people do not see your cover. So I'll click on next. Now I was thinking about a title for this video and I reminded myself about this title that I had seen some time ago from Bold Motivation about Chris Williamson's best quote with 2 eyes, as you can see. So I've decided to recreate it, but for Jordan Peterson, since the quote this time is from Jordan. And then I can simply go ahead and tag the creators of this podcast. So I'll tag Chris and I'll tag Jordan Peterson. As you can see, it's going to pop up right here. I'll just click him, and as you can see, I have him. And then I just hit share. Then I'll move on to TikTok. As you can see, we have once again our Jordan Peterson's best quote. I'll tag Chris once again and Jordan. And then I can either schedule or post now. I suggest you on both YouTube and TikTok to always publish by clicking now and not scheduling, especially if your account is new. If you have already an aged account, this does not matter at all. But if your account is new, you should not schedule because that's what bots do. So if you didn't know, there are some social media bots which just schedule massive templated content, and we are talking about 200-300 videos per day, and they schedule it throughout the entire day. And to fight this kind of behavior, sometimes they might flag your content if you schedule it. Now, it's not something certain, it's not something that will kill your account, but it might hurt. So I suggest to always post now. That's what I have done for my YouTube page as well, and that's why it has been able to generate views from the first day. So I'll click post right here on TikTok, and then on YouTube, as you can see, I'll post it right here. And then here in the description, I'll put my title once again, and then I'll add a double space and I'll add Chris Williamson. And as you can see here, I'll tag also Jordan Peterson. And as you can see, I now have my video. Do not overthink this social media scheduling. Just make sure that your title is somewhat intriguing and then just publish it. And then I always put it as unlisted on YouTube because sometimes it takes a bit to process in HD. So I go back in the details here. I check that the video quality is HD already. As you can see, it says high definition complete. And now I can just publish it. And now, as you can see, it's done, it's published. So in the next lesson, you will see me comment on the analytics of my channel, what kind of analytics you should shoot for, and what analytics this video got after 2 or 3 days. So I'll see you there. So it has currently been 4 days since the upload, and we are here now to analyze the analytics on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. The best performing one was YouTube, and that's where we'll spend most of the time because that's where the analytics are the best. Let's quickly start by going over Instagram. At the start, you can see how many people Instagram pushed the video to. So in this case, it's 355. How many people rewatched the video, which is more than half of them. So here we have the total views of the video. And then we have the average watch time, which is 9 seconds, which for a 10-second video is really, really good, as it's 90% average watch time. It could have been more. In fact, in YouTube, it was actually higher. Here you can see that we have had 11 likes and 1 comment. Engagement wasn't that high, especially likes. It should have been at least triple, as usually you get 1 like per 10 views if your content is good and people actually like it. So definitely I should look forward to improving on the engagement side. And then we had 1 follow from this video. Now moving over to TikTok, as you can see, we've gotten 953 views, so more than Instagram. Here we can see our graph. As you can see, we had retained half of the people by half of the video, as you can see. And then he proceeded and we lost some more people and only 17% made it to the end, which concluded on total on 18% of people watching the full video and an average watch time of 5.49 seconds, which is not too high. We had 0 comments, we had more likes than Instagram, and we had 1 save. And then let's move over to YouTube. Now here the video performed well. As you can see, I'm not sure if this video will get pushed even more because the stats are pretty good, but at the moment it's sitting at 10k views and it hasn't gotten views for around 36 hours. So I'm pretty confident that this is going to stop at 10k views. But anyway, let's go ahead and first look at the retention. Here, as you can see, we had 190% of people at the start, and at the end we had 93, with an average percentage viewed of 120%, which means that on average, people have watched the short more than once. So they've watched it until here twice, for example. This means 2 things. The first one is that the short was good, but the second one is also that the short was actually short, only 13 seconds. It's way harder to get these kind of stats with longer videos. For example, if I pull the video that I showed you in the first analytics lesson from David Goggins, which is currently getting pushed over 54k views, as you can see, the retention was only 74%, because the duration was way higher, as you can see. But keep in mind that the average retention is of course going to be lower as you make longer videos. Your objective is to keep it as high as possible. Now going back to our videos, as you can see we have 7 subscribers, which is not much. However, what I've noticed is that for short videos you'll get on average less subscribers. That's completely normal behavior, as the more time people spend on your short, the more likely they are to subscribe to you. And then if you move over to the reach tab, as you can see, we had 74% of people that stopped and did not scroll. This is, again, a really good metric. If this was below 60, this video was probably not going to be pushed further than 1 or 2k views. As you can see, by going on the engagement tab, there is also a guy that made a remix and got 10k views. A remix is simply someone taking your short and re-uploading it with a small green screen on the bottom. They're basically almost stealing content, and it's completely fine for people to do this. You can also theoretically block people from making remixes. However, I don't usually because they're just giving me free marketing basically. So as you can see, they're going to upload my video with my logo and my handle. And if they get, as you can see, 10k views, 10,000 people will see my video on the short feed. And as you can see, if I play it from the short feed, which is what people are actually going to see, they're going to see that here there is my handle, both here and here. And as you can see, people can click on my handle if they want more content from me, and they're going to be redirected directly to my video, which is high quality. And so this is going to funnel views on my video. So I highly suggest to leave remixes on because it's just free advertising, especially since these people usually upload low quality versions of your video because they simply download it from just random downloaders. And if they click here, they're going to have your really high quality version and be extremely impressed. So make sure to keep that in mind. And now it's time to simply take all of the feedback that we found in these analytics, which means try more longer videos and try to optimize for higher engagement and try and improve from here. So just keep in mind, you should do this for basically every video, regardless if they perform or if they don't perform. Just try and find your weaknesses and what you did right, and try and keep what you did right and remove whatever you did wrong. Follow the analytics, they never lie, because this represents the behavior of people. Just keep that in mind.
So let's go ahead and go with the first reel. This has gotten over 100,000 views, and that's what we're going to recreate in the next lesson, which is when we're going to start editing. And I'll show it first and then we'll analyze it.
Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
So as you can see, it's pretty simple. In the first scene, we have a feather, we have a scroll, and we have the text. And then it moves into a question mark, which appears like this, with the text once again. And then we have the gift, and then the gift unfolds, and then there is written present that comes up, and then there is the CTA, which we're not going to recreate. Why did this video do so good? It did super good because it's a really famous quote. It's a famous quote from Kung Fu Panda, a really famous movie.
Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
So he did not invent the quote. The quote was already known by a lot of people, but it's really, really deep and it makes people reflect. Now, the two things that he could have done here would have been take the audio from the actual Kung Fu Panda scene or recreate itself, and he recreated himself by doing a voiceover. You can choose whatever you prefer, but as a general rule, you should get quotes which are deep and make the person that are listening reflect. And then you should back it up with editing, which is super self-explanatory. And by super self-explanatory, I mean this is a scroll and there is a feather 100 years ago. This we used to write 400 years ago, and this represents the past. That's why yesterday is history. Now, if we go at tomorrow is a mystery, there is a question mark, because a question mark represents a mystery. And when it says today is a gift, as you can see, there is a gift. It's nothing too hard to comprehend. It's just showing what he's talking about. The editing is super simple, and there is just subtitles and a bit of text here to depict that it's called present. Here we have our second video that we're going to talk about. So let's go ahead and quickly watch this. So as you can see, it's a mouse button clicking a specific box, and then as you can see, the letters unfold, they change color, and they become finding another inspiring lesson, so what actually fields mean, and then they go back into their place and the reel restarts. The reason this video did so well is because it is talking about another way to view failure, which is usually seen as something negative, and as you can see, it's talking about it being something positive actually. And he also explains it further in the, as you can see, caption right here. And that's why this reel performed well, because it's giving a new perspective to something considered usually negative. So it's going to make people curious when they're watching it. And here we have our last reel, and this last reel performed once again really well. And it's a comparison between being young, an adult, and being old. And the reel in itself, it's really simple. So it starts like this with a young person. As you can see, there is text here and some bars moving and changing colors, so nothing complicated. And then we have young here, and it's going to change as the person gets old or adult. And behind here we have an object which is going to appear, which is, as you can see, in this case money, because the young person does not have money. When it comes to the adult, it's going to be an hourglass because the adult doesn't have time. And when it comes to the old person, as you can see, it's going to be a grave. The hardest part about this video is not the squares or anything moving here. It's mostly the animation of the person right here, which we're going to do later in the puppet tool. This is going to be the most complicated motion graphic that we're going to do, and that's why we're going to do it at the end. But do not worry, I'll show you how to do it. So I'll see you in the next lesson when we start with the video like this. We're going to get the assets on Canva, and we're going to create this in After Effects by using the Saber plugin. Make sure that you have it installed because it's going to be vital. So I'll see you there. We're now going to go ahead and recreate this video. And as you can see, I've dragged it into the timeline, and what happens is there is the text and the scroll, and I'm not going to go any further because we have analyzed this in the last lesson. So what we're going to do now is start recreating this. And we'll actually start from the actual motion graphics. We'll do the text later because it's the easiest part. Before doing that, as you can see here, I have the video that I've downloaded from the actual page, and as you can see, it's 720 by 28 pixels, which is a 9 by 16 aspect ratio. You can either use that or the one that we are using right now. Our settings right now, you can see them by right clicking here and going on composition settings. And as you can see, they are 1080 by 1920. What I'll do is I'll reduce the duration of the composition to 10 seconds so that, as you can see, we will land right here. So what we now need to do is go ahead and first get the assets. So we'll need a scroll, a feather, a question mark, and we'll also need a gift. These are the 4 assets that we need. So what I've done is I've just gone into Canva, created a new design, and we are now going to use this to get the 4 motion graphics that we need. And the first one is a scroll. So I'll go ahead and type scroll, and I'll also type outline because I want the scroll to be empty. So as you can see, we have a scroll right here. Let's look for something more similar to what we had before. We have this, which is similar. This is also pretty good. I will copy this actually and go on FreePic, which is a super good website, which is free. And I will click on icons and I should be able to find something good. As you can see, I think this one looks really good. So I'll download it, perfect. Then I'll look for the second graphic, which is a feather. So I'll actually look for feather outline, and this looks really good. So I'll bring this in and I will flip it horizontally so that it's going to be similar to the one in our video. I'll make it a bit bigger, and then I will go ahead and share, download, transparent background, and download. The next graphic that we need is going to be a question mark. So I'll go ahead and type question mark outline. And now that we have our question mark, I'll once again go on download, transparent, and only this page, and download. The last graphic that I need is a gift. So I'll go ahead and look for present outline. So what I want to look for now is a gift, but I do not want this middle line, which probably wasn't used by the creators as well, because I'll need to divide the part on the top from the part on the bottom. So I'll keep scrolling down until I can find something divided. So I'll actually end up choosing this one, because I've just thought about a good way to mask it and make it look like it's separated, so it's going to be no problem. So I'll go ahead and download it once again, background free. So we have finally got our assets. A quick thing that I want to mention before we start is that whenever I'll use a shortcut, you will be able to see it right here below. If I'm clicking T or Control S or whatever I'm doing, you can see it down there. So just keep an eye on that. If I do something and I maybe don't say it, you can see it down there. I have clicked something, and as you can see, something has happened on the screen. Now what I want to do is go ahead and import our assets into our project, and we can start editing them. As you can see, they are all of different colors. It does not matter. Now before proceeding with the animation, we just need to do a quick modification to the present. So I'll go ahead and hide all of the other layers by removing this eye thing, and then I'll go on effects and preset and search for an effect called tint, so that I can quickly color it all in white so that I can actually see the GIF. And what I want to do is I want to zoom in by holding Alt and using the scroll wheel, and then click the layer, click on the pen tool, and then create a mask just like so. Make sure to hold Shift so that the mask is straight, and then just go right here like so. And as you can see, we're going to split the present in half. Then I'll go ahead and duplicate the layer by clicking Ctrl D, and then I'll go on the mask and click on invert. So then now I have two different parts of the same gift, as you can see. This is going to allow us to animate that later on. So now I'll re-enable all of the layers, and what I want to do is now go ahead and start with the animation. So to start with the animation, we will need the saber effect, which we have previously downloaded right here, and we will need all of these layers to become masks. So to do that, there are two ways. The first one is just mask manually everything with a pen tool, and that's not what I suggest. It's going to be extremely slow and painful. Or the second way is just selecting all of the layers and then go on layer and click on auto trace and click OK. And this is going to create, as you can see, all of the layers as masks. As you can see here, there is a mask on the scroll, same here on the question mark. It's all masked out. Now what I want to do, now that I have everything auto traced, is go ahead and create a new solid layer. Doesn't matter the color, and I'll just leave it here. And the reason is I will now go ahead and take each mask singularly. So for example, this one, I'll click on M, and then I'll just copy all of the masks with Ctrl C, and then I'll paste them here with Ctrl V. And as you can see, we'll have a red scroll. And now I can remove this one. The reason I will transfer all of the masks to a new solid layer is because sometimes the glow gets messed up if I just do it on normal auto trace layer. So that's the reason I go ahead and do it like so. Now I'll do the same with the feather. I'll copy, create a new solid layer, and then paste it there. I'll do the same with half of the present, and then the other half of the present. And now, as you can see, I have everything on a red solid layer. Now once again, the color doesn't matter, we'll change it later. So what I'll do now is, just to organize myself better, I'll rename everything by clicking on rename right here, and I'll do this for each solid layer. So now that I've created all of this stuff, I can simply remove the original assets because I will not need them. So what we need to do now is go ahead and start timing our animations. So right here, as you can see, is where the animation from the scroll starts. So I'll drag my scroll exactly here. Then I'll go forward and look for when the feather appears, which is here. So I'll get my feather and I'll drag it exactly here, and then I'll move forward until they both disappear, which is exactly here. As you can see, they disappear So I'll go ahead and drag these just like so, and these just like so as well. I'll make sure to be precise, which means that here is where the question mark starts. So I'll drag it below and I'll drag it exactly here, and then I'll go forward until here, which is where the question mark stops and the gift starts. So I'll go ahead and select both and drag them until here. And then I'll make sure to see when does the opening start. It starts right here. So we'll make sure to mark where it starts by cutting this layer. And then as you can see, this is going to happen and the text layer is going to appear from here. So I'll go ahead and create a text layer and type in present. And I will just time it from here to exactly here, which is when it's going to stop moving. So I'll cut it by clicking Ctrl-Shift-D. And now I have everything timed up. I'll do this text later, by the way. So let's go ahead and start with the animation. So the first one is the scroll. So let's go ahead and bring the scroll. The first thing that we want to do is check how is this animated. So this is just a simple saber animation. So I'll go ahead and drag it. So I'll go on Effect, Saber, and drag it on top of my scroll layer. I'll activate it actually. And here I need to modify a couple of settings. First, the glow color must be white. Secondly, I need to go on render settings, click on composite settings and click on transparent, so that there is not a black box under the saber. And then what I need to do is go on customize core, and here instead of saber, I'll click layer masks. And now we have our scroll. Now it's too bright, there is too much glow, so I'll just go ahead and reduce this to something like 10. As you can see, it's starting to take shape now. I'll reduce the spread to something like 0.2, and then I'll reduce the core size a bit. Something like this should be good. And now what I need to do is, as you can see, our reference is smaller and flipped. So I'll go right here on the scale parameter in the transform settings, and then I will click this button, and then I will put a minus here. This is going to flip the image horizontally, as you can see. What I've just done is I have unlinked the scale properties, and then I flipped them by changing the first value with a negative. I'll then link them again, and then I'll just make them smaller, just like in the reference. And now let's go ahead and animate it just like in the reference. So let's go ahead and play with our saber effect once again. Let's go right here and let's look for the end offset value. We're going to put this down to 0, hit a keyframe, and then go forward until the actual animation ends, so that we can time them properly. It looks like it's ending exactly here. So I'll go ahead and put the ends offset once again to 100. And as you can see, what we have, if I solo our scroll layer, this is what we have. As you can see, the scroll is slowly creating. Now we will fix the keyframes later and we'll ease them later. For now, let's just do the basic animation. Now it's time for the feather. So let's look right here at the feather. As you can see, it's super big, super red. We need to change a bunch of stuff. First, let's go on the scale properties once again, and let's reduce this until it's somewhat the size of the feather in the video. And let's move its position. Let's make it smaller, taller, I think a bit smaller. Okay, something like this should be good. Maybe a bit more. I think we're good now. I'll actually make it a bit bigger. 23, 25 maybe. Okay, I like this. I'll bring it a bit down. Nice. Now what we want to do is create a movement keyframe. So it's going to start from here, position, keyframe, and then I'll go forward when it stops, which is exactly here, and I'll move it just like so. So that, as you can see, if we now solo our feather and scroll, our feather is moving just like so. Now what I also want to do is create keyframes on opacity, because if you look at our reference video right here, the feather is slowly fading in from the start until here. So what I'll do is I'll hit a keyframe on opacity here and a keyframe on opacity here on 0. So then now let's look at our animation once again. We have the feather appearing and moving just like in the video from the reference. Now we only need to make this white because in the reference video there was no glow, as you can see. So what I'll do is I'll simply not even use the saber effect this time, but just use a simple tint effect and just make it white. And now I'll once again solo these layers, and as you can see, this is what we have: the scroll creating and the feather moving there. Perfect. Now it's time for the question mark. So as you can see, it animates just like so. So I'll go ahead and enable it. I'll solo this layer, and then I'll go ahead and go on the scroll, copy the saber effect by using Ctrl C and paste it here. So that as you can see, we have all of our animation already done with the glow and all of that. Now what we need to change is, as you can see, there are 2 lines in our question mark. Meanwhile, in the reference video, there is only 1. It's not doubled. And if we want to recreate that, what we need to do is go on the mask section. And as you can see, there are 4 masks. So what we can do is remove the first mask and remove the third mask. And as you can see, it's going to be just like so, with only the internal masks created, and we do not have the external ones as we did before. So I'll keep it like this, and now we have our animation, which is perfect. We need to create another animation though, because as you can see, this question mark starts big and becomes small. So it starts from here, and then it has a keyframe on the scale property right here when it stops. So I'll put another keyframe right here, and I will also modify the saber keyframe. So I'll search for it, there we go, and I'll make sure that it ends here with the scale. Perfect. So now I'll disable this and enable hours, and I'll go on the scale property, which is exactly here, and I will make sure that at the end it's way smaller. So let's go with something like 60, and now as you can see, we have our animation once again. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and look at the next animation. This one is with the gift. So for the gift, I will need to apply the same movement to the top and the bottom of our gift. As you can see, they move at the same exact speed. And I can do this in multiple ways. I can create a transform effect. The transform effect basically will encapsulate all of your movement, and then you can copy and paste the effect. Or the best way is you create a new null object. I'll put it right here. And I will now enable all of my layers, the ones I need, and I will link them with this pick whip icon to the null. So now if I do anything to the null, as you can see, the whole gift is going to move together. It's a super simple thing which allows you to control the movement of multiple objects at the same time without having to copy paste the effects every single time you make a change. So I highly suggest you to do this. I will call the null gift animator so that I know that it's animating the gift, and I will reduce it until it's of a similar size as the one I saw in my reference. Perfect. And now what I'll do is I will go at the end of the animation, which is here, hit a keyframe on P for position and put it exactly where it is right here. I will actually scale it down a bit more, and I will P for position, move it a bit down. Perfect. And then I will go at the start right here and check where it is. So it's exactly here at the moment. So I'll put it here. Perfect. Now as you can see, we will have our movement just as in the reference video. Now what we want to do is recreate that saber effect once again. So I'll go right here on the question mark. I will copy the saber effect and paste it exactly here and also here. As you can see now, our animation is going to happen at the same time as the reference video. Now what I want to do is make sure that our keyframe here ends at the same time as our position keyframe right here. So to do that, I'll click on U, which is going to show all of the keyframes on this layer. And as you can see here, I have my saber keyframe, and I'll drag it exactly here. I'll do the same on the bottom present, and I will drag the keyframe exactly here. So they should end exactly here, and they're a bit offset actually, so I'll move them once again. And now they're ending at the exact same time as the position keyframe, which is perfect. So as you can see, I'll now have this happen. Now there is a small problem here because this layer does not have the saber effect. So what I'll do is I'll just remove this and expand this, and now everything should be good. The animation is happening, which is perfect. What I want to happen now is I want the top present to open. As you see right here, if I enable our reference layer, from exactly here the top present is going to open. So to recreate that animation, I'll go exactly where the animation starts, and I'll click some keyframes on rotation, position and opacity. These are all of the keyframes that I'll need. So from here, as you can see, the animation ends exactly here. So I'll hit once again keyframes, and I will also enable my top present layer so that I can copy the movement. So as you can see, I have this animation to replicate. Let's first replicate the fade because it's the easiest part to replicate. So from here, as you can see, it starts fading. So I'll hit a keyframe on opacity, and then I'll go at this one at the end and make it on 0. So that now if I re-enable my layer, as you can see, they're going to disappear at the same time. I'll replay this once again, they're disappearing. They're locking the movement, but they're disappearing. Now, to recreate that movement, we don't actually need position keyframes, but we need to set up our anchor point. So I'll quickly explain how does an anchor point work. As you can see right here, my anchor point is set right here. This is my anchor point. And if I now go ahead and rotate my gift, it's going to rotate around this anchor point. That's going to stand still every time I rotate. And what we want to do to replicate that movement is actually move the anchor point on the bottom right here. This is going to allow us to, as you can see, rotate and recreate the animation effect which was used by the reference video. So what I'll do now is I'll enable my bottom. As you can see, now the problem with changing the anchor point is that it's going to slightly change the position as well. So what we need to do is go ahead and change the position and realign everything. So I'll zoom in to make sure that everything is aligned. You can use Control to move the handle slightly and have more control. Now it's perfectly aligned once again. And if I check the animation from the start, everything should be good once again. And now I can finally do the rotation. So I'll do it just like so. It will end up at something like this. And then I'll simply move the keyframe where it actually should be, which is at the end. Now I'll toggle the original layer and let's compare the two animations. So as you can see, we have our gift moving and then it opens as in the reference. So if I now go ahead and show what we have until now, this is what we're going to see. There is the scroll, the feather, and then there's the question mark, same as reference, and the gift, and then the gift opens, as you can see. So what we need to do now is go ahead and create the present, and the present is going to look just like so. I'll have to, as you can see, make it appear slowly. So I'll go ahead and go on the transform properties, click a keyframe on opacity, put it down to 0, and then move forward until around here, which is to 100, and then I will also have to move the position from here to here. Now I'll toggle my layer and make sure that I'm doing something good. So I'll disable my original one and just look at mine now. I want to make sure that my present is somewhere around here in position at the start. So I'll drag it here, and then it's somewhere around here, maybe a bit lower once it ends. I'll also go on properties and customize my text a bit. Let's try with Helvetica now, and also make this all caps. And now I think we're looking good. I want to space it a bit more, so I'll look for the spacing right here and space this a bit more. And now this is the animation that we have. As you can see, we have the scroll, the question mark, and our gift with the present coming up from there, which is absolutely perfect. So now we only need to make a couple of modifications to make sure that this project is completed. The first one is going to be adding the text on top, and the second one is going to be finalizing the animations and making them smooth. Now, I'll go ahead and type here, but before doing that, I want to remove the all caps and remove the spacing. And then I'll type yesterday is history. And then I will zoom in and actually make this bigger. I will center the anchor point. And now what I want to do is I want to make sure that it's at the same height. I will reduce its size to something like 30, add a comma, and then I'll go on the align function and click on align to make sure that it's centered horizontally. You can also put it in the center of the screen, but it's going to go over our animations, which I don't like, so I'll just keep it there. So after yesterday's history, I'll cut it exactly here with Ctrl-Shift-D. I will type tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. Add another comma, and then I'll check when does that end, which is exactly here. I'll actually check frame by frame here. So I'll cut it, remove these ones so that I can actually see what I'm doing, and type. That's why it's called present, full stop. So now if I look at what I have is yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called present. So as you can see now, we have finally our video almost finished. We just need to ease the keyframes, but as you can see, it's looking pretty good at the moment. So what I'll do now is I will go on the scroll and I will make sure that the keyframes are eased. So I'll go and click U so that I can see all of the keyframes, and as you can see here, we have our saber keyframes. I'll highlight them both and click on F9, which is also the equivalent of right-clicking on them and clicking on Keyframe Assistant and clicking Easy Ease. This allows us to have smoother keyframe animation, as you can see, which goes slow at the start, fast in the middle, and slow at the end once again. I will do the same with my feather. I will click U to see the keyframes, go on the position and opacity keyframes and click on F9. And as you can see now, the movement is going to be way smoother. I'll do the same on the question mark once again, U, highlight, F9. And now as you can see, it's smoother. I'll go on the top present, I will go on all of the keyframes that I have and click F9. And I'll do the same with the bottom present by clicking F9 once again and easing them. And I'll do the same on the null by clicking F9. And I'll also do the same on the present. This is super important because it's going to make everything smoother. I'll go ahead and let you listen to this with the audio.
Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
So I want to congratulate with you because you have just recreated a viral video which has gotten over 230k views at the time of recording. And I know that this style is not easy to make and it can be a bit overwhelming, but that's because it's the highest quality work you can do as a video editor or as a theme page. This is motion graphic design. This is supposed to be one of the most advanced topics of all time. And in fact, the owner of that page, which we have just recreated the video for, which has over 1 million followers, sells a course on how to animate like him for over $150. And we have just recreated a super viral video in something like 30 minutes. And the best part is that this is just the first project that we're going to make, and we're going to go over more complex and even better projects in the next 2 lessons that are going to make you improve massively in motion graphic design. So I truly think you should stick around, and I can't wait to see your beautiful work in the class projects as well. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to go over the second animation, the failure one. Time to create the second motion graphic project. So let's go ahead and create a new composition once again. I'll go with the same preset, social media portrait, 30 fps, 180 by 1920. And this time I'll make the duration 15 because I might need a bit more space, and I'll call this second motion graphic project. So I'll now go ahead and click OK, and as you can see, it's going to create the comp. I'll go ahead and import my reel, which we're going to recreate. You can see this is what the reel looks like. There is the reveal and everything that happens, as you can see. So to deconstruct this properly, first, it's 5 seconds long, so what I'll do is I'll actually reduce the composition settings to 0.05. There we go. And now we'll need the fail, so these are rounded squares. We'll need a rounded rectangle, and we will need some watermarks. So I'm going to divide this project into 2 lessons. In the first one, we are going to recreate all of the assets, and in the second one, we are going to animate everything. So let's go ahead and start by creating the reveal square. So what you do is you go here on the square, the rectangle tool. If you don't have this, you can hold your left click and choose the one that you want. You can choose this one or this one, it doesn't matter. And we're going to zoom in by using Alt and zoom, and we're going to recreate something like this. Perfect. Once you have done this, you want to go right here in the rectangle section and then click on rectangle path and choose the roundness. Now I'll go with something like this because I think it's appropriate, and then I'll go ahead and change the fill. To change the fill, I want it to be a still color, so just a green. So I'll go up here where there's written fill, and instead of clicking on the color, I'll click on the actual fill and I will choose linear color. Once I've done this, I'll go on the fill color and I'll choose a green of my choice. Let's go with something like this. Then I will click on the stroke, not on the color, on the stroke, and click on no stroke. And as you can see, we now have our rectangle, which is exactly where the other one was. And actually what I can do is put it like so, click on the color, and then just click on this pick whip and click on the green right here, so that I copy the exact green that was used by this guy. Once I've done this, I have created this. So let's go ahead and create the fail letters. Now for the fail letters, we'll need to once again use the rectangle tool and create it just like so. I will click V for the selection tool. You can also click right here, and then we can go ahead and shape this as we want, something like this. Then I'll go on rectangle, rectangle path, and round it as much as I like.
Something like this should be good. Perfect. Now I'll go on the color, fill, use this little thing and choose the red one. I can also choose any red of my choice, but I'll just choose this one because I think it's better. I'll click on OK, and then what I will do is I will actually go ahead and start renaming this. So this is what I'll call F, and this is what I'll call reveal. Before duplicating and aligning everything, you want to make sure to click the anchor point at the center of the image. And the reason for that is because it's going to be super helpful once we will start animating later. Otherwise, everything would get kind of messed up with the movements. So just keep in mind, choose the anchor point. Now, what we want to do is go ahead and click Ctrl D so that we duplicate this layer, and then we can go on the position settings and move it just like so. And then we can rename this by clicking Enter, and then I'll duplicate with Ctrl D, rename this to I, and then click P for position and move it right here. I'll do this once again, Ctrl D, Enter, L, and then I'll click on P for position and move it just like so. Perfect. Now, as you can see, we have reveal and then we have fail written right here. Now, what we want to do is go ahead and create the text. So we go on the text right here and we start by creating the F. So I'll go ahead and click F. I'll make sure that the anchor point is set up properly and I'll drag it around here. Doesn't matter if it's perfect or not. What I want to do is just choose a font which isn't too thick. I like this one, a bit bigger. Let's see if it's centered. It should be good now. Perfect. So what I will do now is I will click this layer and then by holding Ctrl, I'll also click this one. I'll go and align and there should be written selection here. And I'll align both vertically and horizontally just to make sure that it's in the middle. Then I'll hit Ctrl D and this time I'll modify this and call it A. Actually, let's make sure it's capital. And then I'll go on P for position and move it around here. Now it's not quite centered, so I'll go ahead and click on A and this A by holding Ctrl, align, align. Then once again, I'll Ctrl D, call this I, and once I've called this I will move it with the P for position, move it here. I actually forgot to modify the text, so I'll call it I. And now as you can see, it's not really centered. I'll try and do my best myself. And then I'll go ahead and hit this and then this with Ctrl and then align just like so. And then I'll go ahead and duplicate this, call this L, and then I will hit P for position and just move it. I haven't actually called it capital L. There we go, now it's good. And I'll just make sure that it's like this. And now I will click it, click the L right here, and align it to selection. And now we should be good. We have our fail text. Perfect. Now what I will do is I will create another text. I will need the text tool again and I will do like so and call it reveal. I will need to make this smaller so that everything can fit. And I will now hit P for position and move it lower. I'll hit the anchor point just to be precise. And now what I'll do is I'll highlight this and this at the same time, align everything together. Perfect. Actually, since I want this to be centered to the middle of the actual composition, I'll select composition here so that it's perfectly in the center. Now that's perfect. So now what we want to create is, as you can see, as we move forward, everything moves and there is the text that appears, which is finding another inspiring lesson. So to do that, I'll go ahead and create it here and I will call it binding. I will move it down to around here. I'll go on properties and I will increase the size just like so. I will also make sure to click and drag this like so that all the text fits in the text box. Then I'll go back to my selection tool and just move this around. I think something like this is looking pretty good. I want it to make a bit closer though. So what I'll do now is I will duplicate this text. I will call it another and I will click on P for position and move it down. I will make sure that it's big enough. I will also finish typing because I forgot 2 letters, and then I'll go ahead and disable the original one to just make sure that it's like so. Perfect. And now I'll go ahead and create inspiring. So Ctrl D once again, and this time I'll type inspiring. I will actually make sure to cut the first letter and I'll drag it down just like so. I also realized that I have to remove the first letter here as well. So this should be good now, and I'll actually reposition this so that
it's better. And now I need to create a lesson here, so I'll type simply lesson. There we go. Of course, we don't need the first letter of the word because it's going to be in the fail letter. Now, once you have done this, if we disable the original one, as you can see, we have finding another inspiring lesson. So to align all of this text, what I'll do is I will go on the align section, selection, and I will click on align left so that, as you can see, they're all perfectly aligned on the left side. Once I've done this, I'm almost ready to animate. What I need is to add some glow, as you can see, to the squares. So I'll do that, and then I'll also need to customize the text. But first, let's go ahead and add some glow. So to add a glow effect, we're now going to add an effect which is called Gaussian blur. And to do that, I will first duplicate the layer by clicking Ctrl D, and then I will pre-compose it just like so. And I will add Gaussian blur. And now, as you can see, I can create this kind of effect, which is basically a glow. I can choose how much I want to space it, how much I want it to be close, and all of that stuff. I can also duplicate this with Ctrl D to create a more enhanced effect if I want to. I will also go ahead and take all of these 3 squares, click Ctrl C, and then copy them in the comp. And this is going to allow to, as you can see, create all of this glow. I'll remove this text so that you can see it better. As you can see, we now have the glow. And not only that, I can also go ahead and click on reveal, which is the square below the reveal. Click Ctrl C, go into the comp once again, and click Ctrl V. And now I'll have a glow right there as well. Perfect. So if I look at the original thing that we had, we now are only lacking the mouse icon and also the logo. So what I'll do is I'll show you how to add a watermark and how to add the mouse icon. Now what we want to do now is go ahead and look for a mouse icon, and to do that I'll simply search for a mouse icon on FreePic. Here I can find tons of them. I'll go ahead and look on icons, and I think this one is looking pretty good. So I'll just drag it in and let's see how this looks. Let's go ahead and choose a tint to make this look white. Perfect. I also think I want to fill it in. So to fill it in, I'll simply go right here on the pen tool. And by doing that, as you can see, I can create new solids. And what I'll do is I'll simply just create a rough solid, which is going to be the feel of my mouse icon. As you can see, I'll just keep dragging points and now it should be good. So I'll now simply just change the fill to white, and as you can see, it's now full. I'll also go ahead and highlight them both and pre-compose them. So then now I have my cursor. So what I'll do now is I'll scale it down, because that's what was done in the video. I'll position it somewhere around here. I'll actually scale it down a bit more. There we go, position it a bit higher, and I'll animate it later. But what we need to know is that it's going to go over our box. So what we need to do is customize it so that you can distinguish it from the box. And to do that, we'll use a drop shadow. And as you can see, it can greatly increase the visibility when it comes to the box. As you can see, there is this black thing, which is basically a shadow, and it's super useful. You can also increase the opacity, and it's going to be something like this. I'll rename this to mouse icon actually, and now I should be good. Actually, I want it a bit smaller. Okay, now the only thing that I am missing then is just to customize this text, especially the one in fail. And to do that, I will go ahead and use some of my favorite text effects. And one of them is actually a simple drop shadow. I want it to be really subtle, something like this, which, as you can see, allows you to see the text way better because it pops thanks to it, but it's not too evident. And then I'll also look for this effect called Bevel Alpha. This is going to create this kind of 3D edge, if you can call it like that, which is super good. Once I've done that, I'll look for the L right here, click on the drop shadow, and while holding Ctrl, I'll click on Bevel, Ctrl C, and then I will highlight all of the text which is here, and Ctrl V. As you can see right here, the watermarks used by this guy are 2, one here and one here. So let's go ahead and say that we want to use the Vosen logo. I've taken this one from the internet, pretty simple logo from a theme page. So what I'll do is I'll actually just mask this roughly around the edges. And now what I'll do is I will drag it below everything, just like so. And then I will position it upwards so that it's going to be directly behind the text. And then I will reduce its opacity by a lot. Let's try 50. I would do even less, something like 20. And then I can duplicate it. And this time I can make it 80 opacity, but I'll make it way smaller by using the scale function, and I will move it below just like so, so that as you can see you can have a double watermark, one here and one here, just like in the original video where there is watermark watermark. You can just do watermark watermark. It's pretty simple, that's how it works. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we will animate everything. So here's basically where we left off last lesson. What we'll do right now is go ahead and animate everything. Something that I've quickly done is removing all of the watermarks because they are not my watermarks and I just don't want to use them. That's it. So what I'll do now is we'll go ahead and recreate this animation right here. And to do that, the first thing that we'll need to do to recreate all of the animations is go ahead and merge the letter F with its related box. So I would click on the F, click on the other F by holding Ctrl and then pre-compose them. Then I will also rename this to F. And as you can see now I have my F, and whenever I move it by using the position value, everything is going to move. Both the F and the square. This is going to make the whole animating way easier. I'll go ahead and do the same for the A. And as you can see now we have our fail, and if I go ahead and click on the position I can, as you can see, move them all together. We are not moving the glow, but it's fine, we'll fix that later. So what we want to do now is go ahead and click on the original animation and click on solo so that we can actually take it as a reference. And we'll see when they start moving, which is exactly here. And I will go click on the L, click on the F by holding Shift, click on P, and select a keyframe on the position. Once I've done that, I'll go forward when the animation stops, which is exactly here. And I'll click another keyframe on position, so that now I have everything set up. What I can do now is I can remove the solo and start to move my squares. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll move the F, and I'll make sure that they match. Perfect. And then I'll do the same with the A. So I'll move the A up and I'll move the A just like so. Perfect. And then I'll do the same on the I by going like this. And then I will do it lastly with the L, just move it sideways. And as you can see, we now have finding another inspiring lesson on our animation as well. So if I go ahead and replay this, you're going to see that this is what happens. As you can see, the fail is moving just like so, like in the reference video. Once again, we'll ease everything later on, just let's not worry about that yet. Now what we want to do is we want the fail to change color, because as you can see in the original animation it changes color and becomes green. So what I'll do is I'll actually go ahead and click, let's start with the L, I'll double click on it and it's going to open the pre-comp. As you can see, there is my letter and my box that I can, stretch and do whatever I want. What I want to do specifically is go on the L, click the drop down menu, go on contents, rectangle and fill. I will click a keyframe on the color, as you can see, and then I will go forward until exactly here, and I will go back in my pre-comp and I will change the color to green. I'll go with a green, something like this. Now to get the specific green that I want, what I'll do is I will actually remove the solo, go right here on the reveal, the text box which is reveal, and what I'll look for is, I'll go on the properties, contents, rectangle, fill, I will click on the color and I will copy this color code by clicking Ctrl C, and once I click OK, I can go back in my pre-comp and copy paste here with Ctrl V the exact color. Perfect. And now what I'll do is I will go in the contents and rectangle and fill of the eye once again. I will actually make sure to go at the start of the animation, and I will go back in the eye, hit a keyframe on color, go at the end, and then once again make sure that I'm using the right color, Ctrl C, and paste it right here, and it's going to automatically create a keyframe. So I'll do that once again. I'll go in the A, contents, rectangle, fill, I will hit a keyframe, and then I'll actually go backwards and hit another keyframe because I forgot, and then I'll go forward and change the color once again, and I'll do it lastly for the F. So I'll go right here, contents, rectangle, fill, and I'll hit a keyframe, and then I will go forward exactly here and I will create another keyframe with the right color. So now if we disable this and we only look at our animation, we are going to find that our fail is changing color just like so, which is perfect. So now, as you can see, our main problem is that the glow is not following our animation and it's not changing color. We can fix this with a really simple trick. And we'll go at the start of the animation, we'll click on the L, and while holding shift, we'll click on the F, and we'll hit Ctrl C. By doing this, we have just copied all of these compositions, and then we can just go in the composition which we used for the glow. If you remember, we have copied all of our original boxes inside here, and then we have used some Gaussian blur to create the glow, as you can see. And what we are going to do now is go in and paste all of our fail, as you can see, and we'll remove the original fail that we had. And now, as you can see, the glow is going to simply follow our animation. And the reason for that is because we have just copy pasted the whole text boxes, and we have also copy pasted the whole keyframes. So as you can see, it's going directly in place and changing color. Now we have just completed our fail animation. Now we are basically done with this animation from the fail. What we need to do is animate the text. So to animate the text, as you can see, the effect used by the creator of this video is a typewriter effect, and sometimes the words become green. Now let's go ahead and start by creating the normal typewriter effect, and then I'll show you how to make the letters green. So what I'll do is I will go at the start of the finding, which is exactly here, and I'll drag a typewriter effect right here. It's in the effects and preset panel. Once you have done that, you can scroll down and look for the animator, range selector, and these two keyframes are going to control how fast the typewriter effect is. So if I now go ahead and untoggle this and only toggle my layer and show you my keyframes, as you can see now it's going to be a pretty fast typewriter effect. If I drag it right here, it's going to be super slow, and if I drag it super close, it's going to be, of course, super fast. Now the way I'll use this is I'll simply just solo the layer, and then I'll check where it ends, which is exactly here, and I'll drag the keyframe. Once I've done that, I'll check where does the second effect start, which is exactly here, and I'll drag another typewriter effect. By clicking U on your layer, you can instantly access the keyframes, and then you can see that it ends exactly here. I'll drag it here, and then I'll go for the inspiring, which starts exactly here. I'll drag the typewriter, click U, and then I'll check where it ends, which is exactly here. I'll drag it just like so, and then I'll go ahead and look where does the lesson start, which is here. I'll drag a typewriter, click U, and I will go where it ends, which is here, and I'll drag my effect. So then now, if you go ahead and just show our animation, this is what we have as of right now. Fail, finding another inspiring lesson. That's perfect. Now, a quick thing that I want to do before moving forward is select all of this layer, click on P for position, and move it a bit to the right, because I think they're too close. Just wanted to do this as an extra thing. Now, let's go ahead and create the green effect to finish this effect off. As you can see, there is this green effect. So let's go ahead and create this first with the ending part, the first text. What I'll do is I'll click Ctrl D to duplicate this text, and as you can see, if I click U for the keyframes here and on the one below, as you can see, they're exactly identical because they are the exact same text. And what we want to do is color this green. Before doing that, I'll actually hide this so that we can actually see our animation. And now we're going to have the ending. So what I'll do now is I will need to color the text which is above green. To do that, I'll quickly enable the reference text. I will get this small color picker and click it right here. And if I now enable this, as you can see, we have our ending, which is colored of the same green, which is what we wanted. What you want to do now is go ahead and make sure that as a new letter appears, the old one disappears. And to do that, you can simply pre-comp this layer, and we're going to play with masks. So let's go ahead and locate the point where the second letter starts, which is here, and we're going to go ahead and mask this. So you can either go for a rectangle mask and draw it like this, or if you want, you can go ahead and draw a pen mask, just like this. I suggest to use the rectangle because that's going to have straight lines as you can see, a divider. Now what we want to do is go ahead and create a huge mask, something really long, something like this. I'll do it around the eye, and then I'll go right here and click on inverted, as you can see. So what we want to do now is go ahead and make sure that at the start, the eye is not selected. So as you can see here, it appears, but it's white, and we do not want that. So what I'll do is I'll go mask path and click on a keyframe. And then by clicking on the selection tool, I'll simply move the mask, as you can see. And what I'll do now is I'll go frame by frame until a new letter appears, which is exactly here. Once this happens, I'll go back one frame, hit a keyframe on the mask path, and then go forward and move the mask. I'll do this once again. I'll go frame, frame. As you can see here, another letter appears, frame backwards, keyframe, and then frame forward and move the mask. I'll do it once again. Frame forward, forward, another letter appeared, so backwards, keyframe, forward, and then mask. I'll keep going, another frame, I'll go back, frame, go forward, and mask. I'll do it once again, keyframe, forward, mask. And then I'll go 2 frames forward, keyframe, forward, mask. The reason we needed a long mask is because we needed to include a bunch of letters, as you can see. And now this is the effect that we have. As you can see, the typewriter effect moves super fast as the new letter appears. If you want a slower typewriter, which is green, we can do it on the next text. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and click Ctrl D to duplicate. I'll click U to see the keyframes here and here. It starts exactly here, and then I will go on this another. I'll click on the fill, and I'll copy the color from there. And as you can see, we now have our green text. So now I'll go ahead and pre-compose once again. I will go forward until the first letter appears, which is here. Go ahead and create a rectangle mask, which is really long, just like so. So let's go ahead and invert the mask. And we're going to see that there are now 2 letters which are green. I'll go ahead and hit a keyframe. I'll move forward, and actually it's here when the next letter appears. So what I'll do is I'll simply move this, and then I'll go forward, forward. So as you can see here, the H appears. So I'll go 1 frame backwards, keyframe, 1 frame forward, and remove the O from the green and make sure that the O is white. Then I'll go forward, forward. As you can see, the E appears. So I'll go back 1 frame, keyframe, forward, and the T now is going to disappear. And then I want to zoom in to make sure that I'm precise, perfect. Then I'll go 1, 2 frame forward, 1 frame backward, keyframe, 1 frame forwards, and move this just like so. And then I'll go 1 frame forward, keyframe, 1 frame forward, and remove the E, 1 frame forward, keyframe, 1 frame forward. And now we have this effect, which is a bit slower, as you can see, compared to the top one, because it has 2 letters which are green at the same time every time. And now let's go ahead and do it for the inspiring. This time I'll do it so that there are 3 letters that are always green at the same time. So I'll duplicate this, copy the color from the green here, and then I will pre-comp it just like so. And then we go here where there is 3 letters at the same time. I will click U also on the bottom layer so that I can see what's actually happening. And then I'll go right here, create the rectangle as usual, and I'll go ahead and make it just like so, and I'll invert it as usual, and then I'll go forward, forward. As you can see here, the eye appears, so I'll go 1 frame backwards, and I'll click on keyframe, 1 frame forward, and I will just move the mask just like so. Then I'll go forward. As you can see here, the R appears, so I'll go 1 frame backwards, keyframe, 1 frame forward, and move the mask. And then here the I appears, so 1 frame backwards, keyframe, 1 frame forward, and the P disappeared. And then I'll go 1 frame forward, keyframe, another one, and just remove the I. And I'll do the same thing again here. And as you can see, this is what we have. Here we have a 1-letter typewriter, here we have a 2-letter typewriter, and here we have a 3-letter typewriter, as you can see. I think this is a really cool effect. Now I'll do it for the lesson as well, but I won't show you because it's always the same thing. And as you can see, we have finally did this. If we look at this from the start, we are going to see that we are doing really good with this animation. We have the fail which moves, and we have finding another inspiring lesson. Now we only need to animate the mouse icon and the reveal,
button, which is the last thing that we need. So let's go ahead and look for the reveal, which is here and here. I'll drag them together, and let's go ahead and look at what is the effect created by the video. So as you can see, the reveal shrinks and becomes big once again as the mouse clicks, and then it becomes gray. So it's going to be super simple. Let's go ahead and time it with the click. So it's exactly here where the scaling happens. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create a new null object, and I'll drag it below so that I can control both of these things just by using the pick whip and dragging it here, and I'll call this reveal animator. So once I've done that, I'll go on the transform and scaling options, and I'll go forward until here, and then I'll reduce this to, let's say, 90, and then it becomes big once again to 100% until here. So let's go ahead and give this a look, and let's see how this looks like. Becomes small and big once again, as you can see. I might actually want to make this like 93. So let's go ahead and look at this again. A bit bigger. Let's go with 95. Let's go ahead and play this. I really like that. Perfect. So now that I've done that, I'll go ahead and re-enable my original animation, and then it starts to fade exactly here. So from here the color starts to become gray. So I'll go right here, and as we have done before, I'll go here, contents, rectangle, fill, color, and then I'll go forward and just wait until it ends, which is here, and then just change the color to this one. And now if I go ahead and look at my animation right here, we're going to see that this is what happens. It gets clicked and then becomes gray. Perfect. Now there's still a couple of things to change. The first one is that we want to move everything of this up above the glow. Otherwise, as you can see, you can't really read the text. And now you can, way better. I'll zoom in to show. This is before and this is after. You can read it way better because the glow was on top of it. And now what we want to do is also go at the start, Control C this reveal, and then I will actually rename this to glow, otherwise I'm just getting confused. And I'll go into the glow comp and I'll paste it here. I'll move it down, I'll remove this, and as you can see now the glow is going to follow our color change and it's going to disappear, which is perfect. So now the last thing that we need is the mouse icon. So first thing that I'll do is I'll go ahead and scale it down because it's a bit too big, and then I'll check the movement, which is done by this guy. So let's go ahead, and as you can see it starts. So I'll click on R and I'll rotate it like he did, and I'll also put it in the same position as he did, which is exactly here, just like so. And then I'll start when it starts to move, which is at the start of the video. So I'll click on position, then I'll move forward until exactly here, and I'll just move it by hand. Perfect. I want to rotate it a bit more. There we go. So now as you can see we have our movement, and then here it starts to click. When it clicks it becomes smaller, so keyframe on scale, I'll go forward and click a keyframe at, let's say, 8, and then 1 2 3 4 5 it becomes bigger once again. So if I now look at my animation only, as you can see this is what happens. The click is super good and we are basically done. Let's go ahead and give this a look once again. I'll put it to 50%. Let's go ahead and play this. As you can see there is the mouse icon, the reveal, the fail, finding another inspiring lesson. Perfect. So now the last thing that we need to do is to ease the keyframes and make the animation smoother. That's the only thing we're missing. So to do that, we're going to start with the fail movement. So the fail movement, as you can see, becomes orange and almost green right away. And we want to avoid this. We want this to be slower. So to do that, I'll go ahead and go in the F, for example. I'll click F9 to easy ease. And then I'll click here to see the graph. And I'll make sure to change this so that most of the stuff happens towards the end. As you can see, this is how much the color is changing, and here it's changing a lot, and instead at the start it's not changing much. So let's go ahead and make this just like so, where the peak is around 730, so that as you can see now the fail is going to move color way towards the end. I'll go ahead and do the same with the A. I'll highlight both, F9, I'll go on the graph, and we'll just move this to around 70 like we did before. I'll do the same on the I once again, F9, and then I'll just move the graph to around 70, and I'll do the same right here on the L,
F9, and just move the graph once again. If you cannot find my specific graph, it's because you are on the value graph, which is this one. Just make sure to go on the speed graph so that you can modify the handles like I just did. So now as you can see, the colors are going to move slower, perfect. And what we want to do is also to smooth out the movement. To smooth out the movement, we're going to click on U for the keyframes right here, and we're going to click on F9. I'll actually do the same with all of these other keyframes as well, just clicking F9. And now the movement is going to feel way smoother, as you can see. I'll do the same with the reveal button. So the reveal button is exactly here. I have my scaling keyframes, I'll F9 them. I'll do the same with the mouse icon, the position keyframes of my mouse icon by clicking P, and I will do the same with the color of the reveal, which is exactly here, F9. And now this is the final result. I think it looks super smooth, and now you know how to make motion graphic shorts. I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about the most difficult project in this course. It's not going to be easy, but I can guarantee you that if you get through that, you'll be a fantastic motion graphic video editor. I'll see you in the next lesson. Here we are on the final project of this course. We're going to recreate this complicated animation. As you can see, the most complicated part is actually the man moving, changing from young to old and all of that stuff, which is not going to be too easy, and that's why it's going to be on a whole separate lesson. For now, in this lesson, we are going to gather the assets of the money, the hourglass, and the grave, as you can see, and we're going to also recreate this bar and basically just gather the assets. Once you have done that, in the next lesson we're going to go ahead and animate everything, and then we're going to dedicate a whole lesson to this man in the middle because it's going to be the most advanced part yet. So without further ado, let's analyze all the assets that we need. They are just a pile of money, an hourglass, and as you can see, the grave here. We'll recreate everything here in the actual software. So let's go ahead and start by going on Google, and we're going to look on our two favorite websites, which are Freepik and Canva. So what I'll start with is I'll go on Freepik and type coin pile, and as you can see, we're already starting to have some stuff in the icon sections. I'll look for something like this. As you can see, it's 3 piles of coins. I'll search it here on Canva as well, and I think I like this one, maybe even this one. Actually, I think I found it. I think I really like this pile right here. So I'll go open a new page and drag it here, and then I will make it a bit bigger. And now I have my coin pile. I'll go ahead and download it just like so. And then we need an hourglass. So let's go ahead and look here. Let's look for, okay, something like this I really like. Maybe this is even better. Okay, I'm getting some good results. I think I'll choose this one. So I'll go ahead and download it as a PNG. And then we need a grave. Let's try and look for it here. We have actually these which we could use, or something like this. Let's go ahead and look on Freepik as well. I think this one looks really good. So I'll go ahead and download it. So now I'll just drag it just like so. I'll disable my main thing here, and then I will actually create a new solid layer which is red so that I can actually see what do I have. And we have our coins, our grave, and our hourglass. Perfect. So I'll go ahead and look for the tint effect, drag it on top of, let's say, this one first, and I'll make sure to choose a gray. And as you can see, we now have a gray, and I'll copy the tint effect with Ctrl+C and paste it here and here. And as you can see, we now have our assets right here. So I'll go ahead and scale them up a bit and place them around here, just like so. And then I'll simply add them because we don't need them for now. What we need now is go ahead and recreate these bars right here. So to recreate the bars, I'll zoom in, click on the rectangle tool, and simply draw a rectangle just like so. I'll actually make it a bit bigger, just like so. Perfect. Once I've created my rectangle, I'll rename this to time rectangle, and that's because it's a rectangle related to the time function. I'll go ahead and change the color by clicking on fill and choosing a gray, something like this, to replicate this one. And then I'll duplicate this one and I'll change the fill color to something like this green. I'll click OK, and now as you can see, I have a double rectangle. Now let's go ahead and recreate this rectangle for also these two other functions here. So I'll go ahead and copy the time rectangle. I'll drag it above, and this time I'll call it money rectangle, and then I'll simply duplicate it, and this is going to be money rectangle 2, and then I will do the same, duplicate this, drag it above, position, drag it here on the red one, energy, and I'll call this energy rectangle, and then I'll duplicate it and change the fill color to green. We'll need to change these colors with keyframes as we have done before, but we'll do that later. It's not a problem for now. So now what we have is the time rectangle, the money rectangle, and the energy rectangle. If I show them alone, as you can see, we have the double rectangle, which is green and gray, as you can see, which is perfect. So what we'll do now is go ahead and create the time, money, and energy. So I'll go ahead and create a new text layer right here, and I'll simply type in time. I'll make sure that it's white, and then I will simply drag it here. Then I'll duplicate it, drag it below, and call this money, just like so. And then I'll duplicate this, I'll drag it below, and I'll call this energy. Now once I've done this, I can hide my original animation, and as you can see, we have time, money, and energy. Now what we want to do is go ahead and make sure that time is perfectly aligned in the center of this rectangle, and that money, energy, and time are both aligned on the same invisible line. So the first thing that we'll do is I will actually highlight all three of these, and I will go on align and click this thing so that, as you can see, they're perfectly aligned. I could also align them center wise if I wanted to. You can do whatever you prefer. I actually prefer this one, so I'll keep it like this. And now what we want to do is go ahead and make sure that time is in the center vertically. So what I'll do is I'll click on time rectangle, and click align vertically. I'll go on money rectangle and do the same with money, and I'll do the same on energy rectangle, just like so. And now everything is aligned vertically and horizontally everywhere, which is perfect. So now, before animating and adding glows and all of that stuff, let's go ahead and do this quick thing that the reference has done, which is adding our watermark right here. To do that is super simple. We just create a text layer. So I'll just take a text layer and I'll just throw it just like this, and I'll type my username in it. Now it doesn't allow me to type the @ symbol. So to do that, what I always do is I go on Chrome, I type it right here, and then I just copy it with Ctrl+C, and then I go back in After Effects and I just paste it, and that allows me to enter this symbol. Otherwise it just doesn't let me type it. So what I'll do is I'll just drag it here, and then I will go ahead and choose my text and customize it. I will make the font Montserrat because I like it. I'll make it semi-bold, and then I'll reduce the size to something like 10. Actually, maybe 15 looks good. I can maybe go for 17. Yeah, I like this more. I'll space it a bit by clicking here, just like so. And then what I'll do is I have to center this. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll click on P for position and try and center it to the best of my ability. Once I've done that, I'll click on this energy rectangle, and energy rectangle, go on align and align vertically. So that now everything is once again centered perfect. I'll go ahead and click Ctrl+D here, position, drag it above on the money. As you can see, I'll center it to the best of my ability once again, and then I'll just click on here, money rectangles, align vertically, and I'll do that once again. I'll duplicate this, P for position, drag this above so that it's on the time rectangle, and I'll just highlight time, align vertically. So what I'll do is I'll make sure to drag these in between my rectangles, just like so, so that, as you can see, they're going to be revealed once the green rectangle disappears, just like so. And I will hide this money rectangle, and I'll check how much do I need to lower the opacity so that it's not something too relevant. I do something like 20. I think 20 is good so that you can see it, but it's not a problem. Perfect. So I'll go ahead and re-enable this layer. And now we have our bottom part set up. Now what we want to do is go ahead and create the top text, which is young, adult, and old. So I'll go ahead and get a text layer and type here young. Now what I want to do is I want to go on properties and make sure to select my whole text here, and then just make sure that it's all caps, and I'll go on align center wise, And I will try to go with a bit of a bolder font here. Let's try and do Helvetica, and let's only show our text. I think it looks pretty good. So I'll drag it a bit lower. And now if we look at our thing here, as you can see, we can make this a bit bigger as well, drag it a bit higher, and that's perfect. Nice. Now once you have done this, I'll duplicate this, and then I'll duplicate once again and call this old. I'll just now go ahead and make sure to time them properly, so I will only show the original video, as you can see, and I'll check when does the young end, which is exactly here. So I'll go on my young and I'll cut it by clicking Ctrl Shift D, and then I'll check when does the adult end, which is around here. Let's find the perfect moment here. So I'll cut it and I'll remove this part, and then I will drag the old here and the adult here. So now if I only enable my layer, you're going to see that everything is starting to come together. We have young, adult, old, we have the bars. So before ending this lesson, the last thing that I'll do is go ahead and place these things properly. So to time these things, I'll firstly rename this to coin and this one to hourglass, so that as you can see I know what I'm doing. And then what I'll do is I'll simply go right here where the thing switch is, and I'll drag the hourglass. As you can see, I'll drag it because it's going to start from here and it's going to end here. I'll cut it, the extra part, and then I'll just drag the adult right here and cut it at the end of my thing here. So if I now go ahead and enable my thing, I will have young, and then it's going to change to adult, and it's going to change to old, which is perfect. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and resize everything. So I'll bring this below, go on P, drag it just like so, and then do the same here on the grave. I'll reduce it, go on P for position, and just drag it just like so. So then now as you can see, what I have is the coins, the hourglass, and the grave. I actually want to move the hourglass a bit to the right, and same with the grave here, something like this. And I'll also move everything a bit higher. And now we have the coins, the adult with the hourglass, and the old with the grave. Perfect. Last thing that I need to do is reduce the opacity a bit. So I'll go on T and bring this to around 50, as you can see. And I'll do the same right here, T, 50, T, 50. And now if I play full screen, you can see that we have the coins, the hourglass, and the grave, which are absolutely perfect. So I'll go ahead and see you in the next lesson where we're going to animate everything. We're going to add some opacity keyframes here. We're going to add a glow and some movement right here. And in the last lesson, we'll go over the puppet tool animation of the guy. So I'll see you there. So in this lesson, what you're going to do is finish every animation except the guy in the middle. So let's go ahead and get started by clicking these three texts on top. These texts are already done, they don't need any fades or anything. So what I'll do is I'll just pre-comp them, call them above text, so that I don't have to worry about them ever again. They're just going to change every 2 seconds. Perfect. Now what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and change the coin, hourglass, and grave animation by making it fade in and fade out. So we're going to start by counting the frame. So I'm going to first start by clicking a keyframe on opacity, and then I'll go forward 1 frame at a time and see when does the fade stop. And I think it's exactly here after 10 frames. So I'll click another frame and I'll go ahead and place a keyframe, and I'll go frames backwards until the coins are perfectly appeared, and I think they appear in 10 frames, so at 120. So I'll hit a keyframe, and now what I'll do is I will simply put 0 on the first and the last keyframe. So then now if I enable my coin only, as you can see here, this is what's going to happen. It's going to fade and fade out. Now to make it smoother, what I'll do is I'll simply highlight everything and click F9 as we have already done. So as you can see, it's going to be a smoother fade. Then I'll go ahead and copy these keyframes by clicking Ctrl C. I'll go at the start of the hourglass and click Ctrl V, and then I'll go at the start of the grave and click Ctrl V. And now as you can see, this is what we have: fades, 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 and fades once again, which is exactly what we want. Now, once we have done that, we need to animate the bars. So to animate the bars and add the glow, we'll first animate and then add the glow with some Gaussian blur. So to modify like it was modified by the reference video, what we need to do is go in the transform settings and disable this scale constraint proportion. This scale feature allows you to basically, as you can see, scale the rectangle in a uniform manner. So both dimensions expand or become smaller. To give you an example, if I expand one side, it's going to expand the other side as well. Now what we want to do is disable this. If I now modify one of these handles, as you can see, the image is going to shrink towards the anchor point, which is what we want. Now to make this effective, what we need to do is go ahead and click the anchor point on the left side. So then now, as you can see, this is what's happening. So what I'll do is I'll leave this on 100. I'll go at the start, hit a keyframe, and then I'll go forward. I'll disable this so that I can see when this ends, and this ends moving exactly here, and I'll hit another keyframe. And I'll make sure that they are synced, so they should be exactly here. Meanwhile, at the start, it should be around here. I'll make sure to be as precise as possible. And as you can see, what happens if I now only show our animation, it's going to move just like so. Now once this happens, the energy rectangle is going to stay the same until around the end, which is here. So from here, as you can see, if I disable it, I'll hit a keyframe as well. Now if I go forward, the energy is going to go down once again. And I want to catch the perfect moment where it stops, which is here, and I'll hit another keyframe. And this time I'll enable it, and I'll just make sure that it ends in the same spot as the red one. Now if we go ahead and replay this, we're going to see that they expand at the same time and that they restrict at the same time. Now the problem is that they have different speeds, as you can see. So what we'll do now, I'll go ahead and click on the keyframe animation right here, and I'll make sure that it moves really fast at the start and slow at the end. And to do that, I simply need to drag this handle just like so. And as you can see, we're going to have a similar movement. If I want to enhance this, I'll move even this handle like so, and now I'll get the same exact movement. I'll move the layer down just to show you that the speed is exactly the same, as you can see, which is perfect. Now I'll drag it back up, and then I'll do the same here. So here towards the end, it's going to move really fast at the start, just like so. So it's going to move fast and slow down towards the end. So I'll just drag all of the handles to the max, and now we have a good animation. So let's go ahead and hide our not original layer, and let's go ahead and look at our animation. So as you can see, we have our bar moving, and then it's going to move down towards the end, just like so. Now what we need to do is go ahead and do the same thing to all the other rectangles. And to do that, I can simply just copy the keyframes, these ones, Ctrl C, and then I'll go on the rectangle, for example, and I'll make sure that the scale is paired, and I'll copy the keyframes. And then I will make sure that the scale is not paired. I will click this anchor point just like so, and just copy the keyframes so that I'll have the same exact movement. Now what I want to do is enable my original layer and check when does the money rectangle move. So the money rectangle is going to move from exactly here, so I'll drag this here, and instead it's going to move from the start. So these keyframes should be here. And now if we look at them at the same time, we're going to see that they move, and they move once again. Perfect. We'll go ahead and play with the color later. For now, let's go ahead and finish the time rectangle. So I'll go ahead and disable this, time rectangle. Let's go on the transform, unpair this, anchor point on the left, Ctrl V, and now we'll enable this once again, and we'll check when does the time move. So the time starts moving from here. So I'll drag this like so, it moves, and then it moves from here, just like so. Perfect. So now I'll go ahead and play my animation. As you can see, there is everything which is moving, and moving. Now let's go ahead and play with the color. To play with the color, let's actually start with the energy one. So go right here, and then go at the end and click on color, and do the same also here and here. So what I'll do is I will F9 the keyframes, and then I will actually change the color because I forgot. So I'll enable this layer, and then I'll go forward and actually solo this layer so that I can now go in my energy rectangle and copy the color here, and then
copy the color here. And now if I go ahead and play my animation, you're going to see that the color changes just like so, and then it will change towards the end. What I want to do is I want the color to be faster though. So I'll go right here on the color, go on the keyframe animation, and once again I'll drag this to the start as I have done before, so that as you can see it's going to be super fast at changing. And I'll do the same here as well, just like so. As you can see, it changes super fast to red. And then I'll go ahead and copy these keyframes, close these, go on the money rectangle, go on the fill, and I will go at the start, go on color and paste them. And now I'll just make sure to time them. So here it should be red. So I'll drag these ones just like so, and here that's where these ones should go. Actually they're a bit mistimed. Let's check a bit more. There we go. So now as you can see it changes color and then changes color. And then I'll go on the time rectangle, color, go at the start, paste, and I'll just make sure to time them. These ones should be here and these ones should be here. Let's go ahead and center them. Perfect. And now it's time to add glow. Let's go ahead and start with the energy one. What I'll do is I'll click Ctrl D to duplicate. I'll go on the one below and search for some Gaussian blur. I'll add it to around 10 and I'll remove this edge pixel and I'll actually make it a bit more, maybe 20. And now as you can see there is that small glow around my, as you can see, rectangle. I can even go ahead and increase it if I want. Let's go with something like 40 maybe. And now I have that, as you can see, which is perfect. So what I'll do is I'll simply go ahead and copy this Gaussian blur effect. I will duplicate the money rectangle by clicking Ctrl D, and then I'll go on the one below and add that. As you can see, we have the glow now. Once again, Ctrl D, and then go on the one below, Ctrl V. And now if I go ahead and play this, as you can see, we have our animation, which is smoothly playing out with the watermark, time, money, energy, the rectangles moving, the hourglass, the coins, all of that stuff, which is perfect. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about the man and how we're going to animate that guy. Before leaving, I want to give you a quick tip. You can also try and go ahead and enable motion blur. And as you can see, it's going to create that effect around the glow, which is more soft, as you can see, especially during the movement. You can do that on the rectangles which have motion blur on, as you can see. And you could also theoretically do to the actual rectangles, which is going to smooth them out. However, I don't really like that, and the reference video hasn't used it as well. As you can see, the lines are straight, not smoothened out. Motion blur is usually better either for glows or if you have some objects such as balls or characters that are moving. So I'll go ahead and see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about this band and how he's moving and how to do the same. Last thing before you leave, make sure to go on Edit, Preferences, Medium Disk Cache, and go ahead and empty your disk cache folder. It's going to have a lot of data here, and if you don't do that, often you might crash. You might even crashed already in this course while creating these projects. So make sure to do that really often. So now that we have created the first part of the animation, we will need to recreate the man, which is, as you can see, moving, which is the hardest part. Now, one of the most important parts about this is going to get the assets first. For the assets, we will need this $0, which we can create with a simple text layer. The pocket, which we can create by creating a shape with our pen tool, as you can see. And then if we go forward, we have this watch, which I have taken already. It's this one right here, and we will use it in a second. And we'll need to animate the ticks so that they move. And then we have a cane, which I have taken right here, as you can see. And then we need the stickman, of course, the stickman in the middle. So to be precise, the best thing you could do is go ahead and recreate an entire stickman in Adobe Illustrator. That would be the perfect setting to get the best asset possible. However, I am not going to go ahead and do that because it's time expensive and requires a lot of work. So what we'll do is I'll simply download a stickman just like this one. I'll go ahead and get a tint effect right here so that you will be able to see this stickman and how it looks like. As you can see, it's a stickman with his hands on his hips. However, there is a small problem which makes it so that part of his arm is missing, which does not allow us to freely move our arm just like here. As you can see, it detaches the arm from the body, and we cannot do it if we just use our stickman, because part of the final part of the arm, it's not there. So what we'll do is we will mask out the body and we will recreate our arms with some shape layers. It's just going to be a couple of shapes. So the first thing that I will do is go ahead and duplicate this, and I will hide one layer, I will hide everything else, and then I will go on to the pen tool. I will zoom in and make sure to mask out the entire body. I do not want to take the arm, so I will need to do something like this basically, but without taking the arms. So what I'll do is I will go when the arm ends, which is here precisely, and I'll go up by holding shift. Holding shift makes sure that I am going straight upwards. As you can see, even if I click right here, if I have held shift, it's going to create a point here, and that's because shift basically corrects every mistake you might possibly do. So now what I want to do is go ahead and be precise here as well, and I'll need a point somewhere around here. And to create that point and hit be straight, what I'll need to do is go on view, show rulers, and then I'll go ahead and drag a guide from here exactly where I want everything to end, and then I'll go upwards, and since I want everything to end here, I'll click shift and click this. And as you can see, it's going to be a straight line. Then I'll go below somewhere around here, holding shift, and then I want to be precise here as well. So I'll drag this, and then I'll click here by holding shift, and it has created a line below. And now I can simply close the mask just like so. And now we have our perfect body. Now that I've created my mask, I'm going to hide this layer and only show this one. And what I'll do this time is first off remove these guides right here and remove the rulers. And now what I'll do is I'll create my arms. So let's go ahead and create the first one by clicking on the rectangle tool and just drawing a rectangle which is long, something like this. Should be good. I'll change the color so that we can actually distinguish it from the actual arm. And now the first thing that I want to do is go ahead and rotate this. So I'll center the anchor point and just modify the rotation to something like this. Then I'll go right here on the contents and I will have to do some modifications. The first one is if I go right here, I will unlink this and make this slimmer, something like this, maybe a bit more, actually something like I think is good, and I'll make it longer. Okay, and then I'll round the corners to something like 50. I want to make it a bit longer, something like this should be good, and then I'll rotate a bit more and I'll make it a bit wider. We now have our first part of the arm, and now what I want to do is just duplicate this layer and then change the rotation to something like this and put it here. I will make this blue so that I can distinguish it once again. I'll change all of the colors later. I just want to make sure that I'm doing a good job here. I want to make it smaller so that it looks more like the actual reference, something like this. Make it a bit wider. I think we got here. I think this is looking really good. So what I'll do is I'll call the bottom of the arm, and then I will call this other thing top of the arm. And now what I will do is I will make them both white. And then what I will do is I will disable this one and enable my original layer and see how they merge. They look super good. So what I will do is simply go ahead and highlight them both and then pre-compose them and call this left arm, because it's the arm that is on the left side of everything. Once I've done this, what I'll do is I will go into the composition, copy them both, and then paste them here, and then I will pre-compose them as right arm. And what I will do now is I will go on the transform, unlink the scale so that I can flip this horizontally, and boom, we have our right arm. I have simply just flip this horizontally, and as you can see, it has just gone from here to the other side in a flipped way. And now I have my other arm. This has happened because my stickman was in the exact center of the frame. That's why this happened. Otherwise, I would have had to move it manually, of course. So what we want to do now is go ahead and create this sort of, as you can see, Superman body, as I call it. And as you can see, the body doesn't go straight, but it goes sideways. And the reason it goes sideways is because it's going to hide some movement from the arm, which otherwise wouldn't really look natural. So what I'll do is I will keep this enabled and keep this enabled, and actually I'll enable everything and move everything upwards by clicking P and moving upwards. And now what I'll do is I'll highlight everything and scale everything up so that it meets the size of our original animation right here, something like this. My right arm has gone something like this, and the reason for that is because this number was messed up. I'll fix it by copying it, and now everything is going to go back to normal. So now, as you can see, we have our things almost perfectly matching. So what I want to do is go ahead and enable only the reference, just like so, and go on the rulers and drag some guides. So as you can see, it's going to end the Superman thing right here, and it's going to end right here from how large it is, and same here. And now that I have my guidelines, as you can see, this square in the middle, what I'll do is I'll highlight my stickman. I'll take the pen tool, just make sure that no layer is selected so that I can create a shape layer. And then I'll just go from here to exactly here, and then I'll click shift, and then I'll just close it here and close it like so. And now we have our Superman effect, as you can see. I'll go ahead and actually center the anchor point and scale it a bit down, and then enable the stroke. And the reason I'm enabling the stroke is because I will want to round the corners of this thing. So I'll round it to something like this, and then I'll actually go ahead and round the stroke. So I'll go on stroke, and here I'll click on round cap and round join, so that, as you can see, everything is now rounded, which is perfect. Then I will call this something like Superman body, and I'll just drag it right here below everything, below the arms. And now we can go ahead and start animating. Now, if you want to be a real perfectionist, maybe you could go ahead and add the Superman logo right here, but it's almost completely irrelevant, and we can just start animating. So I'll go ahead and remove all of the guides. And now that we have our stickman here, what we'll go ahead and do is start animating with the first pocket animation. So I've already gone ahead and placed markers right here. To place markers, you just click the asterisk, as you can see right here below on the bottom left. And I've placed a marker when the animation starts and when it ends right here. And then when it restarts once again and where it ends. And then here the other animation is going to start, and then it's going to keep going. And then here we have a simple animation of the arm moving, and then the arm is going to go back to its place, as you can see, and the cane is going to dissolve. So let's go ahead and start with the first one, with the pocket animation. Now the pocket animation is pretty simple. What we're going to go ahead and do is some arm movement, so that the arm moves upwards and the pocket appears and the text appears. So let's start with the arm moving upwards. So the first thing to do is go ahead and click the left arm right here, go on the anchor point mover, and then move the anchor point of the animation exactly here, and then go here, rotation, and hit a keyframe as well. And also here we need to move the anchor point exactly here. And then we'll go at the end of the animation, enable this one to see how much do we need to open our arms. So something like this, okay. And now we will simply rotate, and as you can see, the arm is going to rotate just like so. Keep in mind that if we didn't have the Superman body right here, we would see something like this, which is really ugly. And that's why we have added the Superman body, and why the original animation has added it as well, so that it doesn't look too terrible. So once we have done this, I'll open this up to, let's say, 30 degrees, and I'll do the same here, minus 30 degrees, because it's on the other side, of course. Now that we have done this, I'll go here, I'll hit another keyframe on 30, and then I'll hit another keyframe on 0 on both. And as you can see, we have our animation of the arm opening and then the arm closing. Perfect. For the pocket, we want to draw a shape with the pen tool, which is going to start from here, go until here in a curved line, and then end around here with the same curve, as you can see. We want this to have 0 stroke so that we have maximum control on this. And I will go on the S for scale and scale this up a bit, just like so. Looks good to me. Now what I'll do is I will have to move the anchor point here, and I will move it to the right side. So if you've gotten the plugin that I told you about, you have no problem, you can just click this button. If you didn't, you'll have to do it manually with this tool, whatever works. The important part is that you move it there, so that you can now go at the start of the animation, hit a keyframe on scale, and then go right here and hit another keyframe on scale. And when you go back to the start, you'll have something like 0. So that, as you can see, the pocket is going to grow as your arm moves out, as you can see. And then I'm going to go right here, hit another keyframe, go right here and back to 0. I'll call this pocket. Now to move this pocket on the other side right here, what I'll do is I'll simply go ahead and duplicate this layer, pre-compose this to right pocket, and then I will go on scale, unlink this, and once again I'll flip this so that, as you can see, it's there. And now the animation is going to happen just like so, which is perfect. The keyframes are inside of this thing right here, as you can see, so I don't even have keyframes here. Amazing. Now it's time for the text. For the text, I will simply create a text box which is $0, and I will add it in the center of my pocket. I will actually rotate it a bit, just a bit, to make sure that it's the same as the pocket. And then I will need to animate this. To animate this, once again, highlight this, anchor point on the right side, and then we go on scale, hit a keyframe here, go right here, and we put this on 0. And as you can see, it's going to generate just like so. However, not only that, I might move the anchor point even further, so that now, as you can see, it moves exactly with my text box, as you can see. I will also want to go on T for opacity and make this on 0, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keyframes forward and add another keyframe here. And as you can see, we will have our animation happen really smoothly, just like so. And then I'll click U to see my keyframes, and I'll go ahead and copy this keyframe here, and copy this keyframe here, copy this keyframe here, and then copy these keyframes 5 frames before the animation ends, so that now our animation is looking like this, as you can see, which is perfect. Now it's time for the other side. This time I cannot just pre-comp it, because as you can see, if I now go ahead and do it and then just flip the scale, everything is going to be flipped, which is not what we want for text. So what I'll do is duplicate this text, go on P for position and move it on the other side right here. I will change the rotation to, instead of -3.7, just 3.7. I'll put the anchor point here, and I'll move this here, and I'll actually modify the anchor point a bit more. And then I will simply copy these keyframes exactly here. And now if we go ahead and play this, you're going to see that the animation is the exact same one as the other side. So we have successfully created the first animation of the pocket. We will now go ahead and ease the keyframes. So I'll go ahead and highlight everything, click F9 to ease all of the movements. And then I'll go ahead and need to do this with the pocket as well. So U, F9, and also here F9 on the right pocket. And then left arm and right arm, I will also need to F9 all of this stuff. And now if I go ahead and play this, you're going to see that everything looks way smoother, which is perfect. So here we have completed the first animation. Let's go ahead and create the second one. So let's go ahead and look at what we have here. We have the right arm, which stands completely still. We will not touch that. And we have the ticking watch, as you can see. Not hard to do at all. So let's go ahead and start with the clock movement. The reason we start with the clock movement is because we will need to then later synchronize our arm with the clock movement. Therefore, it's better to move our watch first. So what I'll do is I will scale it down firstly to something like this, and then I will rotate it so that it is like so, and then I will scale it down to, let's say, 3, and I will also want it to be on top of everything, of course. Even less, 2%. I think this is looking good, so I'll now just change this, and this is perfect. Now what we want to do is actually go ahead and separate the first take from the other one so that we can then rotate them. And we cannot do it while the watch is super small. So what I'll do is I'll Ctrl D to duplicate this. I will go on the transform settings and just reset them. I will just lower the scale to something like this, so that I can actually see what I'm doing. So the first thing that I'll do is I will go ahead and create a mask for this part right here. So I'll go on the pen tool, and while having this layer selected, I'll just go ahead and create a mask like this. Super simple, just like so. Then I'll Ctrl D to duplicate, click M for the mask, remove it, and create a mask on this other part right here, just like so. Perfect. Then what I'll do is I will create a shape layer, a small circle, to compensate for this small hole in the middle. It's probably not going to be noticed because it's going to be super small. However, I'm a perfectionist, so I'll just add that. And then I'll go ahead and Ctrl D once again, M for the mask, remove it, and this time I'll go ahead and highlight everything right here, close it, and then go and invert it. So that now I have my watch divided into 4 sections, which are, as you can see, this tick right here, this tick right here, the circle in the middle, and the whole rest of the watch. This is the whole part that is going to stand still. Meanwhile, these 2 things are the ones that are going to move. So what I'll do is I will go on the anchor point, and I will go on the anchor point mover and put it exactly here. And then I will do the same with this other layer by putting the anchor point here, which is actually where it already is. Perfect. Now I will just be able to rotate, and as you can see, I will have the same ticking effect here once again. So what I'll do now is I will show everything, and then once I've highlighted everything, I will go ahead and create a null object. I will link all of my layers to the null object, and then I will go on my original watch, this one right here, and then just copy all of these settings to the null. So I'll copy the scale, as you can see, so that everything is going to be smaller, and then I will go ahead and copy this position right here, and then I will go ahead and copy this position right here, and then I will go ahead and copy this rotation right here, and then I will go back to the scale and put everything to 100, so that, as you can see, I now have my double watch. I have my double watch, which I will simply remove by disabling this one, by deleting it, just like so. As you can see, I now have my watch. I will actually move it a bit like this and adjust it a bit, but now it's good. And now what I'll simply go ahead and do is I will go at the start of the animation here, click on R for rotation on the right layer, which is this one, hit a keyframe, and then go at the end, which is this one right here, and modify this value to, let's say, 20. And I will do the same right here below. R keyframe, we'll modify this to, let's say, 10, and modify this one to 0. And now, as you can see, I will have my ticks rotating just like so. However, I feel like they're going too fast, so I'll modify this to 10 and this one to 5. Let's go ahead and give them a look now. I think they're still going a bit too fast. 7 and this one to 3. And now I think we have the perfect amount of motion that we want. Then what I'll go ahead and do is I will go on my reference and check when does the watch start to appear. So here, and it ends appearing exactly here, which is after 6 frames, as you can see here. And then go right here at the end, keyframe on 0, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I will put this to a 100. And as you can see, we now have our watch fading in just like so, which is perfect. Now what we want to do is go ahead and create a pre-composition between the arm and the watch, and that's going to allow us to have constant movement between the arm and the watch. Otherwise they might move at different speeds. So what I'll do is I will go on my right arm right here, and I will cut the layer with Ctrl+Shift+A, and I will highlight everything else here as well and create a pre-composition just like so. I will create it and it's exactly here, and as you can see, this is what happens. So what I'll do is I will put the anchor point of the pre-composition here, and then I'll go on R for rotation, go right here and move it just like so, so that the arm, as you can see, is going up. Let's do this to -40, and also let's go right here at the start on position, hit a keyframe, and hit a keyframe at the end when it's actually higher, so that as you can see, what we have is a full rotation just like so. I'll move it actually even higher to something like this. I really like this rotation. And now what I'll do is I will go ahead and click on U to see all of the keyframes. Go right here, keyframe, go right here, and then 0, and then I just want it to go backwards, so I'll just copy this keyframe right here. And as you can see, we have our animation doing something like this, and then this, as you can see. Then I'll highlight everything, click on F9 to easy ease, and then go inside, highlight everything and move everything to F9. And then I'll go ahead and highlight all of the keyframes here, and I will click T to only see the ones from the opacity, and I will click F9. I do not want to F9 the keyframes from the rotation, because I want the rotation to be linear. If I did ease the keyframes from the rotation, the clock would move faster in the center and slower at the end, which is not what I want. I want the movement of the clock to be constant and linear. So once I've done this, we have now completed the first two animations, and there is only one left, which is the last one, which is, as you can see, him reaching for the cane. Now this movement right here, as you can see, the arm right now is rotated in this angle like so, and after the movement it's rotated in this other angle. This is the reason we needed to make the arms on our own, because we cannot recreate this movement if the arm was from the original stickman that we had at the start. So with this stickman right here, which is what we have at the start, we could not recreate that movement and flip the angle of the arm. That's why we needed to recreate our own arms from the stickman. So let's go at the start and let's go ahead and gather our assets. Firstly, I want to bring my right arm exactly here, but I also want to cut it exactly here, so that as you can see, there is not the double arm. So I'll bring it to the end and then just cut it exactly here and cut this middle piece, because our right arm in this specific spot is in this composition, as you can see. And I'll also chop it until here. Perfect. So now we only have one right arm and we do not have two. For the animation, let's go ahead and drag our cane first. Let's go ahead and drag a tint effect, which I'll find exactly here. And let's drag it on top and let's make everything white. Now we'll go ahead and select the cane, scale it down to something like 50%. And I will also flip each side by adding the minus here, as we have already done tons of times. And then I will go on R for rotation, just like so, and I'll actually reduce it once again to something like 50. So now we want everything to move downwards towards this cane, which is actually a bit too far. So let's go ahead and set up this cane first. Actually, let's make the cane straight, so something like this, and let's make it so that the arm is going to reach for the cane. So let's go ahead and make sure that everything is going to move towards the cane. I'll go ahead and firstly merge the Superman body with the actual body right here, so that I will have one body in a pre-composition, which is now going to allow me to use the puppet tool on it. If I now go ahead and click the puppet tool, I can now go ahead and place some puppet tool points to go ahead and create the movement that I wish to have. So the first thing that I'll do is I will lock the legs by creating some points here. Then I will create a point here and a point here. And I will go ahead and actually click on U for the keyframes and move all of these keyframes to the start, because that's where I want them to be. Here at the end, I want the movement to be something like this, and then this also. And then I want the arm, and then I want this left arm to kind of follow. But before doing that, I actually wanted to like go something more like this. Okay, I like this. And then let's go ahead and make this left arm follow. So let's go to the start, P for position, R for rotation, and let's go here and let's move the P, and let's move the rotation as well. Let's move the position as well. Something like this, and then something like this. And if we play this through, we should be able to see the arm following pretty well. It's not following too well. It should move a bit more towards the center and rotate a bit more. Something like this. So let's go ahead and play it once again. Now it's following better. To move the right arm, I will go ahead and go at the start, hit keyframes on position, rotation, and then I will go right here, and I will need the position to be something like this, and I will also need the arm to be straight. So as you can see, the position is going to go like this, and actually I want it to be a bit higher. So let's replay this. Okay, it's looking good. And then I will go inside this pre-comp, exactly here, and that's where I will need to straighten the arm. So I will go ahead and move the anchor point of this thing exactly here. Go on R for rotation, hit a keyframe, go forward, and then just rotate it like so. And this should create a straight arm. I will make sure that it's matching perfectly. So something like this for the rotation should be good. And then for the position, I will modify it slightly from here to here to make sure that it matches perfectly. As you can see, it looks like a straight arm now, which is amazing. Now if I go ahead and play this, as you can see, it's going to go ahead and straighten the arm just like so. So what I want to do is go ahead and make sure that the cane is a bit farther. So I'll move the position just like so. And now what I want to do is go ahead and copy this keyframe, paste it here, copy this keyframe and paste it here, and then go inside of this thing and then copy this keyframe here and copy this keyframe here. I will F9 everything, and then I will F9 everything here. I will F9 everything in the left arm as well, just like so. And I will also do the same on the body. So I will take everything and F9 it, and now everything should look way smoother. Let's go ahead and play this. As you can see, everything looks pretty smooth, which is perfect. However, there is a problem with the comeback right here, because I've not copied any keyframes properly. So firstly, I need to copy these keyframes and paste them here, and these keyframes and paste them right at the end. Then I need to go ahead and make this longer. Then I'll need to go right here on the puppet tool, copy these two keyframes, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, copy these ones at the end. And now I need to go back into the comp, and here I have not copied the rotation keyframes. That's what I was missing. So I will copy this, paste it here, copy this and paste it here, and then I will click F9 on everything. So now if I go ahead and play this should look way better now and perfectly now. Now there's really few things that are left to do. One of them being the fade of the cane here, which is going to happen for exactly 13 frames. So I'll go on the cane, hit T for opacity, keyframe here, go at the start, actually this is the start, and then go right here and make this 0. I'll copy this keyframe, make a keyframe here, and make a keyframe here by copying the one with 0. And then I'll F9 this, and now we should have a full animation from the start with the pockets, and then we have the watch, and then we have our cane right here. Now everything is looking a bit static here. We want to add some movement. the way movement was added in the reference is, as you can see, the arm is going backwards and forwards. So we'll do the same thing. I'll go right here and click a keyframe on P for position on the cane. I'll do the same here, and then I'll do the same on my right arm right here. So P for position is already selected, and I'll also do the same on the body here and here. So what I'll do is I will go in the exact center of this animation, which is here, and I will place keyframes everywhere because this is going to be a key point. And here we want the right arm to be a bit closer, something like this. And then I will want the cane to be closer as well. I will want the body to be a bit just like so, and same for the left arm, just like so. So that, as you can see, what we have is this, a movement like this. However, it does not look realistic. So to fix that, the first thing that I'll do is I will drag this upwards a bit, just like so. And then I will also want to go inside this, hit a keyframe on both position and rotation. And then I will go on rotation and move this just like so. By moving it like this, it should flip exactly like this. That's what I wanted. And I will move the cane upwards so that it follows. So if we now go ahead and play this, as you can see, it's going to drag the cane towards him, and then it's going to give it back, just like so. So I'll play this from a bit further. This is what happens. As you can see, it grabs the cane and gives it back. Perfect. I'll go ahead and F9 this. I'll go ahead and F9 this as well. And everything in the pre-composition should already be F9. Perfect. Everything is easy eased. So now let's go ahead and enable all of our layers, just like so. And let's go ahead and make sure that everything is on the right layer. Perfect. We have finished this lesson and the animation is fully completed. I'll go ahead and show it in full screen in a second for a couple of times with the sound on. And then I'll see you in the last lesson where I'll give you some final tips and some general motion graphic rules. I'll see you there. Now, this is the last lesson, and I want to explore a bit of a different style and go a bit deeper into keyframe animation. This is not going to be a full project because I have already created 3, and I'm going to show you how to kind of animate balls, as you will see in a second, and how to make their movement smooth. So I'll go ahead and start by creating an ellipse tool, and as you have just seen, what you need to do is you hold right here the left click, you get the ellipse tool, and then you create your circle and make sure to hold shift so that it becomes a perfect circle. Once you have done that, you choose your selected anchor point, and then you go on the ellipse path, and you can choose how much, as you can see, you want it big or small. And you can make, for example, something as small as this. You make it something with a 5-stroke, and then you can go ahead and add a glow to the shape, just like so. We can increase the radius, just like so, and reduce the intensity a bit, just like so. And now, as you can see, you have one of those circles that we see constantly on social media. And I'll go ahead and show you how to do smooth movement with it by doing some more in-depth keyframe animation. So what you do is you go on transform, and let's go ahead and say that we'll move it from there to the right side of the screen, and then it's going to go upwards until the top of the screen, and then it's going to go exactly in the center, so just like so, something like this. As you can see, the movement would be really simple, but if you make something like this, it's going to be super random. So what we want to do is, let's say we're going to animate everything after 15 frames. So I'll just go ahead and place the keyframes accordingly. As you can see, this is 15 frames. I'll drag this here, 2 seconds, I'll drag this here. And now, as you can see, we have more of a regular movement. But what we need to do to go ahead and ease the keyframes
is firstly highlight and easy ease as we have done until now, just by clicking on Keyframe Assistant and easy ease. And then if we go on the graphs, we can actually see the speed graphs of our animations. So you might be either on the speed graph or the value graph. I suggest you to go on the speed graph because it's way easier to animate motion graphics in my opinion, and that's what I'll use. Basically what you can see if you zoom in by using Alt and the scroll wheel is that you can see the speed of movement of the ball in terms of pixels per second. So as you can see here, it's moving at only 100 pixels per second, and here the top speed is moving at 2000 pixels per second. And as you can see, it reflects right here. As you can see, it's way smoother now as a movement. I'll go ahead and replay this, but as you can see, it feels pretty smooth. Now the key to making even smoother animations is to take the end part of the animation and dragging it towards the start just like so. This is going to allow you to, as you can see now, have this super smooth movement at the start, just like so. So it goes super fast at the start and then it slows down towards the end. I'll zoom in and replay this once again. As you can see, it does this. As you can see, I'll do it for all of our movements here, just like so. And this is going to smooth everything even further. So if I now go ahead and play this from the start, you're going to see that it's just like so. It feels really, really smooth. And that's how most of the animations which involve balls and movement are done. Now to make this even cleaner, there is the motion blur setting right here. What this does is basically, I'll zoom in, as you can see, during the movement, the circle has this sort of motion blur. And if you see it from far, let's go ahead and click on fit, as you can see, this is going to look way more natural because the human eye, when it actually watches stuff move, it sees motion blur. If you really think about it, try this yourself. Next time you're out, just look at a car and you will see that when it's going at its top speed, you're going to see just a blurry version of the car. And by applying it to the ball, you're going to recreate a similar effect which is more natural and it feels more natural to the eye. Also, the motion blur changes its value automatically depending on how fast it is. So as you can see, at the top speed, which is around here, there is more motion blur than right here, where there is less motion blur. This is already done by After Effects and calculated by After Effects, so there is no manual input on your end. After Effects is already doing everything, as you can see. And as you can see, this animation is basically perfect. The motion blur, the movement, everything is really, really good. So to summarize everything up, the keyframe graph that you should be looking for in the speed graph should be something like this, where as you can see you have dragged the handle just like so. Not all the way, because all the way usually looks a bit too fast at the start, as you just saw. I'll replay this once again. As you can see, it looks a bit too fast at the start, but if you make it something like this, which is not all the way but it's still a decent amount, where the top speed is around 4000 pixels, as you can see, this feels way smoother than a normal easy ease. So this was just a quick lesson on how to animate balls, how to use motion blur, and how to easy ease keyframes perfectly. And now, if you have listened to all of the lessons, you are going to be able to recreate perfectly the most viral motion graphic style animations on Instagram. If you have liked this course, consider leaving a review. And also, I suggest you to follow me on Skillshare because I'll drop more courses in the future, especially in short form content, and since you're interested in the topic, I'm sure they will help you. I wish you a good day and a good learning.